Chapter 148. While Long Chen was listening to Lingxi's introduction of the Demon Blood Essence, the beauty from the Morning Light Business League had already announced the starting price of the Demon Blood Essence. The starting price was 35,000 divine jades, which was equivalent to the auction price of the Thunder Flame Crystal. Among the elixirs, there was a type of elixir whose price completely exceeded its grade. For example, the Demon Blood Essence was actually a type of elixir. Furthermore, it was a low-grade mystic class elixir. However, it was a type of elixir that could instantly increase a martialist's cultivation power without any side effects. Hence it was extremely rare. Some big shots were very willing to buy this item and give it to the juniors of their clan so that they could advance. Actually, Xueqi and the crowd from Baiyang Town weren't very clear about the price of the Evolution God Fruit. Actually, although the Evolution God Fruit was also a low-grade mystic class elixir, it had the great effect of allowing one to condense a divine elixir. One Evolution God Fruit was estimated to be worth about 10,000 divine jades. The only gain from bringing Long Chen to the auction was finding 10 Thunder Flame crystals for Long Chen. Lu Lan was a little dissatisfied, but seeing that the auction was about to end, the remaining finale items weren't suitable for Long Chen. Hence, Lu Lan was prepared to bring Long Chen back. In the square, there were many people who were interested in the Demon Blood Essence. At this moment, most of them had already started bidding. What interested Lu Lan was that Jin Shenzhen, who was in the private room next to her, had also joined in the bidding. 40,000 divine jades. A cold and indifferent voice came from the private room next door. The owner of this voice was clearly frivolous. His tone was somewhat similar to that of Long Chen, who was still a hedonistic son of rich parents in Baiyang Town. 41,000. 42,000. 45,000. The price continued to rise. The previous item had a starting price of 50,000 divine jades and was eventually sold for 80,000 divine jades. This Demon Blood Essence was the second last item. In terms of price and value, it naturally couldn't compare to the previous item. Using the Demon Blood Essence as the finale item, and even placing it second last, was to attract some big shots to sell it to the juniors. At the same time, to ease the mood of the distinguished guests, the last item of the day would be auctioned. However, this final item was not very useful to Long Chen. The Demonic Blood Essence, on the other hand, was very useful. When the price of the Demon Blood Essence reached 50,000, the number of people bidding decreased significantly. After all, the price of the Demon Blood Essence was only around 50,000. 55,000 God Jade. In the room next door, Jin Shang-en chuckled as he decisively and generously set a price. The people present pondered for a moment before deciding to give up. 55,000 celestial jades. Is there a higher price? That sweet voice echoed in the square. That's all. Little girl, just start the countdown. I, Jin Shang-en, will be taking this Demon Blood Essence. That arrogant voice made the majority of the people present feel a little indignant. For Jin Enxing to announce his identity like this, it was clear that he was using his identity to bully those who didn't have a strong family background. In this way, even if they had money and wanted to obtain the Demon Blood Soul Essence, they would have no choice but to give up. Jin Shang-en's reputation in Yuanling City is indeed quite resounding. On one hand, he is arrogant and likes to cause trouble. On the other hand, his strength is not bad, and he is known as the top genius of the outer races. Most importantly, he has the youngest and strongest Grand Elder of the outer races as his father. Lu Lan said helplessly after hearing Jin Shang's bid. From her words, it seemed that she did not like Jin Shang very much. After she finished speaking, she looked toward Long Chen, who had been rather quiet today. Just as she finished speaking, the beautiful woman in the plaza wore a displeased expression. Just as she was about to announce the result helplessly, a deep voice echoed throughout the plaza. I bid 60,000 God Jade, Long Chen said. Who is this? Suddenly hearing an unfamiliar voice that dared to provoke the Jin clan's little prince, the crowd was startled at first, but then they became curious. The beautiful woman in the square looked in the direction of the voice and wondered. That box is beside the Jin clan's little prince. It should belong to Lu Lan from the Green clan. But why is there a man in there? Since he dares to compete with Jin Shang-en, his background must not be simple. She didn't like Jin Shang-en's way of doing things. Therefore, when someone bid and increased the bid by 5,000 God Jade, she immediately announced, 60,000 God Jade. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? If not, then this Demon Blood Essence will belong to this brother here. Lu Lan was shocked by Long Chen's action. Long Chen, what are you doing? You have already broken through to the late mortal core realm. That demon blood essence is useless to you. Long Chen's eyes were filled with determination. His expression didn't change because of Lu Lan's words. He let Lu Lan be nervous, and he didn't say a word. Today, since this demon blood essence could help him break through to the Earth core realm, then no matter what, he had to get it. Which brother doesn't want to give me Jin Shang-en face? The angry voice came from just a few feet away. Long Chen could clearly feel the coldness in the voice. Jin Shang-en directly threatened him. He didn't want to give the Morning Light Business League any face. At this moment, inside the Morning Light Business League, an old man with white hair stood up and said in a cold voice, "Young Master Jin, please don't interrupt the rules of the Morning Light Business League auction. If you do, I'll have to ask your father to bring you back. Every profession has its own rules. Young Master Jin may be high and mighty, but please don't come and ruin my livelihood." This time, it was indeed Jin Shang-en's fault. Being warned by someone from the Morning Light Business League, Jin Shang-en had lost all his face. Originally, he wanted to give this demon blood essence to one of his younger brothers. In reality, he didn't really want it. Now that such a depressing matter had happened, he didn't want it anymore. Although he was arrogant, he wasn't stupid. This person is obviously not afraid of me, and he seems to be determined to get this demon blood essence. If I raise the price with him, I might not be able to control myself in the end. I'll definitely lose a lot of money. I might as well give it to him now. But, do you think you'll get away with offending me, Jin Shang-en? With this thought in his mind, he said in a clear voice, "Sir, please don't talk nonsense. I was just talking to this brother for a while. How did I break your rules? Sir, you're being too serious. I'll give this demon blood essence to this brother." Jin Shang-en's words actually meant that he was giving the Morning Light Business League face. He didn't want to make a scene, and the people from the Morning Light Business League didn't want to make a scene. Hence, he said politely, "Looks like I'm thinking too much. I'm really sorry. After the auction, I'll personally apologize to young Master Jin." This way, both sides would take a step back, and the matter would be resolved perfectly. The beautiful lady hurriedly said, "Since that's the case, then I'll announce that the demon blood essence belongs to this brother in the rose booth. The auction price is 60,000 divine jades." Lu Lan had witnessed this commotion. Long Chen's indifferent attitude towards her had already made her feel uncomfortable. At this moment, the Morning Light Business League was preparing to auction the finale item after this small interlude. Lu Lan coldly glared at Long Chen. "Long Chen, could it be that you're really not afraid of death? Why do you say that?" After obtaining the demon blood essence, Long Chen saw that this woman's expression was a little ugly. He was worried that she would flip out, so he ignored her. Seeing that Long Chen still didn't know what was good for him, Lu Lan felt extremely disappointed. Regarding the inner clan selection, although everyone thought that Long Chen was a joke, Lu Lan still had a little bit of hope for Long Chen. After all, Long Chen had always created miracles in front of her. However, this time, after seeing Long Chen's immature and impulsive behavior, she realized that she had overestimated him. Chu Yunqi didn't say anything, but this is something you have to face. As for this Jin Shang-en, he is an even more terrifying warrior than Chu Yunqi. Provoking him is the same as seeking death. Of course, Long Chen knew about this. However, for him, everything had its own importance. If Long Chen joined the inner clan selection with the strength of a late mortal core warrior, he would definitely die. However, once he broke through to the Earth core realm, although he would have to fight Chu Yunqi or even Jin Shang-en, at least he would have a chance. However, there was no way Long Chen could explain the process to Lu Lan. Therefore, he chose to remain silent. Looking at Long Chen's reaction, Lu Lan became even angrier. She was so angry that she started trembling. Her puffed-up chest was heaving up and down, and her eyes were filled with resentment. "You've really disappointed me. Long Chen, I thought you were an amazing man, but now, it looks like you're just a young man with good luck." Lu Lan couldn't understand why Long Chen would offend Jin Shang-en for no reason at all. Being looked down upon by Lu Lan, Long Chen sneered in his heart and said, "What do you mean by that? I have nothing to do with you. I'm just a chess piece. Why are you disappointed in me?" "Chief Deacon Lu, remember this." Long Chen raised his head and said coldly, "I, Long Chen, will always be Long Chen. I'll do whatever I want to do, and I'll be responsible for my own life. You don't have to worry about me. Don't say anything, don't blame me, don't mock me, just watch. All you need to do is watch. Long Chen's icy gaze and unyielding tone caused Lu Lan to be somewhat dazed. She was originally angry, but after hearing Long Chen's confident words, she felt that the Long Chen who killed Huang Fei Yang, defeated Feng Wu Tian, and killed the Red Blood Religion's leader was standing in front of her again. Since you used me to block Chu Yunxi for you, you already owe me. Therefore, although you're my superior, you don't have the right to control me. Long Chen said coldly. His voice contained an irresistible power. At this time, the person who had delivered the demon blood essence had arrived. Lu Lan suppressed Long Chen's words in her heart and coldly asked, "You have 60,000 divine jades?" Students who like Xianxia should take a look at the Flying Immortal. It's currently being promoted. It's not bad. Chapter 149. In the hands of the man from the Morning Light Business League, there was a black tray. On top of the black tray, there was an oval red crystal the size of a chicken egg. Within the red crystal, there were a few black lines of blood. A pure energy was being emitted from the soul blood essence. Not bad soul blood essence. It's pure energy. The demon beast that left this here should be a 9th mystic rank demon beast, not an 8th mystic rank demon beast. Lingxi explained. A 9th mystic rank demon beast was equivalent to a peak heavenly core warrior. A warrior of this level was extremely rare in the entire Yuanling County. The great elder of the Green Clan was also a warrior of this level. However, up until today, this 9th mystic rank demon beast had only left behind this pure energy. Guys, I've brought your soul blood essence, a total of 60,000 divine jade. After listening to what this man said, Lu Lan still felt angry towards Long Chen. Now that someone had come to ask for money, she pretended that she didn't know anything and just waited for Long Chen to make a fool out of himself. After all, Long Chen had made it clear just now. If he couldn't pay up now, he would definitely lose a lot of face. Lu Lan just wanted to see Long Chen lose face. Only when he lost face would she feel better. This man had come here once, and Lu Lan was the one who paid. That's why he was sure that Lu Lan was Long Chen's mistress. Now he threw his glance at Lu Lan, but Lu Lan just crossed her arms, as if this had nothing to do with her. What's going on? The man threw his glance at Long Chen. Lu Lan also looked at Long Chen from the corner of her eyes. She wanted to see how awkward Long Chen was feeling right now. This time if you don't beg me, don't expect me to pay for you. Lu Lan didn't know that she would have such a feminine side to her when facing Long Chen. Long Chen's words were simply too domineering. They directly suppressed a woman like her. Under their gazes, Long Chen calmly took out a purple bead from his Chenkuan pouch without any hesitation and said, "The Dawn Merchant Alliance has a rule of exchanging useful items for divine jades. Please appraise how much divine jades this beast soul of Violet Rain, a 6th-level mystic demonic beast, is worth." Initially, the people from the Morning Light Business League didn't seem like they could afford to take out 60,000 godly jades. However, Long Chen actually took out a mystic level 6 demonic beast. His eyes were immediately filled with astonishment. Long Chen. This beast soul. Lu Lan's expression changed. She knew that this mystic level 6 beast soul was given to Long Chen by her father, Lu Yuan, out of kindness. It was given to Long Chen as the source beast soul of a divine core warrior. Because of this, Lu Yuan had argued with the 5 sect elders. But, when Long Chen defeated the Earth Core warrior, Feng Wu Tian, the other sect elders didn't have any objections. But, Long Chen actually wanted to sell this mystic level 6 beast soul? How much of a wastrel did he have to be to reach such a level? Lu Lan felt her vision turning black. She almost fainted because of Long Chen's actions. Just when she was about to say something to stop him, Long Chen had already pushed the beast soul into the hands of the people from the Morning Light Business League and pushed it away. Long Chen, have you lost your mind? Apart from the Thunder Flame Crystal, for Lu Lan, this mystic level 6 beast soul was the biggest reason why Long Chen could participate in the inner clan selection. As long as Long Chen absorbed the beast soul, his strength would definitely increase tremendously. When that time came, in Lu Lan's opinion, with Long Chen's miraculous abilities, he would have a chance of winning the inner clan selection. But today, Long Chen had not only offended Jin Shang'an, but he had also sold the most important beast soul, Violet Rain, for a soul essence that he couldn't use. What? Can't I just do whatever I want with my own things? Long Chen raised his head and said shamelessly. Actually, he had wanted to sell this violet rain beast soul for a long time. In the past, he was too embarrassed to sell it, but after being tricked by Lu Lan, no matter what he did, he felt embarrassed. What are you talking about? Are you out of your mind? Lu Lan was speechless towards Long Chen. She realized that she couldn't understand this idiot at all. She didn't know what he was thinking. Now that things had come to this, she didn't want to think about Long Chen's motives. She directly said, "Don't mess around with your life. This time, I did owe you for letting you face Xueqi, but you can't give up on yourself and use this method to protest, right? Long Chen, running away is not like you." "How did I run away?" Long Chen asked. "You sold the most important beast soul of the Violet Rain beast soul and offended Jin Shang-en. Aren't you angry with me? Forget it. I don't want to talk too much with you. When he comes over later, I'll give him 60,000 god jade. If you don't want to owe me, you can pay me back in the future. What are you thinking about?" Long Chen was speechless towards this woman's imagination. He said indifferently, "Let me tell you, Chu Yunqi and Jin Shang-en, I've never been afraid. Let me tell you now, I have my own reasons for doing what I do. It's not up to an ignorant woman like you to interfere." "Ignorant woman?" Lu Lan wanted to vomit blood. "That's all I have to say. If you have any doubts now, wait until the inner tribe selection and watch my performance, then you will understand. No matter what, I will sell the Violet Rain beast soul. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to stop me." Truth be told, after so many years, this was the first time Lu Lan was so mad at someone that she had the urge to go berserk. She looked at Long Chen speechlessly and disappointed. Long Chen didn't show any fear and looked straight at her. Seeing that this brat still didn't lower his head, Lu Lan forcefully suppressed the urge to slap him to death and suppressed the anger in her heart. After much difficulty, she finally adjusted her emotions. She coldly looked at Long Chen and gritted her teeth. "Why are you daydreaming in front of me? It's meaningless. I dare say, Long Chen, one day, you will regret your actions today. I believe that day is not far away." "Is that so?" Long Chen coldly laughed. "Then let's wait and see, Deacon Lu." This time, Long Chen's opponents were unprecedentedly strong, and there were a total of 20 of them. Basically, no one would think that he would win. Lu Lan, the only person who had a sliver of hope for him, was completely disappointed in Long Chen. "Let's wait and see." Lu Lan helplessly shook her head and no longer looked at Long Chen. She sat down on a chair at the side with her back facing the door. One could see that she was still angry to the point that her shoulders were trembling. If it was her previous temperament, she would have killed Long Chen with a single slap. Now that Long Chen had obtained the right to participate in the inner tribe selection, if Lu Lan killed Long Chen, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. Even Lu Yuan wouldn't be able to protect her. Furthermore, she owed Long Chen a favor, so she could only pinch her nose and accept it. On the other hand, Long Chen's mood was extremely good. Previously, after being tricked by Lu Lan, he and Lingxi were extremely depressed. This time, not only did they obtain an opportunity to participate in the inner tribe selection, they even managed to infuriate Lu Lan. The feeling of satisfaction in their hearts was indescribable with words. "Smelly brat, you've really done well this time, you're really awesome, hee hee." Inside Lingxi's sword, Lingxi's tiny body spun around as she snickered. Beside Lu Lan, Long Chen didn't dare to speak to Lingxi, but he also snickered wickedly. At this moment, the representative from the Morning Light Business League had returned. On the tray was the demon blood essence and the purple rain beast soul, as well as a cosmos sack. When he saw Long Chen, he no longer looked at the face of Xiao Bai as if she was a mistress. Instead, he said respectfully, "Hello, after the appraisal of the Morning Light Business League, this purple rain beast soul is worth a total of 95,000 divine jades. After deducting the 60,000 divine jades from the demon blood essence, there are a total of 35,000 divine jades in the cosmos sack. Please accept it." After collecting the demon blood essence, Long Chen checked the cosmos sack. As expected, there were 35,000 divine jades in it. After settling the relevant matters, Long Chen threw the 35,000 divine jades on the sandalwood table in front of Lu Lan. He said indifferently, 35,000 divine jades is exactly the price of the Thunderflame crystal. I'll return it to you. How about it? I promise to return the money to you before the auction ends. I didn't go back on my word, did I? The 35,000 divine jades were exchanged for the purple rain beast soul. Lu Lan was filled with anger when she thought of this. She looked at Long Chen and sneered. You make it sound easy. Now that you've lost the purple rain beast soul, I'll see how you die in the inner clan selection. Whether I die or not is my business. Chu Yunxi won't bother you anymore. Haven't you achieved your goal? From Long Chen's point of view, if Lu Lan was a vicious and merciless woman, she wouldn't have bothered with Long Chen and wouldn't have brought him to the auction a few days ago. Therefore, his killing intent towards her had lessened. Long Chen's words were extremely impolite. Lu Lan was in the wrong first, so she couldn't say anything. She looked at Long Chen coldly and said, You sold the purple rain beast soul. How are you going to explain this to my father? Long Chen smiled. I'll have to trouble Deacon Lu on this. Don't leak what happened today to anyone. Lu Lan finally realized that Long Chen, who looked like a pure and innocent youth, was actually such an evil fellow. Glancing at Lu Lan's chest, which was heaving up and down, Long Chen teased, Stop moving. Aren't you afraid of shaking them out? Seeing Long Chen's gaze, how could Lu Lan not know what he meant? Although she looked flirtatious, she was actually an old lady who had yet to experience the ways of the world. When she heard what Long Chen said, her face instantly turned red. She was embarrassed and angry at the same time. She couldn't wait to tear Long Chen apart. At this moment, the private room's door was kicked open. An arrogant man wearing a white and gold robe walked in with a gloomy face. Chapter 150. This young man had an arrogant expression on his face. Obviously, he was the Jin clan's little prince, Jin Shang-en. This title of Jin clan's little prince was given to him by himself. How dare you two? You don't even want to give me Jin Shang-en any face? Seeing Long Chen's unfamiliar face, and Lu Lan's back was facing him, Jin Shang-en didn't know who she was. However, one look at Long Chen, and he knew that she wasn't someone with a high status. Thus, Jin Shang-en secretly made up his mind. As soon as he finished speaking, his sharp eyes stared at Long Chen coldly. From Jin Shang-en's body, Long Chen could feel a sharp aura. In his eyes, Jin Shang-en was like a sharp sword. Although he didn't get close to Long Chen, the sharpness of his body had already hurt him. Long Chen knew that Jin Shang-en was doing this on purpose. He could feel tiny droplets of blood seeping out from the surface of his skin. Long Chen had humiliated him like this. If Long Chen was really strong, then there was nothing he could say. However, in his eyes, this guy was just a mortal core warrior. How dare he humiliate him? Therefore, as soon as he kicked the door open, he didn't hold back at all. He unleashed the power of the golden body and pounced towards Long Chen. Just standing in front of me can hurt me. Is this the power of the high mystic ranked combat skill, golden body? Long Chen was secretly shocked. However, he wasn't afraid. If he came here alone, he might have some misgivings about challenging Jin Shang-en. But now, he had Lu Lan to support him. As expected, at this moment, Lu Lan stood up and turned around. With her charming face and devilish figure, she quickly appeared in front of Jin Shang-en. Seeing such a beautiful woman, the handsome Jin Shang-en swallowed his saliva. Just when he was about to tease her, he realized that this woman looked familiar. After taking a closer look, he realized that she was the woman that Chu Yunxi liked. This guy is the Long Chen that Chu Yunxi mentioned? Jin Shang-en immediately knew who they were. Originally, he wanted to beat up Long Chen and take the demon blood essence, but since Lu Lan was here, he couldn't do that. But he couldn't ignore the demon blood essence, but he had to care about Chu Yunxi. I was wondering who it was. So it's you two. What are you doing here today? Looking for a place to have sex? Jin Shenzhen looked refined, but his words were unbearably vulgar. When Lu Lan heard that, a look of disgust appeared on her face, and she said coldly, I've long heard that the little prince of the Jin clan speaks vulgarly, and it is truly unbefitting of his status. In terms of bickering, she couldn't win against Long Chen. However, Jin Shenzhen had insulted her first, and she wasn't someone who could be easily bullied. What did you say? Jin Shang-en was a little angry, but he knew that he didn't have the right to win against Lu Lan. If he made a move here, the people from the Morning Light Business League might fly into a rage. So, he could only swallow his anger and look at Long Chen. I've long heard that Lu Lan has a coquettish temperament. To think that someone would like such a broken shoe. What a joke. is that so? Long Chen was neither servile nor overbearing. Why do I feel like a fox that can't eat grapes is sour? Isn't Chu Yunxi that fox? What did you say? Originally, Jin Shenzhen had thought that Long Chen was just a pretty boy who was lucky enough to have Lu Lan as his backer. However, Long Chen actually dared to contradict him. Killing intent instantly appeared in Jin Shenzhen's eyes. His previous words had hurt Lu Lan greatly. Lu Lan knew that her reputation wasn't very good, but when he said it in front of everyone, no matter how tough her heart was, she couldn't help but feel a little sad. However, Long Chen's words had basically made her smile through her tears. She looked at Long Chen gratefully, but there was also a hint of rebuke in her eyes. I've already said it very clearly. Can't young Master Jin understand what I've said? Even a pig's brain would be able to understand, right? Long Chen said calmly with a smile on his face. Lu Lan covered her mouth and giggled. Their behavior was the biggest insult to the little prince of the Jin clan. The little prince of the Jin clan clenched his fists tightly as his eyes gradually turned red. Long Chen, do you want to die? Jin Shang said coldly. Long Chen originally thought that he would attack, but in the end, he forced himself to endure it. This kind of tolerance made Long Chen a little worried. This little prince of the Jin clan wasn't as impulsive and stupid as he seemed on the surface. On the contrary, he was actually very smart and patient. An opponent like this, coupled with his abnormal strength, would be extremely terrifying. If there's nothing else, please leave. Don't you know that it's very rude to disturb our time together? Long Chen didn't lower his head in front of Jin Shang'en. Fine, fine. Jin Shang'en sneered. He looked at Lu Lan, then at Long Chen and said, what a shameless couple. How despicable. Long Chen, right? I heard that you're going to participate in the inner tribe selection, right? I hope you can return to the Green Clan alive. Otherwise, this woman will be lonely and have an affair. You don't have to worry about that. Your father will naturally satisfy her. Long Chen's expression was very natural as he said this. However, Lingxi wasn't having it. In an instant, she felt a sharp pain in her ear. Long Chen clenched his teeth and endured it bitterly. How could I forget that this little devil is still here? Oh my God! At this moment, when Jin Shenzhen saw that Long Chen was still unafraid of his threat, the killing intent in Jin Shenzhen's heart had already risen to the extreme. At this moment, he could only suppress the anger in his heart and sneered, since you're not afraid of death, I'll tell you another piece of news. In the first round of the inner tribe selection, I'm Chu Yunxi's teammate. As for your teammates, I'm afraid that no one will be willing to be your teammate, right? Haha. As he laughed, he looked coldly at Long Chen and said to Lu Lan, smelly bitch, I'll let you see him kneel in front of me and beg for mercy during the inner tribe selection. Who knows, I might still not let him off. With a sneer, Jin Shang and suddenly turned around and left the room. Only then did the powerful aura that was pressing down on Long Chen's body disappear. Only now did Long Chen realize that under Jin Shang and's powerful gilded battle body, his body was already covered with dozens of tiny wounds, as if he had been pierced by needles. Are you all right? Lu Lan asked worriedly when she saw a little bit of blood on Long Chen's face. Bullshit. He gently wiped it off, and with the magical effect of the energy restoration skill, in just a few breaths' time, these tiny wounds quickly disappeared. Are you satisfied now? Rolling her eyes at Long Chen, Lu Lan sat down weakly. One could see that her eyes were filled with disappointment. Originally, with the Violet Rain Beast Soul and the Thunder Flame Crystal, as long as you didn't offend Jin Shang'en, you still had a chance in the inner tribe selection. But now, it's different. You have nothing, so how are you going to compete with Chu Yunxi and Jin Shang'en, whose combat strength is close to the advanced Earth Core realm? Long Chen smiled, but he didn't explain anything. There were some things that didn't need to be explained, as long as he showed it when the time came. Looks like you don't feel any pressure. Lu Lan shook her head helplessly. Long Chen, there's one thing I didn't tell you before, because I didn't want you to feel too much pressure. What is it? Looking at Lu Lan's serious expression, Long Chen was a little nervous. Lu Lan pursed her lips, looked at Long Chen and said, it's about your sister joining the inner tribe. Hearing about Yang Ling Qing, Long Chen had a bad feeling. He hurriedly asked, what could happen to Ling Qing? You don't understand the inner tribe situation. Most of the people in the inner tribe are originally from the inner tribe, and their surnames are Dongfang, Shimen, Nangong, and Beitang. These years, the Lingwu inner tribe has started to absorb new blood from the outer tribe. As far as I know, as long as the new blood enters the Lingwu inner tribe, as long as it's a good-looking girl, she will become the target of the inner tribe's competition. As for the male disciples, they will directly marry into the inner tribe. Do you understand? Long Chen furrowed his eyebrows and said, You mean in order to prevent the outsiders from marrying the opposite sex, the inner clan uses the method of directly making them a true member of the inner clan. They use their family to tie them firmly to the inner clan and completely become an inner clan member? You're right. Basically, as long as you enter the inner tribe, you will have to marry someone from the inner tribe. In other words, as long as Long Chen entered the inner tribe, his future wife would also have to be an inner tribe member. Of course, it was the law of society for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. If Long Chen was strong enough, he would be allowed to marry someone else. Back then, Lu Yuan had actually planned to make Lu Lan his wife if Chu Yunqi entered the inner tribe, but not as the main wife. This was also the reason why Lu Lan wouldn't choose Chu Yunqi. As a proud woman, she couldn't share her husband with someone else. At this moment, Long Chen wasn't thinking about himself, but young Ling Qing. Does that mean that Ling Qing will eventually marry into the Beitang family, even if she's unwilling? Thinking of this, Long Chen furrowed his brows. Lu Lan nodded her head and said, You're right. Do you still remember Beitang Mo? When Beitang Mo heard that young Ling Qing had a mysterious Yin body, he immediately rushed over to the Scarlet Blood sect. Actually, his intentions are very clear. He will quickly raise young Ling Qing and then marry her. What? Long Chen's face became extremely gloomy. Chapter 151. Earth Core Realm. Beitang Mo? In Long Chen's mind, the silhouette of the cold-looking young man appeared. Before this, Long Chen was secretly in awe of Beitang Mo's terrifying strength. However, after hearing Lu Lan's words, Long Chen's heart was filled with murderous intent. As long as Ling Qing is unwilling, no one can force him. Not even you, Beitang Mo. Although this was what he thought, when he thought about it, young Ling Qing was basically powerless. In front of Beitang Mo and the other experts, she had no right to make any decisions. If they tried to force her, she could only endure it silently. In truth, when Lu Lan said those words, Long Chen was extremely anxious in his heart. In fact, he wanted nothing more than to rush into the inner clan right now, and bring young Ling Qing away from that place so that she could live a good life. However, he didn't have the strength to do that right now. I know you're panicking. If it were my sister, I would be anxious as well. However, Long Chen, you must understand that strength is everything to you. In your current state, you won't be able to provide any help to your sister. In fact, you might even be a burden to her. Lu Lan sighed and said helplessly. I originally thought that with Violet Rain and the Thunder Flame Crystal, you would have a chance to enter the inner tribe. As long as you enter the inner tribe, you would have a chance to improve faster. At that time, you would have the right to decide where your sister will go. However, it's a pity that you wasted your chance this time. Therefore, I don't know what to do. I've tried my best this time. As for your future plans, it's up to you. At this moment, Lu Lan's heart was filled with helplessness. Let's go back and prepare. 5 days later, on the 1st of November, the inner tribe selection will be held. At this time, you can only pray that Beitang Mo will treat your sister well and that your sister will fall in love with him. Long Chen took a deep breath and raised his head. Of course, when he raised his head, Lu Lan could see the sharp light in his eyes. She was slightly stunned and thought to herself, under such great pressure, does he still have confidence? Puzzled, she took the lead. Long Chen clenched his fists tightly as he watched Lu Lan leave. His mind was completely elsewhere. Ling Qing, I've said it before. As long as I'm here, no one can force you. Back at the Green Willow residence, Long Chen said to Lu Lan, for the next 5 days, as long as I don't come out, no one is allowed to disturb me. As far as Lu Lan was concerned, Long Chen had given up on Violet Rain's beast soul, so there was little hope for him. When Long Chen said this, she didn't have much of a reaction. She just assumed that Long Chen was making his final struggle. Yes, I will inform the others. I will not disturb you. After saying that, Lu Lan went to busy herself with other things. Originally, Long Chen was in a good mood after obtaining the demon blood essence. However, because of what happened to young Ling Qing, the pressure on him had increased a lot. Long Chen, don't worry. Didn't you give it back to me? I won't let little sister Ling Qing be bullied. When Ling Shi saw Long Chen's cold expression, she hurriedly consoled him when they returned to their residence. I'm fine. Lingxi, you can go and play by yourself. I'm going to refine this blood and break through to the Earth Core realm. Seeing that he was in a bad mood, Lingxi was so anxious that she ran around in circles. Her little face was wrinkled and filled with worry. Don't worry about me. I just want to do something so that they won't look down on me. Seeing this young man walk down the basement with an indifferent expression, Lingxi could feel the strong unwillingness in his voice, as well as his fighting spirit. At this moment, Long Chen sat down on the cushion and took out the demon blood essence. Within this demon blood essence, there's still some blood energy. It's even purer than fresh blood. It's more suitable for refining blood into qi. After continuously refining the blood of a few profound level 4th level demon beasts, Long Chen was actually quite close to breaking through to the Earth Core realm. Now's the time. Opening his mouth, he swallowed the demon blood essence. The originally solid blood essence quickly turned into a clear stream and flowed into Long Chen's body. Refining blood into qi. Under the effect of the heaven-defying divine ability, refining blood into qi, this pure energy was quickly absorbed by Long Chen and filled up the true qi in his dantian. Surrounded by the blood-red lightning and flames, the mortal core that was filled with true qi gradually grew bigger. There really is a huge gap between the mortal core realm and the earth core realm. Although it seems like it's very close, there's actually quite a distance between them. As the saying goes, a horse dies when it's looking at the mountain in front of it. This gap was something that Long Chen wanted to cross. It wasn't easy, but with the demon blood essence, it became much easier. Under the strong devouring of the blood into qi, the demon blood essence's energy was quickly transforming into the blood-red dragon soul true qi. This process continued as time passed. The demon blood essence didn't look big, but the energy it contained was not just a little bit. As Long Chen devoured it, he was getting closer to a critical point. I'm about to break through. Right now, in Long Chen's dantian, outside of the mortal core, was the dragon soul true qi that was compressed to the point of almost being liquid. This dragon soul true qi was like a river, continuously flowing and revolving around the mortal core in the center. According to the books, when a mortal core breaks through to the earth core realm, it will shatter once. All the true qi will circulate in the dragon veins, then it will flow back into the dantian and condense into an even stronger earth core. Right at this moment, under the pressure of so much true qi, the mortal core that had already condensed suddenly shattered. Countless true qi gushed out and rushed towards the 9 dragon veins, as well as the countless tiny meridians in his body. At this moment, Long Chen's skin had completely turned blood red. This shocked Lingxi, who was watching from the outside. Just when she was about to do something, she suddenly remembered that when she broke through to the divine core realm, she also looked like this. Only now did she know that Long Chen was fine. During this process, Long Chen had transformed into a dragon body using the dragon soul transformation. No matter if it was the scales, muscles, bones, organs or meridians, this body was much stronger than before. Right now, Long Chen's body was completely filled with true qi. Now that he had transformed into a dragon body, it would be much more convenient for him to break through to the earth core realm. This dragon body is really strong. It's completely filled with true qi of an earth core warrior, and its nature is 10 times stronger. But for me, I can actually control it completely. Long Chen was very surprised. Breaking through to the earth core realm was the most important part of his mission. Therefore, he paid 120% attention. It's almost time. All the true qi is about to rush into my dantian. Right at this moment, the true qi that had split into countless streams circulated within Long Chen's body, nourishing his muscles and bones. After that, all the true qi converged and rushed towards his dantian. This was the scene of hundreds of rivers converging into the ocean. Wherever Long Chen stood, the dust on the ground was blown away. The blood-red true qi overflowed from the surface of his body like a huge blood cocoon, wrapping around Long Chen. Critical moment. With a loud bang, all the true qi had completely converged into his dantian and started violently colliding with each other. In the process of this collision, the true qi began to rapidly fuse. Basically, every time 100 gaseous true qi collided with each other, it would form a solid true qi. In Long Chen's dantian, the first thing that appeared was the blood nucleus of an earth core. Then, countless amounts of true qi circled around this nucleus, circling around until finally, all of the true qi had completely collided and turned into solid true qi. In Long Chen's dantian, Within the blood-red mist, an earth core the size of a thumb could be vaguely seen. This earth core realm is finally complete. The blood cocoon was broken, and Long Chen stood up. After breaking through, his temperament had undergone a tremendous change. Every action and every gaze was filled with the aura of a strong warrior. The earth core realm is indeed more than 10 times stronger than before. With this amount of true qi, coupled with the Thunderflame battle body and the heaven-burning Devil Yang fist, do I still need to be afraid of Chu Yunqi? After making a rough estimation of their strength, Long Chen smiled. I'm sure I'll give all of you a pleasant surprise in this inner clan selection. It was extremely difficult for Long Chen to break through to the earth core realm. Recently, his cultivation had been advancing by leaps and bounds, and now he finally felt that cultivation was not easy. On the path of cultivation, one must avoid being impatient. Recently, I've been feeling impatient. Looks like I'll have to stabilize myself in order to obtain the final victory. Long Chen. Ling Shi circled around Long Chen a few times as she sized him up, then happily said, "You've already broken through to the earth core realm. I was right, wasn't I? That demon blood essence is really useful." After successfully breaking through to the earth core realm, Long Chen's mood had become much more relaxed. Looking at Ling Xi's excited expression, he knew that she must have been anxiously guarding him. This time, he really made her worry. He felt a little heartache as he looked at Ling Xi and said, "Little Xi, you're really amazing. Looks like I'll have to reward you properly." "How are you going to reward me? Scoundrel, hee hee. How about I repay you with my body? Look at my soft and tender skin, do you like it?" Long Chen teased. "I don't want to, you're an ugly monster, I don't like you," Ling Xi said with her eyes wide open. Long Chen smiled, thinking about the inner clan selection in 5 days. His heart was filled with anticipation. This time, I must succeed, no matter what price I have to pay. I can afford to wait, but Ling Qing can't. But before that, I have one more thing to do. Thinking about this, Long Chen once again sat down in the underground room. "What are you going to do?" Ling Xi asked. Long Chen took out all the thunder flame crystals he had. Ling Xi had snatched 47 from Zhao Tianfeng, and in addition to the one that Long Chen had fused with, he now had a total of 48 thunder flame crystals. Now that he had fused with 30, there were 18 left, and in addition to the 10 he had obtained from the auction, there were a total of 28 thunder flame crystals left. "Little Xi, with so many thunder flame crystals, do you think it'll be enough for me to break through to the second-level thunder flame battle body? Would the second-level thunder flame battle body lose to the golden battle body?" Chapter 152. From the late mortal core realm to the earth core realm, Long Chen's dragon soul qi had become more than 10 times stronger than before. Previously, his dragon soul qi could already suppress 30 thunder flame crystals, and now, the amount would definitely increase. Long Chen didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to reach the second level of the thunder flame combat body after fusing with all 28 thunder flame crystals. In fact, he could vaguely feel that he was about to break through. Fusing with the thunder flame crystals requires a lot of pain. If I didn't have the dragon body and the energy restoring skill, I wouldn't have been able to forcefully endure the extreme pain. Long Chen knew that he was lucky right now. He had the blood refining skill, and he also had many heaven-defying abilities, but he still felt that the path of cultivation was tough and difficult, let alone others. These thunder flame crystals, if nothing goes wrong, will allow you to reach the second level of the thunder flame combat body. But Long Chen, you can't force yourself and take the risk. Ling Xi was still a little worried in her heart. During this period of time, she had actually grown a lot. Number 31. Circulating his true qi, he was naturally able to fuse the thunder flame crystal into his body. The blue flame and lightning energy entered Long Chen's body and triggered the energy of the other thunder flame crystals, crazily destroying Long Chen's body. After the destruction, he was reborn. Under the miraculous effect of the energy restoring skill, Long Chen's rebirth was much faster than others. He realized that the earth core true qi was much easier to fuse with the thunder flame crystals. He didn't need to spend much effort on this thunder flame crystal, and he was able to completely fuse with it. Feeling that there was an obvious improvement in his body, Long Chen secretly let out a sigh of relief. Next one. After fusing with more than 30 thunder flame crystals, Long Chen's body had developed a certain level of resistance towards the thunder flame crystals. In other words, the damage that the thunder flame crystals could do to him was no longer as strong as before, but the body strengthening effect was still there. Fusing with the thunder flame crystals is much easier than before. Long Chen was also a little surprised. As time slowly passed, thunder flame crystal after thunder flame crystal was absorbed into Long Chen's body. The number of thunder flame crystals on the ground in front of him gradually decreased. In the end, the time taken for Long Chen to absorb the thunder flame crystals grew longer and longer. However, the longest time he could take was still not as long as before. The 49th thunder flame crystal. It took me a day to assimilate it. Although a day isn't long, the scene just now was truly terrifying. Thinking of the previous fusion, Long Chen trembled with fear. There were still 9 thunder flame crystals left. Fortunately, Lu Lan brought me those 10 thunder flame crystals. Otherwise, I would still be unable to reach the thunder flame battle body. However, now, Long Chen could feel that he was only a little bit away from reaching the second level of the thunder flame battle physique. The 50th thunder flame crystal should be the key. At this time, Long Chen's heart was very calm. The more important the situation, the more he needed his current state of mind. You seem to be in danger from that one. Long Chen, do you want to absorb another one? Lingxi stood in the middle of the remaining thunder flame crystals. Her body was actually a little smaller than the thunder flame crystals. Of course, she could grow bigger, but it would be very taxing on her spirit power. Taking a deep breath, Long Chen nodded and said, "Success or failure depends on the next one. How could I give up at this time?" Hearing his calm tone, Lingxi felt a little pity in her heart. She knew that Long Chen had been shouldering a little too many things recently. On one hand, it was her own matter. On the other hand, it was Ling Qing's matter. Mo Xiaolong's matter was also stuck in his heart. Many people would not let him have an easy time. It could be said that if he could not pass the inner tribe selection, Long Chen's life would be over. Without any power or backing, Chu Yunxi or Jin Shenzhen could easily eliminate him. Little Shi, step aside. Long Chen picked up the 50th thunder flame crystal and put away the remaining 8. In these 3 days, he had absorbed a total of 19 thunder flame crystals. Compared to before, his efficiency this time was very high. Hopefully, I will be able to settle this thunder flame crystal before the inner tribe selection. If even this one is useless, I will not be able to use the other things for the time being. Long Chen silently said in his heart. Lingxi obediently listened to Long Chen's words and hid at the edge of the basement. Lingxi frowned. Suddenly, she smiled and was secretly delighted. That's right, how could I forget this move? This is a high profound class battle technique. It seems that Long Chen can completely learn it. Of course, Long Chen could not hear what she said in her heart. He was preparing to absorb the last thunder flame crystal. He raised the thunder flame crystal and used his true qi to absorb it into his body. One could see that the thunder flame crystal, which was surrounded by flames and lightning, turned into a ball of liquid under the touch of his true qi. It merged into Long Chen's body. Suddenly, Long Chen frowned. As expected, the attack this time is 10 times more violent than the last time. Moreover, if I can endure it, it should be over very quickly. This time, when the 50th thunder flame crystal entered Long Chen's body, it was like a thunderstorm that rapidly whistled through his body. It quickly swept up all the thunder flame crystals that he had fused with in the past. It was like a tornado that rapidly rotated within Long Chen's body. Wherever it passed, whether it was his bones or muscles, they were all pulverized into powder. It was only the beginning, but Long Chen was already enduring a pain that he had never experienced before. His face instantly twisted, and one could see just how much pain he was enduring. Long Chen. Seeing Long Chen in such a state, Lingxi immediately felt very worried. She was about to step forward when suddenly, a web of lightning intertwined and flames surged towards her. Lingxi hurriedly dodged. This lightning web of flames had exploded from Long Chen's body. At the same time, Long Chen's words also appeared. Don't come near. Long Chen was definitely suffering inhumane torture at this moment, but he stubbornly refused to let anyone come near. This made Lingxi want to cry. On one hand, she was worried about Long Chen. On the other hand, she did not know if she would interrupt Long Chen's absorption. Long Chen, are you okay? Lingxi's small face was a little pale. It was obvious that Long Chen's situation was not good. At this moment, the energy of thunder and lightning had already exploded on Long Chen's body. Boom! Blood-red flames suddenly ignited on his body. Blood-red lightning twirled around his body non-stop. Soon, the two powers had completely enveloped him in a blood-red fireball of lightning. Meanwhile, Lingxi had completely lost contact with Long Chen. How could Lingxi not be anxious when she saw this? She had completely lost her sense of propriety. She paced around the basement anxiously, wondering if she should make a move. If she didn't make a move, Long Chen might very well die. If she made a move, she did not know what to do. Furthermore, she was afraid that this would affect Long Chen. "Trust me, it's fine." Just then, Long Chen's calm voice rang in Lingxi's ears. If Lingxi had tears, they would have been brimming with hot tears when she heard this. "Scoundrel, you only know how to make people worry. If you continue like this, I won't care whether you live or die." Lingxi felt a little lost as she watched the young man who was working hard. Her life had undergone such a huge change. If it hadn't been for Long Chen's appearance, perhaps she would have died long ago and disappeared from this world. At the end of the day, Long Chen was still her savior. After spending so much time with Long Chen, it was impossible for a man and a woman not to feel some strange emotions. "What should I do, mother? Where exactly is my future?" As she stared blankly in the direction of Long Chen, Lingxi suddenly felt her heart empty. This feeling of being suspended in the air made her feel extremely terrified. Just then, the fireball of lightning suddenly exploded and looked like it was about to completely blow up the basement. "Long Chen!" As Lingxi cried out in shock, the exploding fireball and lightning retreated and were finally swallowed by a figure. In Lingxi's eyes, Long Chen's appearance gradually appeared. The current Long Chen had changed a lot compared to when he had just broken through to the Earth Core realm. He was still in his dragon soul transformation state, so his original appearance couldn't be seen. However, just from the faint fireball and lightning flowing in his eyes, and the sharp aura on his body that was like a sharp sword, Lingxi knew that he had most likely succeeded this time. The 50th Thunder Flame Crystal had only been fusing for a short while, but it had also almost taken Long Chen's life. The fusion this time could basically be said to be extremely dangerous, but Long Chen had managed to persevere in the end, because he had faith in his heart. In front of Long Chen, Lingxi was laughing and crying at the same time as she looked at him. "Little girl, looking at this daddy's second-level Thunderflame battle physique, how many times does your heart beat in a quarter of an hour?" Long Chen said with a laugh. "Stinking scoundrel." Lingxi looked at him angrily and bumped into his body a few times. After hurting herself a few times, she complained and suddenly asked sneakily, "Hey, I have a high mystic rank combat skill, do you want to learn it?" "When did you have a high mystic rank combat skill?" Lingxi was a little embarrassed and said, "This was when I was very young. At that time, it was my father who made me learn to play with it. I thought I had long forgotten about it, but just now, I accidentally remembered it." "Did he accidentally recall it?" Long Chen rolled his eyes and said, "Don't talk nonsense, quickly give it to Big Brother." "What Big Brother?" Lingxi rolled her eyes and said proudly, "I'll only give it to you if you call me Big Sister Humph." Chapter 153. There were still 2 days before the inner clan selection. According to Long Chen's previous speed, 2 days was not enough for him to learn an advanced mystic class combat skill. However, Lingxi was the owner of this combat skill. She had practiced it before and had some experience. This time, she taught Long Chen step by step, and with Long Chen's outstanding talent, he finally mastered this skill before the inner clan selection. Advanced Mystic Class Combat Skill, Demonic Spirit Sword Finger. The power of this skill definitely surpassed the sky-burning demon Sun Fist. It was Long Chen's strongest skill, a super killing skill. This was a finger skill and also a sword skill. Long Chen had practiced the 9-wind devil fingers before, and he had seen the Bai family's netherworld heavenly finger. However, these 2 finger skills were much weaker than the demonic spirit sword finger. By fusing a powerful sword technique into a finger technique, even though the might of the technique would be slightly reduced, the explosive power of the technique would not be inferior to that of a finger technique. Although he hadn't used it officially, just by looking at the movement of true qi, Long Chen knew that this demonic spirit sword finger was definitely a top-notch skill. No wonder it was an advanced mystic class combat skill. This was Long Chen's first advanced mystic class combat skill. After completely digesting the demonic spirit sword finger, Lingxi had already returned to the Lingxi sword to practice. As for Long Chen, he walked outside and looked at the bright stars alone. After reaching the Earth Core realm, after I use the Dragon Soul transformation, my true qi is equivalent to the initial Earth Core realm. Even the strongest person in the inner clan selection, Jin Shang-en, is only at the initial Earth Core realm. In terms of true Qi, there is no difference between us. Thinking about this, Long Chen smiled while looking at the starry sky. Level 2 Thunderflame Battle Body is equivalent to an advanced Mystic class combat skill. Will it lose to the Golden Battle Body? Plus, there is the advanced Mystic class Demonic Spirit Sword Finger. Chu Yunxi, Jin Shang-en, if you want to make me kneel down and kill me in the inner clan selection, just you wait. After stretching his body and enjoying the night breeze, Long Chen finally felt a lot more relaxed. This time, my strength has improved greatly. All those who look down on me, I'll definitely make them all drop their jaws. Also, thinking about Lu Lan's graceful body, Long Chen smiled. I wonder if she remembers what she said? As long as I pass the inner clan selection. In the night wind, Long Chen was in high spirits. November 1st. It was a lively day. A rare occasion. The Lingwu family was divided into the inner clan and the outer clan. The outer clan was directly governed by the inner clan and depended on the inner clan. Everyone knew that the true core of power in the Lingwu family was the inner clan. Geniuses from other clans had racked their brains in order to enter the inner clan. The only way to do so was through the inner clan selection battle, and today, the 1st of November, was the day of the inner clan selection battle. This time, among the 20 seeded participants, 2 genius disciples from other clans who could pass the inner clan selection battle would be able to join the Lingwu family, the Eastern Blue Dragon family. On this day, Long Chen walked out of the door early in the morning. There were already a lot of people waiting outside. They were all famous men from the Qingyang Hall, and the leader was obviously the Heavenly Core warrior, Lu Yuan. Next to him were the Earth Core deacons and sect elders, and a few Earth Core disciples. These were the peak strength of the Qingyang Hall. When he first entered the Lingwu family, Long Chen felt that this was a terrifying force. But now, he was welcomed by so many people, and he didn't feel any pressure. This was enough to show how fast he had improved. Although it was difficult for Long Chen to enter the inner clan, being able to qualify for the inner clan selection battle was already the pride of the Qingyang Hall. To be honest, excluding Feng Wutian, who was originally the illegitimate son of someone from the inner clan, Long Chen was the second genius to qualify for the inner clan selection battle. The first was Lu Lan. This was enough to prove Long Chen's talent. There was no hope for him to enter the inner clan, but for now, Lu Yuan was still very satisfied with Long Chen. He secretly looked at Long Chen's energetic face and said with a bright smile, "Long Chen, today is your big day. You will participate in the inner clan selection battle. Among the 10,000 young geniuses from other clans, only 20 are qualified." Seeing that the old man didn't get mad at him, Long Chen knew that Lu Lan didn't tell Lu Yuan about him selling Violet Rain. Because of this, he glanced at Lu Lan. Right now, she was standing beside Lu Yuan. She didn't say anything, she was just a cold beauty that attracted everyone's attention. Feeling Long Chen's gaze on her, she turned her head to look at him. In her eyes, there was still a strong sense of dissatisfaction and disappointment towards Long Chen. It seemed that she still could not let go of the fact that Long Chen had sold the beast soul of the demonic dragon Violet Rain. "Let's go, there's no time to lose. I will bring you to the Green Imperial Hall to meet the Supreme Elder of the Green Tribe." Today was a big day for the Qingyang Hall. Lu Yuan had gained enough face in front of the other elders, so he was naturally beaming with joy. "Take care, Elder. Long Chen, do your best and bring glory to the Qingyang Hall. Even if you can't enter the inner clan, you have to persevere through the first round. Yes, as long as you are smart and try to avoid your opponents, you will still have a chance." This time, only Lu Yuan and Lu Lan were participating in the inner clan selection battle with Long Chen. No wonder Lu Yuan and Lu Lan were dressed up today. Lu Lan even dressed up meticulously. Her hair was tied up in a bun, her eyebrows were elegant, and her eyes were full of emotion. Dressed up so beautifully, is she trying to send me some kind of signal? Long Chen secretly cursed in his heart. After bidding farewell to the rest of the Qingyang Hall, he left the Qingyang Hall under the enthusiastic lead of Lu Yuan. After Long Chen left, the other elders and deacons stopped waving their arms and looked at each other. "Everyone, do you think Long Chen will create a miracle this time?" Thinking of the strength of the other seated participants, they shook their heads and said, "It is already an honor to qualify for the inner clan selection. I only hope that he can maintain this honor and not lose too badly. That way, he will not be in vain. By the way, Long Chen, Have you refined Violet Rain's beast soul? Not long after leaving the Qingyang Hall, Lu Yuan could not help but ask. Long Chen was startled. He glanced at the indifferent Lu Lan and said to Lu Yuan confidently, "Don't worry, elder. How could I disappoint you?" Listening to what Long Chen meant, Long Chen had already refined Violet Rain's beast soul. This way, although Long Chen's chances of participating in the inner clan selection were not high, as long as he performed well, Lu Yuan would be satisfied. Long Chen had blatantly lied to Lu Yuan, which made Lu Lan feel even more shameless. What's the point of lying to my father now? When you can't even use your beast soul transformation under someone else's attack, Long Chen, how embarrassing will that be? Lu Lan could not understand why Long Chen, who had amazed her in the past, could only rely on lies to maintain his halo. Thinking of this, Lu Lan silently walked in front with a cold smile on her face. If that's the case, does this mean that you have already mastered it? Long Chen, why don't you use your beast soul transformation once and let me admire Violet Rain's beast soul transformation? Long Chen smiled awkwardly and said, "Elder, there's no need for that. This Violet Rain beast soul was completely given to me by you. I believe that if I use it during the inner clan selection and defeat my opponent, you will be even more successful." Long Chen was now a treasure in Lu Yuan's heart. Since Long Chen had said so, although Lu Yuan was curious, he could not lose the demeanor of a senior elder. Hence, he waved his hand and said, "As you wish." "Thank you, elder." Lu Lan, who was walking in front, was speechless when she heard this. She had wanted to turn around and scold Long Chen. However, on second thought, she felt that there was no need to do so. Since he is such a person, I will let him fend for himself. Why should I care about him? Lu Lan shook her head and maintained her cold demeanor. Behind her, Long Chen watched her as she walked. How could he not know what she was thinking? "When the time comes, I will give you a surprise. You brainless woman. How dare you use me as a shield? If I don't teach you a lesson, how would it be my style?" Thinking of this, Long Chen secretly smiled. After which he asked Lu Yuan beside him, "Grand Elder, may I know what this Qiqian path is? I was about to tell you about the inner clan selection, but you asked first. Don't be impatient, listen to me." Lu Yuan cleared his throat and said, "This inner clan selection is no different from the previous ones. There are 2 stages in the inner clan selection. They are the Qiqian Road and the Life and Death Cave." Qiqian Road, Life and Death Cave? Yes, the location of the inner clan selection is not in Lingwu City, nor is it in the Sky Martial Realm. It is to the west of Yuanling City, at the border of Yuanling County, in a mountain range called the Nine Demon Mountain. To be more precise, it is the Life and Death Demon Mountain of the Nine Demon Mountain. So it is not in Yuanling City? Long Chen was shocked. The scale of the inner clan selection was not ordinary. The location was actually at the border of Yuanling County, in the Nine Demon Mountain. The Life and Death Demon Mountain is 10,000 meters tall. It is vast and boundless, connecting the sky and the clouds. At the peak, there are countless demon caves. They are called the Life and Death Cave. It is a cruel training ground for life and death. Not only are there ferocious beasts, but the terrain is also extremely dangerous. That is why the inner clan selection is held here. A mountain of 10,000 meters. Long Chen had never heard of it. Now that he heard about it, it could be seen how big the Lingwu family was. Just for the inner clan selection, they had to go to such a terrifying place just from its name alone. Now, I will explain the Qiqian Road and the Life and Death Cave in detail. First, the Qiqian Road. Lu Yuan's expression was solemn. He was so serious because he wanted Long Chen to treat the inner clan selection seriously. Chapter 154. If he had known that there were so many rules in the selection, Long Chen felt that he should have asked Lu Yuan earlier so that he could be more prepared. The reason why Lu Yuan hadn't told him about the rules in the past few days was probably because he didn't want anyone to disturb him before the dragon went into seclusion. However, as long as one had the strength, they would be able to deal with a myriad of changes. Hence, Long Chen wasn't worried. Long Chen, you've participated in the selection before. Actually, there isn't much difference between the inner and outer selection. It's just that the form is a lot stronger. The Qiqian path is a path that leads up the Life and Death Devil Mountain. It's basically a path that leads to the heavens. On the Qiqian path, not only are the terrain treacherous, demonic beasts are rampant, poisonous insects are everywhere, and there are also opponents who will try to kill you. It's extremely dangerous. Furthermore, the weather on the Nine Demon Mountain is extremely bad. From time to time, there will be torrential storms, lightning, and thunder. Hence, you must be extremely careful on the Qitian path. After saying that, Lu Yuan rested for a while before continuing. When you enter the Qitian road, you will first be divided into 10 groups, with 2 people in each group. Before entering the Qitian road, you will be given 2 items. The first one is the signal fireworks. I'm sure you understand that if you encounter a danger you can't resist, or if you're forced into a dead end by the other party, you can use the signal fireworks. In the inner clan, there are specialized people nearby who mainly release the signal fireworks. Basically, it can save your life. However, as long as you use the signal fireworks, it's equivalent to you withdrawing from the inner clan selection. Hence, Long Chen, don't use it unless you have no other choice. Of course, if you really can't hold on, then use it. As long as you use it, you'll definitely be able to save your life. After using the signal fireworks, what if the others still don't let me go and want to kill me as soon as possible? Long Chen asked. That's impossible. Lu Yuan laughed. The others know the rules better than you. If they still dare to make a move after using the signal fireworks, as long as the inner clan finds out, they'll definitely kill them on the spot. Don't think that you'll be lucky. There's nothing the inner clan doesn't know. Thinking about how strong the inner clan was, Lu Yuan couldn't help but sigh. After memorizing the signal fireworks, Long Chen continued to ask, Senior Elder, what is the second thing you mentioned? The second item is called the Jade Crystal Bracelet. It is a strange item that is incomparably hard. Even I am unable to break it. As long as you wear it, it will be able to sense your body's condition. If you are seriously injured, it will automatically fall off and be taken by others. Your battle on the Qitian Road is actually a battle for the Jade Crystal Bracelets. Each of you will be given a Jade Crystal Bracelet. There are a total of 20 Jade Crystal Bracelets. Whoever can get more bracelets will have a higher chance of passing the first stage. There are 2 criteria for the assessment of the winding path. One is to complete the winding path within a day and reach the Cave of Life and Death. 2. The 4 groups with the most Jade Crystal Bracelets in their hands at the same time that everyone has completed the first requirement will be able to qualify for the second stage of the winding path. Of course, there is another very important requirement, and that is, if one of the members of a team does not reach the Life and Death Cave, then that team will also lose the chance to continue participating. Long Chen easily understood this rule. Under the premise that they had to finish the Qitian path in one day, the 4 teams that obtained the most bracelets would be qualified to join the next round. The other 6 teams would be eliminated. There was another condition. If a person obtained the most bracelets, but his teammates disappeared, died, or quit, then he would also lose the right to join the second round. The first round of the inner clan selection did not only test one's combat strength, but also one's adaptability to the terrain, fighting alongside others, teamwork, and temperament. To be able to come up with such a testing method, Long Chen was quite impressed. Long Chen, there's something I need to make clear to you. At this point, Lu Yuan's face was serious, but there was also a hint of helplessness in it. Senior Elder, please speak. In this Qitian path, any 2 people can form a team freely. In this inner clan selection, other than the gold and silver clans, the other clans have 2 people, so they can form a team. However, this time, the gold clan has 3 people, and 2 of them are twins, so they form a team. The remaining strongest, Jin Shang-en, seems to be in the same team as Chu Yunqi, who he has a good relationship with. This time, Yu and Chu Yunqi fell out. It's really. Falling out with Chu Yunqi was Lu Lan's fault. Lu Yuan knew that in this matter, Long Chen was completely innocent, so he felt a little apologetic towards Long Chen. In short, I estimate that you'll form a team with a genius from the Silver Clan. There are a total of 3 geniuses from the Silver Clan. One of them also obtained the right to participate, and her name is Yin Mengyao. The other 2 are a couple. If nothing unexpected happens, Yin Mengyao will be in the same team as you. But Long Chen, there are some things that you need to understand. Yin Mengyao obtained the right to participate directly, so she must be a proud and arrogant person. In the Qitian path, a weak teammate might be a huge hindrance to her. Senior Elder, are you saying that she'll look down on me? I don't know, but she will probably protest. Long Chen, if she loses face, you must endure it. Endure it for a while, and as long as you endure it until you enter the Qitian path, she will definitely think of ways to protect you. Otherwise, she won't be able to pass the Qitian path. Long Chen completely understood Lu Yuan's meaning. In other words, even if I'm despised on the spot, I'll still have to pretend to be weak and shamelessly beg for her protection once I enter the Qitian path? Long Chen thought to himself, I wonder if this Yin Meng Yao is such a person. If that's the case, I'll definitely make you suffer a little. To think that you're actually being despised by her. If little she were to see this, wouldn't she laugh at me? With regards to the Qitian path, Long Chen had more or less learned about it. Overall, he was still very much looking forward to it. Senior Elder, I've more or less understood the Qitian path. What about the life and death cave? Do you still remember the second round of the outer clan selection? Long Chen nodded. Of course I do. That was an arena battle. This life and death cave is actually a strengthened arena battle. At the peak of the life and death demon mountain, there are several life and death caves of various sizes. The environment in these caves is extremely harsh and dangerous. There are many unknown dangers, but I'm not sure about the specifics. I'm sure the Great Elder will tell you. For the Life and Death Devil Cave, the original team of 2 will be split into 2 groups of 4. There will be 2 spots for the inner clan selection. Every 4 people will compete for 1 spot, and the first place will be decided. In other words, if you're lucky enough to become one of the 8, you'll have to fight 2 consecutive life and death battles. Only by winning both battles will you be able to enter the inner clan. 2 life and death battles. You'll have to enter the same life and death cave with your opponent. You'll have to fight in this extremely dangerous life and death cave until the victor is decided. During the battle, not only will you have to face your opponent, you'll also have to face the unknown dangers. It's basically impossible to win in the end. To become one of the last 2 out of the 20 people, one could imagine the difficulty of this. After hearing the horrifying rules, Long Chen finally understood that they didn't have high hopes for him. This was a normal thing. First, I'll have to rush through the dangerous life and death path while fighting with my opponent to obtain enough jade crystal bracelets. At the same time, I'll have to ensure the safety of my teammates. This way, if a team doesn't have 4 or more jade crystal bracelets, it'll be very difficult to obtain the final qualification. After that, I'll have to enter the life and death cave with my opponent and fight 2 consecutive life and death battles. If I win both battles, I'll be able to obtain the right to enter the inner clan selection. If it was the me from 5 days ago, I wouldn't have stood a chance. But this time, Long Chen's strength had taken a huge leap. Whether it was in terms of cultivation level or body refining techniques, he was much stronger than before. This way, I, Long Chen, will definitely surprise all of you. Long Chen clenched his fist and smiled faintly. Seeing Long Chen's confident smile, Lu Yuan was startled. He thought that Long Chen was just trying to comfort him. He shook his head helplessly and said, Long Chen, don't be discouraged. You grew up in a small place like Baiyang Town. Now that you've come to the Lingwu family, your potential has just started to be unearthed. You still have a lot of room for improvement. Even if you can't enter the inner clan, it doesn't matter. Even if you're in the outer clan, with your talent, you'll still be able to shine. It's not like you won't have a chance to enter the inner clan in the future. Long Chen listened and walked in silence, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Lu Lan kept walking in front and didn't look back even once. Looking at her back, Long Chen knew that he would make her turn back and look at him with the same shocked eyes as before. The Supreme Elder of the Azure Clan was a senior elder of the previous generation of the Azure Emperor Hall. He was born in the Azure Emperor Hall, so he naturally took good care of the Azure Emperor Hall. Even the Supreme Elder's residence was in the Azure Emperor Hall. Long Chen had just learned from Lu Yuan that the Grand Elder's name was Chu Tianxiong, and he was Chu Fengqing's uncle. He could be considered to be related to Chu Yunqi and Chu Yunyao, so he must have treated them as his real grandsons. After about an hour, Long Chen arrived outside the Azure Emperor Hall. Just as he approached the Supreme Elder's palace, the gatekeeper asked sternly, "What are you guys doing here?" Lu Yuan was a hallmaster, but he was actually scolded by the gatekeeper. He immediately felt humiliated and said coldly, "I am Elder Lu Yuan of the Azure Sun Hall. This time, I brought my disciple, Long Chen, to participate in the inner clan selection." "So it's you guys?" The gatekeeper sneered and said, "The Supreme Elder said that you guys were late and delayed. It's against the rules, so they've already left." When Long Chen heard this, his blood rushed to his head and he scolded, "This son of a bitch, I came here early in the morning, but he rolled away first. And I said it was a delay? Did he travel in the middle of the night? Chapter 155. Long Chen never thought that he would be tricked like this again. Long Chen knew that the time to participate in the inner clan selection should be noon. Long Chen had rushed over early in the morning, and there was still a long time before noon. The Grand Elder, Chu Yunxi, and the others had already left. What did this mean? It meant that they didn't put Lu Yuan and Long Chen in their eyes at all. It meant that they were just toying with Long Chen. Being looked down upon like this, Long Chen was so angry that he started laughing. Lu Yuan was also feeling extremely displeased in his heart. Although his opponent was a supreme elder, he was also a grand elder. As a grand elder, he was actually being looked down upon in such a manner. If this matter were to spread, Lu Yuan's face would be completely lost. Right now, his face had turned green. He didn't stop Long Chen from scolding Long Chen, but he was secretly pleased. The anger in his body had lessened after being scolded by Long Chen. In the end, Long Chen was the first person who dared to call Chu Tianxiong a son of a bitch. When the two guards heard this, their faces immediately turned red, and they scolded in a stern voice. "Good boy, you dare to insult the Supreme Elder. You have no respect for the law and have already committed a capital crime. Let's capture him now and wait for the Supreme Elder to come back and deal with him." After saying that, they actually attacked and tried to grab Long Chen. "You've just broken through to the Earth Core realm, you're just a guard dog. How dare you touch your father?" Long Chen sneered and charged towards them. When the guard made his move, Lu Yuan and Lu Lan were shocked. Long Chen was going to participate in the inner family selection, so they couldn't let him get hurt by these guard dogs. When they were about to stop them, Long Chen had already rushed past them. "Boy, you're courting death." Seeing that Long Chen's movements were even faster than before, they were furious and threw out a punch. An Earth Core warrior's punch was indeed extraordinary. With 2 consecutive punches, they had forced Long Chen to a dead end. "I heard that this guy is only at the Mortal Core realm. He's just a Mortal Core warrior, and he wants to participate in the inner clan selection? He's looking for death. Today, my brother will defeat him here and become famous." Thinking of this, the 2 gatekeepers used all their strength. "You want to kill me?" Long Chen sneered and raised his hand. With a whoosh, he turned into a phantom and rushed forward. "What? So fast?" The 2 gatekeepers were shocked. They couldn't grasp Long Chen's speed at all. In the next moment, 2 slaps landed on their faces. Instantly, a blood-curdling screech rang out as teeth flew out along with blood. The 2 of them crashed to the ground and screamed in pain. However, Long Chen did not stop. He rushed forward and ruthlessly kicked the 2 men's faces. On top of the bloody handprints on their faces, a huge footprint was added. After suffering such heavy blows from Long Chen, the 2 men's faces were completely disfigured. Right now, they didn't even have the strength to resist. Their faces were covered in blood, and they could only scream in pain while rolling on the ground. In their hearts, they had already regretted their actions 1,000,000 times. This Long Chen is not a soft persimmon they said he was. Heavens, he's so cruel. We brothers are completely screwed this time. While they were screaming in pain, they had already cursed the person who told them the news 1,000,000 times. "Long Chen, you." When Lu Yuan saw that Long Chen had successfully taught them a lesson, he was shocked. After all, both of them were Earth Core warriors. Although they were sent to guard the gate because they had no potential, their realms were still higher than Long Chen's. The fact that Long Chen could defeat him so easily shocked Lu Yuan. As for Lu Lan, when she saw how easily Long Chen defeated him, her eyes were filled with shock as she looked at him. Looks like he has been cultivating hard these past few days, and he has made some progress. However, when Long Chen attacked again and made them lose their ability to fight, both Lu Yuan and Lu Lan felt depressed. No matter what, these 2 men were the great elder's men. Long Chen's cruel actions were a bit too much. "Long Chen, stop," Lu Lan said faintly. Long Chen kicked the 2 men away for the last time and said in a loud voice, "You 2 guard dogs, don't forget your identities. No matter where you are just guard dogs. The person standing in front of you is the elder of the Qingyang Hall. What right do you have to be disrespectful to him? Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of the elder, so you will remember it. You better watch out." Long Chen used Lu Yuan's name to push the responsibility of beating the 2 men away. After beating up these 2 people, Long Chen felt much better in his heart. When he looked at Lu Yuan and Lu Lan, he realized that they were looking at him helplessly. Long Chen, you are really impulsive this time. Lu Yuan was about to teach Long Chen a lesson and apologize to the two men, but Long Chen interrupted him and said, Elder, they have already left. What do you want to do? We can't just not go, right? This was the most important issue. Lu Yuan's thoughts had been picked on by Long Chen, so he temporarily put aside the matter of Long Chen beating up the two men. He frowned and said, the great elder's actions are indeed a bit too much. However, Long Chen, you are the pride of the Qingyang Hall. It wasn't easy for you to obtain a spot in the inner clan selection, so there is no reason for you not to go. I know the location of the 9-demon mountain. Let's return to the Qingyang Hall now and ride the wind-splitting divine rock to the 9-demon mountain. In that case, there is no time to lose. Let's go back now. To be honest, Long Chen was also very annoyed at being played like this. However, he sneered in his heart. No matter who you are, I will make you pay for playing me like this. Long Chen had actually been thrown into the Green Clan by the Great Elder for being late to participate in the inner clan selection. If word of this got out, Long Chen would become a joke. If he didn't perform well in the inner clan selection, he would become a joke that would go down in history. Since they had already decided to go back, the three of them didn't waste any more time. Lu Yuan was still a little worried that Long Chen had injured the Great Elder's men. However, time was of the essence, and he didn't have enough time. Long Chen, it's not that I want to criticize you, but being so impulsive won't do you any good in the future. Elder, I understand. I won't do it again. Long Chen behaved like an obedient child. In fact, he wasn't being impulsive. This was just the beginning of his plan to amaze the world with a brilliant feat. It feels weird to hear you call me Elder. If you don't mind, you can call me Uncle Lu. Lu Yuan stroked his beard as he looked at Long Chen. Why would I mind? How would I not know how Uncle Lu treats Long Chen? Long Chen is aware of it. Although this old man had a small influence, he was still a good person. As long as he wasn't Long Chen's enemy, since he had lowered his status and allowed Long Chen to call him uncle, Long Chen naturally wouldn't let him lose face. Calling me uncle in exchange for a 6th-grade mystic-ranked beast soul. That's a pretty good deal. Long Chen was secretly pleased. This time, Lu Yuan and Long Chen rushed ahead while Lu Lan followed behind. This time, she didn't walk with her head lowered. Instead, she occasionally raised her head to look at Long Chen's figure. Her eyes were filled with doubt. He sold Violet Rain's beast soul, but from what I saw just now, why does it seem like his strength has increased significantly? To her, Long Chen had always been full of miracles. This time, Long Chen was facing unprecedented pressure. Who knew if he would create another miracle this time? Although Lu Lan knew that it would be extremely difficult, she was still looking forward to the inner tribe selection. Very soon, the three of them returned to the Qingyang Hall. Ignoring the strange looks from the others, Lu Yuan summoned the most majestic wind-splitting divine rock without a word. The three of them mounted the divine rock, which suddenly flapped its wings and flew towards the west. This time, it was a new beginning. Only the people of Qingyang Hall were left looking at each other. From Yuanling City to 9-Demon Mountain, even with the wind-splitting divine rock speed, it will still take a day. It's morning now. I estimate that we can reach 9-Demon Mountain before nightfall. Sitting at the front of the wind-splitting divine rock, Lu Yuan used his vital qi to separate the hurricane and wrapped his body firmly on the wind-splitting divine rock's body. Originally, the Great Elder had a mystic-level demonic beast as a means of transportation. It would only take half a day to reach 9-Demon Mountain. But this time, the Great Elder is so biased. It's really beneath his status. However, he insisted that we were late, so we couldn't do anything about it. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan's face darkened. Looking at her father's expression, Lu Lan felt her heart ache. Among the 8 founding elders of Qingyang Hall, Lu Yuan was basically the weakest. The main reason why he could stay in the Lingwu family for so long was because of his aloof character. However, being aloof also meant being bullied. Anyway, for as long as Lu Lan could remember, Lu Yuan had been bullied several times. Uncle Lu, Long Chen suddenly said. What's the matter? Long Chen smiled faintly and said, you don't have to think too much about this. When we reach 9-Demon Mountain, I won't let you down. Honor and respect had to be earned with one's own hands. Who was the Grand Elder? In the future, He might even have to follow behind me. Long Chen, shut up. Lu Yuan's expression was slightly angry. Remember, when we reach 9 Demon Mountain, you can't say such disgraceful things. I, Lu Yuan, can't protect you. Long Chen smiled and didn't comment. He simply closed his eyes and rested. Lu Yuan shook his head at Long Chen's arrogance. He didn't know whether it was right or wrong to let Long Chen participate in the inner clan selection. Lu Lan had been watching their conversation. When she heard Long Chen's arrogant words, she initially laughed coldly in her heart. Her face was full of mockery. However, when she saw that Long Chen didn't argue and only calmly closed his eyes to rest, her heart started to waver. He's so confident. Could it be that he's confident? While she was in doubt, the sun rose from the east to the west. In the west of Yuanling County, the sky was filled with dark clouds. The legendary 9 Demon Mountain was a tragic sight. Chapter 156. Long Chen, it seems like you guys are unlucky this time. You've encountered bad weather in the 9 Demon Mountain. Lu Yuan frowned as he looked at the dark and desolate mountain range that was shrouded in dark clouds from afar. His expression was a little worried. Long Chen looked in the direction of the legendary 9 Demon Mountain and saw black clouds everywhere. Bolts of lightning danced through the clouds. Occasionally, a muffled sound of thunder could be heard, like the low growls of beasts. In the middle of the clouds, there were 9 claw-like peaks that pierced through the clouds. A cold and gloomy aura blew over. This is the 9 Demon Mountain? The 9 Demon Mountains? Long Chen was speechless. I'm afraid it's going to rain. The rain in the 9 Demon Mountain must be majestic and accompanied by crazy lightning. I'm afraid the difficulty of your selection has increased by a lot. Long Chen's strength was not as good as the others. In addition to such a harsh environment, Lu Yuan thought that it was going to be a disaster. Uncle Lu, don't worry. I'm not the only one who has trouble in such a harsh environment. Maybe I'll be able to adapt to it. Long Chen said with a smile. Seeing Long Chen's optimism, Lu Yuan shook his head helplessly. When they arrived at the 9 Demon Mountain, the wind-splitting divine rock did not dare to move forward. Finally, when they were close to the Life and Death Demon Mountain, it landed on the ground and shrunk its neck, not daring to move. Long Chen and the other two jumped down from the wind-splitting divine rock's back. The 9 Demon Mountain is cold and dark. The wind-splitting divine rock is not used to this kind of environment. Forget it. It's not far from the 9 Demon Mountain. We'll just walk there. It's getting dark now. We should reach the 9 Demon Mountain before nightfall. The 9 Demons Mountain Villa was the stronghold of the Lingwu clan in the 9 Demons Mountain. The inner clan of the Lingwu clan basically chose to hold the inner clan selection in the 9 Demons Mountain. Therefore, they decided to build a stronghold here. The inner clan selection is tomorrow. I think it's about time to split up. Long Chen let's hurry up. After taking care of the wind-splitting divine rock, Lu Yuan brought Long Chen and Lu Lan to the 9 Demons Villa. The Devil Mountain was a vast mountain range, and the 9 Devil Mountain was the tallest of them all. Right now, Long Chen and the others were already within the boundaries of the Devil Mountain. In Demon Mountain, the ground and trees were dyed a faint black. Some of the withered trees were in strange shapes, looking a little strange. Long Chen walked around and found that it was very quiet. Don't look down on the dead trees here. The 9 Demons Mountain is filled with dense forests. Basically, if you were to rush forward, the ground would be filled with tree roots. There's basically no place for you to step on. If you were to fight in such a terrain, it would definitely affect you greatly. Every time he thought of this, Lu Yuan felt very uncertain. On one hand, he was very appreciative of the young Long Chen. On the other hand, the Qingyang Hall had given Long Chen a lot of training. If Long Chen died young and died here, Lu Yuan would definitely feel very uncomfortable. Remember, Long Chen, if there's any danger, don't worry about whether your teammates will be disqualified or not. Just use the signal fireworks. That way you won't die. Lu Yuan's attitude was sincere and serious, so Long Chen could only nod and agree. On the way to the 9 Demons Villa, Long Chen tilted his head and looked at Lu Lan. Today, she was dressed especially seductively. Her pink skin and devilish curves made people want to go up and take a bite. Seeing that Long Chen didn't have the slightest bit of worry in his eyes, Lu Lan felt that he was somewhat hopeless. She said coldly, "Don't be so sloppy. It's best if you listen to my father." The inner clan selection cannot be treated as a child's play. Otherwise, if you die, the Qingyang Hall will suffer a loss. Just watch and you'll know. Long Chen's expression was indifferent. He glanced at Lu Lan's figure and said, "You're dressed very differently today. Don't tell me you've already made preparations?" "What preparations?" Lu Lan was a little confused. She could see that there was something wrong with the kid's expression. She had been smart since she was young, so she quickly recalled what she had said. As long as Long Chen entered the inner clan, she could let Long Chen do whatever he wanted. "You want to enter the inner clan and possess me with your current strength?" Lu Lan sneered in her heart. This kind of Long Chen made her somewhat look down on him. Being humble and honest is the most important thing in life. I suddenly feel that you don't have these two qualities. That's why you'll always be at the bottom. Lu Lan said coldly, then walked past Long Chen and walked to the front. The corner of Long Chen's mouth curled up into a smile. "Is that so? But why should I be humble?" Lu Yuan didn't really understand what Long Chen and Lu Lan were talking about. However, when he saw that the two of them seemed to be arguing with each other, he silently thought, why does Lan seem to be arguing with Long Chen? She's already an adult. Why would she say such things out of anger? Could it be that she really has some feelings for Long Chen? Lu Yuan was an experienced person, so he immediately saw the clues. However, he first buried this matter in his heart. After all, this matter was rather difficult to handle. If they really had feelings for each other, it would naturally be a good thing. However, that would also require Long Chen to come back alive. With Long Chen's temper, it would be difficult for him to come back alive. At this moment, they were almost at the Nine Demons Mountain Village. The Nine Demons Manor is right in front of us. Both of you remember, don't say a single word about what happened in front of the Grand Elder's door. Also, don't talk back to him, especially you, Long Chen. Lu Yuan looked at Long Chen with a serious expression and said, although they have gone too far, after all, they have a high status, and they are very strong. After all, they are at the late heavenly core realm. That's why we have to tolerate them, and we have to obey whatever they say. But, if you keep talking nonsense because you're unhappy, then you deserve to die. Hearing Lu Yuan's serious warning, Long Chen could only nod his head. That old man? He's trying to humiliate me. Although Lu Yuan has emphasized it, everything can be changed. Pushing aside some bushes, in a valley in front of them, a huge building appeared. The size of this building was a few times bigger than the Green Willow residence. There were only about 40 people participating in the inner clan selection, but they had such a huge place to transfer to. This showed how generous the Lingwu family was. The Nine Demons Manor was completely dark. In order to not be too eye-catching, the main color of this building was black. Now that the night was approaching, many lanterns had been lit up. The red lanterns in the dark pavilion looked like countless ferocious beasts hiding in the dark, and the lanterns were their eyes. Let's go in. Looking at the current situation, it seemed like everyone who was supposed to be here had arrived. Lu Yuan took a deep breath. Then he brought Long Chen and Lu Lan towards the Nine Demons Manor. Not long after, a few warriors in black armor surrounded them. All of these warriors were at the Earth Core realm, and they were all extraordinary warriors. Furthermore, they all had a strong blood energy coming from their bodies. It seemed like they had killed many people. This is the Nine Demons Manor of the Lingwu family in Yuanling County. Who are you? Tell me your name, or you will be executed. A cold voice came out from these people's mouths. I'm Lu Yuan, the founding elder of the Green Clan's Qingyang Hall. I'm here to lead the disciples of my clan to participate in the inner clan selection. Lu Yuan said with a loud voice. He purposely raised his voice in order to attract the attention of the people in the Nine Demons Manor. As long as they were in public, it would be much easier. Inner clan selection? Bullshit. All the people participating in the inner clan selection will be led by the great elders. Even if you're a founding elder, who do you think you are? I think you're here to cause trouble. Brothers, take him down. These black armors didn't listen to reason at all. Although Lu Yuan kept explaining, they didn't stop. A total of 10 Earth Core warriors attacked in an instant. Bastard! Lu Yuan squinted his eyes. He was really angry now. In a situation like this, no matter how good a person was, he would still get angry. Although he was a Heavenly Core warrior, there was a huge difference between the Heavenly Core realm and the Earth Core realm. Even 10 Earth Core warriors wouldn't be his match. The reason why he didn't attack was because if he did, it would be hard to predict what would happen next. There were people from the inner clan in the Nine Demons Manor, and if he didn't handle this well and was framed again, he could easily lose his life. Right at this moment, Lu Yuan's loud voice was effective. Stop. Right at this moment, an old but powerful voice sounded out. A few Earth Core warriors were about to attack, but at this moment, they realized that their legs had lost all their strength and fell to the ground. An old man who was more than 2 meters tall and was wearing a purple robe appeared at the entrance of the Nine Demons Villa. He forced back the black armored guards and sized up Lu Yuan. Then he said in a loud and clear voice, "Sure enough, it's that brat Lu Yuan. I can verify their identities. Let them in." Hearing the old man's words, the black armors didn't dare say anything else. They just silently backed off and disappeared into the forest. Looking at the tall old man, Lu Yuan was pleasantly surprised. He said respectfully, "So it's the great elder of the purple family, Senior Gu Batian. I never thought that senior would still remember me. I have a good memory. Speaking of which, it's been 4 to 5 years since I last saw you. I never thought that you would still be in such a sorry state. Even a small fry like this dares to bully you." The great elder of the purple family spoke without hesitation. His voice was loud and clear. "Senior Gu Batian, please don't laugh at me." Lu Yuan blushed with shame. After he finished speaking, he hurriedly introduced the old man to Gu Batian. "Senior, this is my daughter, Lu Lan. She also participated in the inner clan selection last time, but it's a pity that her skills weren't as good as others. This is my Qingyang Hall's disciple, Long Chen. He's here to participate in the inner clan selection. You too." With Lu Yuan's reminder, Long Chen and Lu Lan looked at each other and hurriedly bowed. Although this great elder of the purple family had a rough appearance, he was easy to talk to. If Chu Tianxiong ignored them or even bullied them, they could let Gu Batian be the judge. This was a good thing. Chapter 157. I've seen your daughter before. She's so pretty and delicate, and she's still so attractive. She's a good girl. As for this Long Chen, Gu Batian glanced at Long Chen, then he smiled and said, He's not bad. I've heard that you've defeated an Earth Core inner disciple. I'm looking forward to seeing your performance in the inner disciple selection." Long Chen knew, and Gu Batian could sense that Long Chen had already broken through to the Earth Core realm. Gu Batian seemed to have a lot of confidence in Long Chen, and this confused Lu Yuan and Lu Lan. But they just thought that Gu Batian was just being polite, so they didn't think too much about it. "Since you're here, let's go in." Gu Batian waved his hand, and Lu Yuan quickly followed. Although he wasn't young anymore, he was at least 20 years younger than Gu Batian, so he didn't dare to put on airs in front of Gu Batian. Following Gu Batian, they walked into the Nine Devil Villa's meeting hall. Now, everyone is waiting for the inner disciples to show up. I'm curious, why is there only one disciple from the Green Clan? I just came out for a breath of fresh air, and I heard you shouting outside. Tell me, what's going on? Gu Batian said lightly. Lu Yuan had a bitter expression on his face. This is all my fault. I was going to bring Long Chen to the Grand Elder's place, but we were delayed. The Grand Elder left first, so the 3 of us had to come here on our own. That's why we're a bit late. Gu Batian laughed when he heard this. What bullshit are you talking about? With that old man Chu Tianxiong's narrow-minded mind, he must have seen that his grandson's little genius is having a conflict with Long Chen, so he set a trap for you. When I arrived in the afternoon, that old man was already here. I think he left before the sun came up. Using this trick at his age, this old man is really disgusting. Gu Batian scolded Chu Tianxiong from the beginning to the end. Long Chen was secretly pleased when he heard this, and Lu Yuan and Lu Lan were also looking at each other. Gu Batian wasn't an idiot. When he saw that the Green family was missing a man, and then he remembered the rumor about the mortal core young genius from the Green family, he could roughly guess what had happened. The meeting hall was the largest building in the Nine Devils Villa. It was also the place where the inner clans gathered for the selection. Now, the 9 clans were already seated according to their seats. They were just waiting for the inner clans to appear. Then, they could start discussing the relevant matters. The tables in front of each seat were filled with delicacies. While the group was chatting happily, unexpectedly, Gu Batian, who had just gone out, actually brought back 3 people at this time. Most of the people present did not recognize these 3 people.
In this group of people, the older ones were considered the elites of the older generation, while the younger ones were considered the elites of the younger generation.
This lineup was still very large. Long Chen suddenly stood in such a position where everyone was looking at him, but he didn't have any fear.
Sweeping his gaze over the crowd, he recognized the young geniuses at a glance. Just as he had expected, all of them were at the early Earth core realm, and none of them were older than 20 years old.
A few of them were not any weaker than Xueqi, and Jin Shenzhen was also here. The seats were arranged according to gold, silver, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. That was why Long Chen easily found the Green family's seat. In the Green family's seat, there were 4 people who were looking at him in astonishment. Their faces were cold. Of these 4 people, there was naturally Chu Fengqing, his son and daughter, Chu Yunxi and Chu Yunyao.
As for the one at the front, he was thin and small, but his eyes were filled with a piercing light. He wore a green robe, and his entire body was as sharp as a sword, causing Long Chen to not dare to look him in the eye.
This person is the great elder of the Green family, Chu Tianxiong. He is indeed terrifying. Long Chen was a little scared, but it didn't mean that he was afraid of him. Although they had never met before, Chu Tianxiong had already humiliated him once. Beside Chu Tianxiong, Chu Yunxi saw Long Chen and Lu Lan appear. His eyes were filled with resentment, and his sister Chu Yunyao was the same. Just as Long Chen and the other 2 were brought in, Gu Batian said with a smile, "Old Chu, I only went out to pee, and I brought back another genius from your family. Come, Long Chen, return to your seat in the family and let your great elder take good care of you." Gu Batian said and directly brought Long Chen and the other 2 to the Green family. There were enough seats prepared here, so they could barely sit down. However, seeing that Long Chen's Lu Lan was beside them, Chu Yunxi and Chu Yunyao's faces turned ashen. They quickly moved to the side. "Why are you moving? Do you think I'm smelly? Old Chu, your grandson is too outrageous. Come, sit properly for me. Don't move."
Gu Batian pretended to be very angry.
Chu Yunxi and Chu Yunyao were so scared that they didn't dare to move. They looked to Chu Tianxiong for help. Chu Tianxiong looked at Gu Batian indifferently and said, "Sit down. Why are you moving around?" "That's right. All right, this old man won't disturb you anymore." After settling the matters here and settling Long Chen and the others, Gu Batian smiled at Chu Tianxiong and returned to the Purple family. From the looks of it, Gu Batian and Chu Tianxiong should be the kind of lifelong enemy. Even the inner race selection this time was likely to be a confrontation. On the Purple family side, besides people like Chu Fengqing, there were 2 other young men. One of them didn't feel much different from Chu Yunxi. These 2 men were probably the genius martial artists of the Purple family, who would be participating in the inner race selection. At this time, they were looking at the newcomer, Long Chen, with great interest. When Gu Batian returned to the Purple family side, the assembly hall returned to silence. Everyone's gazes uniformly fell on Long Chen. They began to discuss in low voices. What they were discussing was the triangle relationship between Long Chen, Lu Lan, and Chu Yunxi. Among them, there were also evaluations of Long Chen's previous battles. Long Chen's arrival had caused quite a bit of discussion. Long Chen hid in the dark and was also secretly sizing up the people present, especially the 9 outer race elders, as well as the 20 or so genius martial artists who would be participating in the inner race selection. There were too many people, so he couldn't remember all of them at once. However, there was one person from the Jin family that attracted Long Chen's attention. This person was sitting at the very front. He should be a grand elder. However, compared to the other grand elders, this person was much younger. He should be around the same age as Chu Fengqing. This person looked very similar to Jin Shenzhen. However, compared to Jin Shenggen's exaggeration, this person was more mature and stern. His gaze was like a sharp sword. Compared to Chu Tianxiong, he was even more frightening. One look and one could tell that he was a super overlord. This person should be the legendary grand elder of the Jin family. Long Chen was secretly on guard. This was because he discovered that although this person was drinking tea with his head lowered, his gaze was on him. To tell the truth, Long Chen was originally a genius martial artist of the Green family, but he had just arrived at this time. There was definitely something fishy going on. Soon someone asked, "Brother Chu, why did this little fellow arrive so late? Could it be that he fell off the pung bird?" Looking at this person's identity, He was also a Grand Elder. In the Yuanling County, the Pang family's demonic beasts had great endurance and were huge in size. They were very suitable for long-distance travel. Therefore, most major forces would raise or domesticate many Pang family's demonic beasts. For example, the Azure Sun Hall's wind-splitting divine Pang was one of them. This person was just joking to liven up the atmosphere. However, at this time, Chu Tianxiong's face was gloomy.
He turned to look at Lu Yuan and said, "I told you to arrive at 7 in the morning, but you insisted on delaying for an hour.
It seems that you don't put this Grand Elder in your eyes?" Chu Tianxiong was completely making this up.
However, now that he had pinned the reason for Long Chen's late arrival on Lu Yuan's head, Lu Yuan could only swallow his anger and said, "I wouldn't dare, of course I wouldn't dare.
Grand Elder, this is my fault. When we return to the Green family, you must punish me properly." "Forget about the punishment," Chu Tianxiong said faintly. "However, after so many years, you haven't made any contributions. If you make such a low-level mistake again, you don't need to be a Grand Elder anymore." Although Chu Tianxiong's voice wasn't loud, everyone heard it. When they heard it, they all had different expressions. Gu Batian, who knew the truth of the matter, smiled mockingly at Chu Tianxiong and mouthed a few words, which meant, "Chu Tianxiong, you're really regressing with age. You even bully your own juniors." Of course, the only one who understood what Gu Batian meant was Chu Tianxiong. Chu Tianxiong clenched his fists, then quietly released them. "Grand Elder, I won't do anything wrong in the future. Thank you for not punishing me."
Finally, after getting through this, Lu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and said submissively,
"It's good that you know your mistakes and can change. All right, you don't have the right to speak here. Don't let the other experts see you as a joke." Chu Tianxiong lowered his head and drank his tea. Long Chen saw all of this.
The corners of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. At Ling Shi's reminder, he suddenly saw a few shadows flashing in the depths of the hall from the corner of his eyes.
It seemed that someone was about to come in. His mind raced as he suddenly stood up with a bang. Whoosh! Long Chen's inexplicable action immediately attracted a lot of suspicion. Lu Yuan and Lu Lan were even more shocked. They pulled Long Chen, wanting him to sit down. However, Long Chen didn't move at all.
He looked coldly at Chu Tianxiong and said, "Long Chen, I've heard that the Grand Elder of the Green family is a gentleman who can distinguish right from wrong.
Today, I see that you're just a person who favors your juniors. Regardless of right or wrong, you're a villain who bullies the weak. This is really an eye-opener for me." Chapter 158. When Long Chen said these words, the entire scene was silent. Everyone stared at him with lifeless eyes. Even the other 8 Outer Clan's supreme elders were stunned for a moment. Here, the ones with the most interesting expressions were the 2 siblings, Chu Yunqi and Chu Yunyao. In their eyes, this legendary grandfather-level expert was simply a godlike existence. And now, their god had been desecrated just like that. To them, Long Chen had to die, and he had to die immediately. Lu Yuan and Lu Lan's minds went blank. Lu Yuan knew that Long Chen's personality wasn't very patient, so before he came in, he had already warned Long Chen not to act rashly. He thought that Long Chen would remember, but Long Chen actually used such a move. Moreover, after Long Chen finished speaking, he still didn't lower his head, and just looked at Chu Tianxiong with an indifferent expression. He wanted to give Chu Tianxiong a difficult problem. Right now, in the eyes of the 8 Outer Clan's supreme elders, if Chu Tianxiong didn't handle this well, his great reputation would very likely become a laughingstock. Therefore, everyone was looking at Chu Tianxiong. What was he going to do?
"Little thief, you're courting death.
A mere mortal core cultivator wants to participate in the inner clan selection. Watch me defeat you." Chu Yunyao screamed, and was about to charge towards Long Chen. Among the people present, the one who didn't believe that Long Chen could participate in the inner clan selection the most was Chu Yunyao.
They were both at the large success stage of the mortal core stage, so why did Long Chen have the qualifications to participate in the inner clan selection, and she could only use some kind of relationship to have the qualifications to watch?
Moreover, Long Chen had even humiliated Chu Tianxiong in public. To her, this was something that was even more unforgivable. Therefore, even before Chu Yunqi, she had already made her move against Long Chen. Dang! He pulled out the Tai Ching sword and was about to stab towards Long Chen. Most people were watching this scene nervously. They wanted to see just how much weight Long Chen had, and if he could defeat Chu Yunyao.
But at this time, Chu Tianxiong personally made his move, suddenly disappearing from his seat, and when he reappeared, his hand was already holding Chu Yunyao's sword.
Third Grandpa, I want to kill him. He actually dared to talk nonsense to you. He really deserves to die 1,000 times over. Step down. Chu Tianxiong's tone and expression didn't change in the slightest.
He lightly pushed Chu Yunyao behind him, and then looked at Long Chen expressionlessly with a pair of sword-like eyes, as if Long Chen wasn't a person at all, but a tree, a rock. This old fellow's mentality has long since been trained to the state of being as calm as an ancient well.
It seems like my little verbal attack is completely unable to make him angry. However, I want to see just where your bottom line is. I, Long Chen, and Old Man Lu are not people that you can bully as you please. From the moment he was thrown into the Azure clan to the moment he came here, this Chu Tianxiong was still lying through his teeth and bullying Lu Yuan. Long Chen's anger had already reached its limit. However, anger was anger. He wasn't an idiot. He dared to say such words in public. In the end, he still had confidence in his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken such a big risk just to make Chu Tianxiong lose face. Thus, he looked coldly at Chu Tianxiong again and said coldly, "Everyone knows that Chu Yunqi and I don't get along, and you are Chu Yunqi's third grandfather. Today, the three of us clearly arrived at your temporary imperial residence early in the morning, but you left first and came here. You even bullied Grand Elder Lu and lied through your teeth. Grand Elder, your petty methods don't seem to match your current status, do they?" As soon as Long Chen said this, the others became even more dumbfounded. "Long Chen, you're crazy. Stop spouting nonsense." Only then did Lu Yuan react and pull Long Chen to the side. You're talking nonsense. Bastard, you actually dare to tarnish my third grandpa's reputation. What are your intentions?" To Long Chen, Chu Yunyao wished that she could skin him alive and pull out his tendons. This is really courting death. Chu Yunqi also stood up. And even more people wanted to see Chu Tianxiong's performance. Chu Tianxiong's matter was something that everyone only needed to know in secret. He had an esteemed status, and it wasn't a big deal for him to play a little trick on a grand elder. However, it was really too shameful for Long Chen to say it out loud in front of so many people. At this moment, under the ridiculing smiles of the crowd, especially in front of Gu Batian, the corner of Chu Tianxiong's eyes twitched slightly. His gaze gradually turned cold, revealing a faint killing intent. Long Chen guessed that he was already angry in his heart. Long Chen knew that he had to stop while he was ahead. The reason he insulted Chu Tianxiong was because he wanted to vent his and Lu Yuan's anger. Now that he had vented his anger, Chu Tianxiong was embarrassed enough. In front of everyone, Long Chen knew that Chu Tianxiong was conflicted. Long Chen was someone that the inner clan had decided to participate in the inner clan selection. No matter what the reason was, if Chu Tianxiong killed Long Chen in this kind of situation, it would be hard to explain. However, how could Chu Tianxiong swallow the humiliation of being toyed with by this ant? He looked at Long Chen with an ice-cold gaze. His lips moved slightly, and a hoarse voice came out. "Everyone, today, I will be presumptuous for a while. I hope that everyone will take into account the fact that we have known each other for many years and have jointly led the Spirit Martial clan, and put in a few good words for me, Chu Tianxiong, in front of Lord Xian Shao." Hearing Chu Tianxiong's words, everyone knew that Chu Tianxiong was going to kill Long Chen. It was no wonder that any of the great elders present would kill Long Chen if they were to be humiliated like this by a little baby. Not to mention Chu Tianxiong, who had always had a strange temper. This little guy has some talent, but he's a hothead. If he could endure it for a while, he might become the pillar of the outer clan in the future. What a pity. Two of the outer clan's great elders looked at each other, shook their heads and sighed. When Chu Yunqi and Chu Yunyao heard that Chu Tianxiong was going to do it himself, the anger in their eyes disappeared, and was replaced by joy and complacency. They looked at Long Chen with ridicule, and Chu Yunyao said, "After obtaining the qualification for the inner clan selection, you don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. You even dare to offend my third grandpa. You deserve to be killed." As soon as Chu Yunyao finished speaking, Chu Tianxiong's eyes turned cold. In an instant, an overwhelming aura came crashing down towards Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen felt like the sky was falling down on him. This old man is really strong. With this realm, he can smash me into pieces with just a casual punch. Thinking about this, Long Chen felt a bit depressed. Advanced Heavenly Core Realm. No wonder he was the strongest warrior in Yuanling City. Long Chen facing Chu Tianxiong now was like facing the Yang family's ancestor when he was still at the 4th level of the Dragon Vein realm, and the gap between them was even bigger. It's time for the people from the inner clan to appear. Long Chen felt very relaxed in his heart. Earlier, Ling Shi had told Long Chen that there were 2 people slowly walking out from the depths of the assembly hall. One of them had an aura that was no weaker than that of the Supreme Elders. In fact, it was even stronger. That person was definitely the person who had been sent by the inner clan to oversee the inner clan selection. With this person in charge, would Long Chen still be killed? Even the great elders couldn't resist the dignity of the inner clan. Therefore, just as Chu Tianxiong was about to make his move and give Long Chen a fatal pressure, a deep, hoarse, magnetic voice came from the depths of the meeting hall. Chu Tianxiong, stop. Hearing this voice, Chu Tianxiong's expression changed, but he was indeed very obedient. He quickly withdrew his hand, and without even looking at Long Chen, he turned around. At this time, everyone looked towards the depths of the meeting hall and stood respectfully, including the great elders. Long Chen walked out from the edge of death, and there was still a trace of lingering fear in his heart. Lu Yuan and Lu Lan had complicated feelings. They were about to ask Long Chen why he was doing this, but when they thought about the identity of the person who came, they also stood respectfully. Under the gazes of the crowd, 2 people walked out from the darkness. The person on the side had an imposing appearance, handsome brows, and his entire body emitted a threatening heroic spirit. It was Dongfang Tianyu, the person Long Chen met in the Heaven Realm last time. Dongfang Tianyu was obviously here to be a bystander. The person in the middle was the real person in charge. Long Chen squinted his eyes and looked over. It was a man in his 30s. His face was fair and beardless, and his figure was thin. His long hair cascaded down his back like a waterfall, reaching all the way to his waist. He wore a loose white robe, and his eyes were as calm as an ancient well. They were very deep, and anyone who looked into them would feel like they were being sucked in. This man looks quite handsome. Seeing a man more handsome than him, Long Chen was a little speechless. He usually didn't praise other men for being handsome, but as long as he praised them, they would be extremely handsome. Mo Xiaolang was also very handsome, but he was a little too immature. Seeing this man, even the great elders lowered their heads and respectfully cupped their fists. We greet Lord Xian Xiao. Xian Xiao? The inner clan selection this time was for the Eastern Blue Dragon clan, and Dongfang Tianyu was a member of the Dongfang family. If Long Chen wasn't wrong, this man's name should be Dongfang Xian Xiao. Frankly speaking, even these supreme elders and Jin Xing'an's father did not give Long Chen such a feeling. He did not have the aura of an expert, and everything about him was very ordinary. However, he gave off a terrifying feeling, and it was difficult to get close to him. Forget it. Sit down. Dongfang Xuanqiao's expression remained unchanged as he waved his hand. Under his instructions, everyone sat down obediently, including Chu Tianxiong. After Dongfang Xianxiao appeared, he seemed to have forgotten about Long Chen, which showed how powerful Dongfang Xianxiao was. This Dongfang Xianxiao seems to be very powerful. Long Chen sighed inwardly as he quickly sat down. Logically speaking, even if the conflict between Chu Tianxiong and Long Chen was just a farce, he should still pay attention to Long Chen. However, his eyes were looking straight ahead and he didn't look at anyone. After everyone sat down, they waited for Dongfang Xuanqiao's instructions. Disciples participating in the inner clan selection, come out and form groups of 2. I will give you crystal bracelets and signal fireworks. Chapter 159. What a cold-blooded man. Long Chen thought to himself. He stood up and stood in the middle of the meeting hall with the other 19 men. The meeting hall was big enough, so they were standing very sparsely. As for the other 19 men, Long Chen glanced at them and realized that they were all about the same age as him. However, according to Lingxi, they were all at the initial Earth Core realm, and only Long Chen had just broken through to the Mortal Core realm. Long Chen didn't know why this was the case. When he received the qualification to enter the inner clan, he was only at the peak Mortal Core realm. These genius martial artists are indeed very powerful. Long Chen sighed in his heart. Just by looking at their clothes and looks, Long Chen couldn't tell which one was from which clan. But at this moment, following Dongfang Xuanqiao's instructions, they were standing in pairs. Long Chen also saw Chu Yunqi sneer at him. Then he walked over and stood next to Jin Shang'en. Behind Jin Shang'en, there was a pair of tall and sturdy twin brothers. They were probably the other two men from the Gold Clan. Chu Yunqi was from the Green Clan, so when he stood next to the Gold Clan, he left Long Chen alone. There were only 20 of them, so they quickly lined up in a row in front of Dongfang Xianxiao. Everyone's gaze landed on Long Chen, the young man who had just escaped death. Chu Yunqi had gone to the Green Clan, leaving Long Chen all alone. On the other side, there was also a lonely girl standing there. I told you, Meng Yao's luck is really bad this time. From the Yin clan, a beautiful young woman shook her head. Next to her was an old woman with white hair and a ruddy complexion. She was also a powerful warrior, and she was the great elder of the Yin clan. It's not like you don't know Meng Yao's strength. As long as she can pass the first stage, the second stage will be her time to shine. I just hope that this Long Chen won't be a burden. How can I not delay it? The beautiful young woman rolled her eyes and said, if this kid is cowardly and releases the signal flare as soon as he encounters danger, then Meng Yao will lose the qualifications to participate in the competition. Looks like all her years of hard work will be wasted. Say no more. Luck is also a part of strength. If she can't succeed because of this, she can't blame anyone else. Although their conversation wasn't loud, most of the people in the meeting hall heard it, including Long Chen. A burden? Long Chen was also quite speechless at being viewed in such a way. However, everyone could tell from the look in their eyes that being in the same group as Long Chen and having to go through the winding path was a very unlucky thing. The rules of the Qitian path were not just a test of individual strength. No matter how strong one was, meeting a pig-like teammate would be a tragedy. Then I'll show you who's the real burden. Long Chen's expression was indifferent. He could completely endure all the mockery and contempt. At this moment, Dongfang Xuanxiao's gaze actually shifted to Long Chen. Go over there, he said indifferently as he pointed in Yin Mengyao's direction. Long Chen could only carry out this guy's order dejectedly. He walked over to Yin Mengyao's side. Yin Mengyao was also someone who had directly qualified to participate in the competition. In terms of strength, she probably wasn't any weaker than Jin Shenzhen or Chu Yunqi. When Long Chen first entered the meeting hall, he saw that there were 2 women and 1 man from the silver race. One of them was a man and a woman, and he guessed that the other one was Yin Mengyao. Yin Mengyao's appearance and temperament were very similar to Dongfang Xuanxiao's. Her appearance was exquisite, and she should be around 20 years old. She had already shed the childishness of Lingxi and had grown into a charming young lady. In terms of beauty, she wasn't much inferior to Lu Lan. Although Yin Mengyao wasn't as cold as Lu Lan, she had an indifferent temperament that was hard to deal with. Long Chen was originally worried that she would chase him away if he went over. However, her expression was the same as Dongfang Xuanxiao's. She didn't even look at Long Chen. It was as if she wasn't the same as the person in Long Chen's group. Now, a total of 10 teams had been formed. Tomorrow, only 4 teams would be left for the final battle in the Qitian Road stage. These 2 are a match made in heaven. Long Chen was a little depressed. However, this was also because of the lust in his heart. Dongfang Xianxiao looked to be around 30 years old, but his real age was probably in his 40s. He was old enough to be Yin Mengyao's father. After they were divided into teams, Dongfang Xianxiao didn't say anything. Instead, he took out the signal fireworks from his Cosmos sack and had Dongfang Tianyu distribute them. As long as you channel your true qi into the signal fireworks, the effect will be displayed. Dongfang Xianxiao explained how to use the signal fireworks. At this moment, Dongfang Tianyu finally arrived in front of Long Chen. Long Chen suddenly realized that Dongfang Tianyu was looking at him with a malicious gaze. Brat, when I met you in the Heaven Martial Realm, it seemed that you were quite good at pretending to be a grandson. You even dared to touch Chu Tianxiong and infuriated me. Could it be that I'm not even in your eyes? After saying that, he placed the signal fireworks in Long Chen's hand and moved on to the next person. During this time, he coldly smiled at Long Chen. Dealing with the Chu clan would make Dongfang Tianyu hostile towards him. This was something that Long Chen had already thought about. However, the arrow was already knocked on the bowstring, and he had no choice but to release it. Because of Lu Lan, the enmity between him and the Chu clan was already too great. After Dongfang Tianyu finished distributing the signal fireworks, Dongfang Xianxiao took out 20 white jade bracelets from his Cosmos sack. These should be the mystical crystal bracelets.
With a wave of his hand, the 20 bracelets automatically flew out and wrapped around the wrists of Long Chen and the others.
Looking at the mystical bracelets on their wrists, Long Chen was a little shocked. These are crystal bracelets. With your current strength, it's impossible for you to destroy them. As long as your injuries exceed a certain limit, the bracelets will automatically fall off and be taken by someone else. Dongfang Xuanxiao's face was expressionless as he continued. I believe that all of you already know the rules of the heavenly path. I won't waste any more time. It's getting late. So go back and make your preparations. We'll head to the heavenly path tomorrow morning. Yes, Lord Xianxiao. Long Chen followed the others and greeted Dongfang Xianxiao respectfully. After saying that, Dongfang Xianxiao left without saying anything else. From the start to the end, he didn't mention anything about what happened between Long Chen and Chu Tianxiong. However, Long Chen knew about it in his heart. Giving the identity token to Long Chen was a silent warning to Chu Tianxiong. Under such circumstances, Chu Tianxiong wouldn't dare to do anything to Long Chen. After Dongfang Xianxiao left, Gu Batian slapped his thigh and stood up. He smiled at Long Chen. Young man, it seems like your green clan isn't that safe. Go to our purple clan to rest tonight. I'll take good care of you. Long Chen didn't want to be with the Chu clan in the first place, so it was great that Gu Batian had helped him out. Hence, he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Senior Gu. Chu Tianxiong's eyes flickered coldly when he saw Gu Batian and Long Chen flirting. Third Grandpa, don't be anxious. I've already discussed with Jin Shenzhen and the rest on the heavenly path tomorrow. Long Chen won't be able to live. Chu Yunxi, who was leaning on Chu Tianxiong's shoulder, said indifferently. All right, I'll leave it to you then. Follow Grandpa's plan, Chu Tianxiong said coldly. I know. We'll tear him to pieces before he can take out the signal fireworks. Their conversation was so soft that only Lingxi, who had nothing better to do, could hear them. She repeated their conversation to Long Chen. Her tone was filled with anger. What's the rush? It's not like I'm really going to lose to him, Long Chen said with a cold smile. At this moment, he had already pulled Lu Yuan and Lu Lan over. Everyone else gradually left the conference hall. Gu Batian was also about to leave with Long Chen and the rest. Suddenly, Yin Mengyao, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. Long Chen? Can I have a word with you? Long Chen was surprised that this ice beauty would take the initiative to look for him. Gu Batian wasn't young, but he was full of gossip. When he heard Yin Mengyao's words, he chuckled. Sister, could it be that you've taken a fancy to this kid? Hearing Gu Batian's words, Yin Mengyao's expression didn't change. She respectfully replied, Senior Gu, I just want to discuss tomorrow's matters with him. Oh. Gu Batian didn't have any interest in teasing this girl, so he didn't say anything. Long Chen nodded his head and walked with Yin Mengyao to a corner of the conference hall. The closer he got to Yin Mengyao, the more Long Chen felt that she was breathtakingly beautiful. This was especially true for her cold aura, which was something that most girls couldn't achieve. Looking at Long Chen, she directly said, My Yin clan's grand elder said that you've reached the Earth Core realm, so I'm a little relieved. In tomorrow's battle, try your best to hide. I'll deal with the opponent, and you keep your jade bracelet, okay? In fact, Yin Mengyao didn't look down on him. Long Chen didn't have much of an impression of her. Even if she looked down on Long Chen with her words, it didn't affect Long Chen's good impression of her. She's just worried that I'm not strong enough, and she's afraid that I'll lose the jade bracelet. That's why she said that. Long Chen didn't mind being looked down on, so he nodded and said, All right, don't worry, I'll do my best. From what Long Chen said to Chu Tianxiong just now, it was obvious that he was a hothead. However, Yin Mengyao didn't expect that he would agree so readily, and with such a sincere attitude. That was even better, as it would save her more effort. So she nodded, said goodbye, and left. Long Chen followed Gu Batian and cultivated for a night in the Nine Demons' villa. The next morning, everyone followed Dongfang Xianxiao to the foot of the Life and Death Demon Mountain. Chapter 160. Although it was said that the sun would rise the next day, in reality, the sun had not yet risen. The Nine Demon Mountain's reputation for having bad weather was not just for show. Long Chen estimated the time and walked out of his room. He found that the sky outside was still dark. Although it wasn't to the point where he couldn't even see his own fingers, it was almost there. The sky was filled with pitch-black clouds. The clouds were extremely low, directly reaching halfway up the 9-demon mountain. Lightning and thunder continuously flowed within the clouds. Rumble. Occasionally, a muffled sound of thunder could be heard. The sharp whistling sound caused one's hair to stand on end. This was the darkest day Long Chen had ever seen. It's already morning, but it's still so dark. Looks like the weather is going to change today. When Gu Batian came out, he frowned. On this night, Long Chen stayed with Gu Batian and the others. He got to know the other 2 young geniuses from the Purple family. These 2 young geniuses were both at the initial Earth Core realm. One of them was called Gu Batian's grandson. He had also obtained the qualification to enter the inner family. The other one was slightly inferior. His name was Lu Gue. The 3 of you, if you encounter any danger, remember to take care of each other. After all, with the weather today, I'm afraid it will be harder than ascending to the heavens. Before leaving, Gu Batian reminded them. Grandpa, I know. If Brother Long Chen is in trouble, we will definitely help. Here, Long Chen was the weakest. Gu Batian obviously wanted them to take care of Long Chen, so they naturally agreed. Then I'll thank you all in advance. Knowing their good intentions, Long Chen hurriedly thanked them. After all, they had only met by chance. Gu Batian had been taking care of Long Chen all this time, and Long Chen was very grateful towards him. Although Gu Batian and Chu Tianxiong were enemies, which was why he liked Long Chen would still remember this in his heart. Behind him were Lu Yuan and Lu Lan. With regards to Long Chen's performance yesterday, they didn't know what to say. After all, the matter had already happened, and Long Chen and Chu Tianxiong had already formed a grudge. If Long Chen couldn't pass the inner clan selection this time and return to the Azure clan, he would definitely be finished. Fortunately, Gu Batian seemed to appreciate Long Chen a lot. With his help, Long Chen might have a way out. Today, Lu Lan's radiance was as dazzling as ever. She was a beautiful sight in the dark night. Seeing that the inner tribe selection was just around the corner, Long Chen thought of what Lu Lan had promised him. Looking at Lu Lan's beauty, his heart was stirred. What are you looking at? Being stared at by Long Chen like that, Lu Lan's ears felt a little hot. I just want to ask if you're mentally prepared? Let me think. It's tomorrow night? The others naturally didn't understand the conversation between Long Chen and Lu Yuan. Even Lu Yuan had a baffled expression on his face. Lingxi also didn't know what Long Chen was talking about. However, the people beside Long Chen were all experts, so she didn't dare to ask. It was already at the brink of death, yet Long Chen still hadn't come to his senses. Instead, he was thinking about all sorts of nonsense. Lu Lan felt a little embarrassed and angry, but more than that, she felt disappointment. Impulsive, reckless, audacious. When did Long Chen become like this? Thinking of his future, Lu Lan couldn't help but worry for him. One must know that the inner tribe selection was the most important to Long Chen. Long Chen's success or failure was his own matter, and had nothing to do with Lu Yuan and Lu Lan. After flirting with Lu Lan for a while, Long Chen followed the others and started his journey. In the meeting hall, Long Chen met up with the other 20 participants. Under Dongfang Xuanxiao's lead, they arrived at the foot of the 9-Devil Mountain. As for the others, it seemed like they had followed the late Heavenly Core Supreme Elders. They went straight to the Cave of Life and Death, where the Lingwu family had their own stronghold. Although Chu Tianxiong was here, with Gu Batian taking care of Lu Yuan and Lu Lan, Long Chen felt relieved. At the foot of the 9-Demon Mountain, he raised his head and looked at the precipitous mountain peak that seemed to touch the heavens. So this is the Devil Mountain of Life and Death? Long Chen's heart was filled with respect. Right now, the Devil Mountain of Life and Death had been completely cut in half by the dark clouds. The mountain peak above the dark clouds couldn't be seen at all. Underneath the dark clouds, there were dense trees everywhere. Clouds and mist were lingering around the trees, and Long Chen couldn't see anything clearly. It was as if there were many giant monsters lying dormant on the Devil Mountain of Life and Death, waiting for them with their eerie mouths wide open. Once you step onto the Cave of Life and Death will be decided. Young men, begin your journey. After arriving at the foot of the Devil Mountain of Life and Death, Dongfang Xianxiao didn't waste any time. He immediately announced the start of the first stage of the inner tribe selection, the Cave of Life and Death. Under Dongfang Xuanxiao's arrangement, all the participants started entering the Devil Mountain of Life and Death from different directions. This arrangement was to prevent them from meeting each other too early and fighting each other. Long Chen and Yin Mengyao were placed at the back of the group. Right after Dongfang Xianshao arranged 2 young men from the Red Tribe to enter the mountain, he immediately brought Long Chen and Yin Mengyao to another direction. From here, walk 500 meters forward. After that, your life and death will be in your own hands. Following his instructions, Long Chen and Yin Mengyao exchanged a glance before stepping onto the pitch-black devil mountain of life and death. Those 2 brats from the Red Tribe seemed to be keeping an eye on the 2 of you. While Long Chen and Yin Mengyao were rushing forward, Dongfang Xuanxiao's voice rang in their ears. After that, the surroundings became silent. The Red Tribe? Yin Mengyao's expression was still indifferent. They aren't that hard to deal with. On the other hand, Long Chen found it strange that Dongfang Xianshao seemed to be taking care of them. At this time, the 2 of them had already advanced a certain distance in the Devil Mountain of Life and Death. Their surroundings were filled with lush, pitch-black trees with branches and leaves. The branches and trunks of these trees were extremely thick. Long Chen even saw a single leaf that was as thick as a small boat. The trees on the Devil Mountain of Life and Death should all be this kind of devil wood. This kind of tree is thick and sturdy, and its hardness is comparable to steel. Looking at these thick and sturdy trees, Long Chen couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. This place was filled with devil wood, and the ground was filled with roots. Basically, it was difficult to find a place with a large piece of soil to stand on. Devil wood was the specialty of the Devil Mountain, but Long Chen knew that there was something else that was even more frightening in this Devil Mountain, and that was the poisonous beasts. Poisonous beasts are a variant of demon beasts, and they also belong to the category of demon beasts. However, compared to demon beasts, poisonous beasts are even more frightening, because they can unleash deadly poison. If the poisonous beasts on this Devil Mountain of Life and Death are unlucky enough to encounter the most frightening poisonous beasts, even a late Heavenly Core warrior would be instantly poisoned to death. Last night, Lu Yuan and the others had told Long Chen all this information. Long Chen knew that the reason why the trials were so frightening in the Devil Mountain of Life and Death was because of these poisonous beasts. They were still at the foot of the mountain, so of course there weren't many poisonous beasts here. But, when they really reached the top of the Devil Mountain of Life and Death, the entire place would be filled with poisonous beasts and insects. It would be a terrifying scene. Not only do I have to deal with the attacks from the poisonous beasts, I also have to prevent others from robbing me of the crystal bracelets. The difficulty of this Devil Mountain of Life and Death is comparable to the path to heaven. The weather in the Devil Mountain of Life and Death was very humid, and the leaves and soil were all wet. Not long after, Long Chen's face was covered with dirt. But because Yin Mengyao was a girl, she tried her best to keep herself clean. That was why she was in a better condition. Ever since they entered the Devil Mountain of Life and Death, Yin Mengyao had been walking in front of Long Chen. She was wearing tight clothes that made it easier for her to fight, and it also showed off her perfect curves. Long Chen, do you remember what I told you? Right at this moment, Yin Mengyao, who was walking in front of Long Chen, said with an indifferent tone, "Remember, if an opponent appears, I'll try my best to hide, and I won't force myself." Long Chen said with a weak voice. This girl didn't mean any harm, and he didn't want to argue with her. You have to keep yourself alive, and it's best if you don't stay too far away from me. Long Chen seemed to have some self-awareness. After Yin Mengyao pointed at him once, she didn't say anything else. The higher they went, the more humid the air became. Above their heads, the rumbling of thunder grew closer and closer. Their surroundings were pitch black, and only when a flash of lightning appeared would they be able to see the tragic scene. I reckon that the poisonous beasts are about to appear. Seeing the traces left behind by some wild beasts or poisonous insects on the nearby tree trunks, Long Chen secretly raised his guard. Poisonous insects and poisonous beasts are both classified as demonic beasts, but they're much harder to deal with than demonic beasts of the same level. Once you're poisoned, it won't be easy to survive in this Devil Mountain of Life. Long Chen, there's someone approaching from your direction. After entering the Devil Mountain of Life and Death, Lingxi grew serious. With the help of her powerful soul perception, Long Chen's safety was guaranteed. Hey, stop. There's someone coming. Long Chen stopped and looked coldly in the direction Lingxi was pointing. Yin Mengyao was startled. She didn't know what was going on in that direction, but how did Long Chen know that someone was coming? Just as she was about to ask, she suddenly frowned and moved in front of Long Chen to block his path. She heard the sound of leaves being smashed, as well as the sound of footsteps on the tree trunks. Not long after, two young cultivators appeared in the darkness. Their figures were slightly different from Long Chen's, but as soon as they got closer, they were able to see each other. It seems like they only know that we're in this direction. Long Chen recognized the two people who appeared. They were the two genius cultivators from the red race that Dongfang Xianxiao had warned him about. They had arrived at the Devil Mountain of Life and Death before Long Chen, so they could roughly guess where Long Chen and Yin Mengyao were. The moment they appeared, they exchanged a glance, and without a word, they rushed towards Yin Mengyao. Chapter 161. Both of them didn't even bother to say anything and attacked right away. It seemed like they were smart and not the kind of idiots who would scare a bunch of people before a fight. Long Chen, be careful. Yin Mengyao vaguely felt that something was wrong when she saw the two of them moving towards Yin Mengyao. There are only two of me and Long Chen. Long Chen is the weakest link, so they will probably send one of them to deal with me, and the other will deal with Long Chen. Yin Mengyao had already guessed that the others would choose this method to deal with her. They are going to use one move to suppress me. Yin Mengyao immediately thought of this when she saw both of them rushing towards her. In this pitch-black life and death demon mountain, the two geniuses from the red tribe were like a whirlwind that tore through the silence. In an instant, they arrived in front of Yin Mengyao. Both of them used the same move to attack Yin Mengyao. Essence Fire Fist. This move was similar to Long Chen's Devil Yang Burning Heaven Fist's Red Flame Burning the Heavens. Also, it was a middle mystic skill, so the power it could unleash was similar. Furthermore, they were both at the initial Earth Core realm, so when they combined their strength to use this move, it was extremely powerful. Yin Mengyao's expression changed. She realized that she had underestimated them. Those who were able to participate in the inner tribe selection were all geniuses among geniuses. She had to use all her strength to defend against these two Essence Fire Fist, but if she did that, she wouldn't be able to take care of Long Chen. At this moment, Yin Mengyao decisively chose to attack. As for Long Chen, he wouldn't be defeated so easily, right? No matter what, Long Chen was still a mortal core warrior who could defeat an Earth Core warrior, and now he had even broken through to the Earth Core realm. This woman is really strong. They saw that Yin Mengyao had immediately engaged them in battle. Even though she was fighting 1 against 2, she did not show any signs of losing. She executed her ice-cold palm techniques, and the two fellows from the Red Clan did not dare to get close to her. Ice Mountain Seal. Under Yin Mengyao's powerful attack, the two Red Tribe youths looked at each other and once again unleashed a powerful Fiery Essence Refinement Fist, charging toward Yin Mengyao. The two attacks collided with each other, causing a large amount of leaf fragments to fly up and dance in the hurricane. Crackle! A few thick trees were forcefully smashed into two. It's time! One of the Red Clan men roared. The other youth, while working together to avoid Yin Mengyao, immediately charged towards Long Chen. I've been tricked. Yin Mengyao was a little anxious. She was only focused on fighting her opponents, but she didn't realize that during the battle, she had been led away from Long Chen by the two Red Tribe youths. Especially the Ice Mountain Seal, Yin Mengyao was pushed back more than 10 meters by her opponents, and she was even further away from Long Chen. At that moment, one of the two youths from the Red Tribe, who was relatively stronger, stood in front of Yin Mengyao and blocked her path. The other youth's eyes flashed with a cold light as he charged towards Long Chen like a tornado. Initial Earth Core Stage. Although he isn't as strong as Chu Yunqi and the others, he is still 10 times stronger than Feng Wutian. This youth from the Red Clan had given Long Chen a tremendous amount of pressure the moment he arrived. Knowing that she had fallen into a trap, Yin Mengyao's cold face was filled with anger. Now that Long Chen was in danger, she didn't hesitate to charge towards Long Chen to save him. You guys are smart, but do you think you can stop me, Yin Mengyao, by yourself? Mo Xiaolang isn't here, and you, Yin Mengyao, are the #1 genius of the Silver Tribe, and you can be ranked in the top 3 of the other tribes. Of course, I'm not your match, but at least you can't kill me before my brother kills that kid. The most important thing now was time. As long as Yin Mengyao could be restrained, they would win. After finding out that Yin Mengyao's teammate was Long Chen, many people had been keeping an eye on them. However, the Red Tribe happened to arrive at the Life and Death Demon Mountain before Long Chen, so they roughly knew where Long Chen and Yin Mengyao were. Long Chen, be careful. At this point, all Yin Mengyao could do was to defeat or get rid of this annoying fly in front of her in the shortest time possible. As for Long Chen,
He looked at the red tribe youth who was charging towards him, and his lips curved into a faint smile.
It's your honor to be my first opponent since I reached the Earth Core stage. In that case, let me see if I can defeat you without transforming into a dragon soul. Even without using the dragon soul transformation, Long Chen's true chi was 4 times stronger than other true chi, which was equivalent to half of the initial Earth Core stage. On top of that, he had one of his biggest trump cards, the Thunder Flame combat body, which was more than enough to fight this red tribe youth.
However, no one thought so. Seeing that the opponent was charging towards him, Long Chen suddenly had an idea, and he suddenly turned around and fled.
Kid, don't run. The youth saw that Long Chen had no backbone, and he immediately panicked. If he couldn't catch up to Long Chen, his brother would be killed by Yin Mengyao sooner or later. Fortunately, Long Chen's speed was not fast, so if he used his fastest speed, he could still catch up to Long Chen.
However, even if he caught up, the two of them would have to leave Yin Mengyao's line of sight.
What is this kid thinking? Why is he so timid? Yin Mengyao was really speechless towards Long Chen. If Long Chen was still within her line of sight, she could still take care of him. But now that Long Chen had escaped, and she was being held back, even if Long Chen was killed, there was nothing she could do. Looks like your teammate is not just a coward. The youth from the red tribe laughed mockingly. You still have the mood to mock me? Now that you're the only one left in the red tribe, how long do you want to last against me? Yin Mengyao said coldly. As she spoke, she launched a fierce attack. The only thing she could do now was to use her fastest speed to beg this person in front of her. At this time, Long Chen had successfully avoided the line of sight of Yin Mengyao and the others, and deliberately let the other youth from the red tribe catch up to him. The reason why he ran here and did not let Yin Mengyao see him was because on one hand, Long Chen wanted to play around, and on the other hand, he wanted to pretend to be weak. He was still strong, but he did not want to expose himself in front of Yin Mengyao too early. You're not running anymore? The youth from the red tribe asked in surprise when he saw Long Chen turn around and smile at him. Young man, what's your name?
Long Chen asked sincerely.
Chen Xian. After saying his name, Chen Xian felt that something was wrong. His brother was still trying to put up a strong front in front of Yin Mengyao. How could he stop and answer the other party's question? Thinking of this, Chen Xian flew into a rage. Brat, die.
As he said that, he kicked his legs and turned into a sharp arrow, piercing toward Long Chen.
I'm just asking for his name and trying to get closer. Is there a need to be so angry? Knowing that the other party was in a hurry, Long Chen deliberately played with him. As he laughed, his speed increased significantly, and he even used the 9 heavens roaming dragon steps. Chen Xian's attack actually could not hit him for a while. What's going on? Even if he used a movement technique, it's impossible for his speed to increase by so much.
Although he was shocked, his hands did not stop moving.
Brat, if you have the guts, don't run.
Chen Xian was almost driven mad by Long Chen.
I say, handsome. Is there something wrong with your sexual orientation? I'm clearly a man, but you won't let me go. I'm so scared. Long Chen laughed and said in a strange tone. Hearing this, Chen Xian almost vomited blood. His face turned the color of pig liver. Bastard! How dare you slander my reputation? Go to hell. Fiery Essence Fist. Raging Inferno City. He used an intermediate mystic class technique with great familiarity. If I don't use the Dragon Soul transformation, I'm afraid I won't be able to beat him if I use the Fiery Heaven Demon Sun Fist. I might as well try this move. At this point, Long Chen had more or less finished toying with them. On the other side, the enraged Yin Mengyao was probably about to finish off the tragic red race youth. Long Chen finally stopped in his tracks and turned around to look at the powerful killing technique that was flying towards him. I'll let you see the power of an advanced mystic class technique. Chen Xian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Long Chen wasn't running anymore. If I rush back to help him now, I should still be able to make it. Long Chen sure runs fast. With this thought in mind, his attack became even more violent and overwhelming as it pressed down on Long Chen. At this moment, a speck of starlight appeared on the tip of Long Chen's right index finger. This speck of starlight seemed weak, but as soon as it appeared, Long Chen's arm started to tremble. It was obvious that he was having a hard time controlling this power. Just as the Fiery Essence Fist was about to engulf Long Chen suddenly opened his eyes and waved his right hand. The starlight turned into a dazzling sword aura that pierced through Chen Xian's fiery essence fist. Demonic spirit sword finger. Hiss! With a sharp whistle, Chen Xian felt his vision blur. Suddenly, a sharp pain appeared on his arm. Although that powerful attack had hit his arm, it still caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. What kind of attack is this? Under this excruciating pain, Chen Xian's face turned pale. The fiery refinement essence fist was completely defeated and shattered into pieces. The sword beam directly pierced through Chen Xian's arm and pulled his entire body backwards, directly nailing him to a tree trunk. His arm was basically crippled. The sharp pain made Chen Xian let out a blood-curdling scream. But in the next moment, an elbow directly hit his head, knocking him out. A jade bracelet, obtained. Chapter 162. Long Chen was not far away from Yin Mengyao. Therefore, when she heard a man scream, Yin Mengyao's expression changed, and she became anxious. If Long Chen lost his bracelet, it would not be a big deal. However, if Long Chen died, or if he took out the signal fireworks, then Yin Mengyao would lose this opportunity. The inner tribe selection was very important to her. You're forcing me to kill you. With a cold gaze, Yin Mengyao finally used her strongest attack. At this moment, Long Chen put down Chen Xian's limp body. The bracelet on his hand had indeed fallen off. When Long Chen reached out to catch it, the bracelet suddenly wrapped around his hand. With this, he now had 2 bracelets on his arm. If I get injured, I'll lose both. Just like that, Long Chen was in a good mood after obtaining a bracelet. He had reached the Earth Core realm, formed the 2nd-level Thunderflame combat body, and used the advanced Mystic-level combat skill, the Demonic Spirited Sword Finger. Even without the Dragon Soul transformation, he would still have no problem dealing with Chen Xian. With the bracelet on his hand, Long Chen was 1 step closer to his goal. I wonder if that Ice Beauty has defeated her opponent. I'll have to go and have a look, lest she worries herself to death. Long Chen chuckled and walked toward Yin Mengyao in a relaxed manner. Who would worry about you? You're really thick-skinned and shameless. Lingxi rolled her eyes and said angrily. To be honest, little she, your demonic spirited sword finger is really useful. I didn't even need to use the Dragon Soul transformation to kill this kid. What's this? It's just a trick I used when I was young. When mentioning the past, Lingxi became arrogant. Come on, you've boasted so much about yourself, but aren't you still reduced to being my brother's maid? What did you say? Who's your maid? Bastard! The 2 of them laughed and scolded each other as they hurried on their way. In fact, they weren't too far away. In order to prevent Lingxi, the little troublemaker, from torturing his ears, Long Chen quickly arrived at Yin Mengyao's place. In order to avoid exposing herself, Lingxi naturally kept her mouth shut, but she still looked indignant. At this moment, Long Chen saw that the red race youth was finally sent flying by Yin Mengyao's attack, blood spurting from his mouth as he crashed into a tree trunk. What he didn't understand was why Chen Xian needed so much time to deal with Long Chen. He had clearly heard a scream just now, which meant that Chen Xian had already taken care of Long Chen. He was just about to heave a sigh of relief, but why hadn't Chen Xian come to his rescue after such a long time? The more he waited, the more he broke down. Not long after, the anxious Yin Mengyao finally flipped out and killed him. Under Yin Mengyao's attack, his entire body was covered in frost, and his face turned pale. The jade bracelet in his hand fell faster than anything else, and Yin Mengyao caught it. This way, Long Chen's team already had 4 jade bracelets, and they weren't too far from success. There were a total of 20 jade bracelets, and they had already obtained 4. In other words, as long as they didn't lose these bracelets, they would be able to enter the 2nd level. This seemed simple, but it was actually extremely difficult. In this inner tribe selection, the strength of any 2 teams was not too far apart. If they fought in close combat, it was very likely that it would be a life-and-death battle, and there might not even be a clear winner. For a team as strong as Long Chen's and Yin Mengyao's, it was rare for both teams to be able to overwhelm the other team. After dealing with the young man from the Red Tribe, Yin Mengyao didn't say anything. Just as she was about to rush over to Long Chen's rescue, she saw a young man standing on a branch not far away with a smile on his face. If it wasn't Long Chen, who else could it be? Although there were some stains on Long Chen's body, there were no signs of fighting or injuries. This was completely different from what Yin Mengyao had expected. How is this possible? Could it be that the scream just now wasn't from him? Yin Mengyao's cold face finally showed a slight ripple. Right now, Long Chen still had a carefree look on his face, as if he didn't realize that this was the terrifying heaven road of the Nine Demon Mountain. But because of this, Yin Mengyao suddenly felt that he was a mystery. Shaking her head, she felt that her thoughts were ridiculous. Chan Xian is almost at the bottom of the inner tribe selection. The fact that Long Chen has the ability to defeat him means that the rumor of him defeating an Earth Core warrior when he was only at the Mortal Core realm isn't false. He really is a genius. After giving Long Chen a fair evaluation, Yin Mengyao finally recovered from the shock of seeing Long Chen here. You defeated Chen Xian? Looking at the 2 jade bracelets on Long Chen's arm, Yin Mengyao asked indifferently. Although her tone was cold, it contained a hint of approval and praise. It wouldn't make anyone who heard it feel uncomfortable. That's for sure. How could that little kid be my match? Long Chen laughed arrogantly, looking like a villain. Hearing that Chen Xian had really been defeated by Long Chen, the young man from the Red Tribe who was lying on the ground finally couldn't take it anymore and fainted. Before he fainted, he forced himself to look at Long Chen. When he saw that the young man was really fine, his heart was filled with admiration. Long Chen had really defeated Chen Xian. Yin Mengyao could only accept this fact. Now that she had 4 jade bracelets, it meant that they would be able to enter the next stage as expected. Because of Long Chen, all of this had happened a little faster than she had expected. Should we continue our journey? After discovering that Long Chen might also be a strong martial artist, Yin Mengyao rejoiced in her heart. Therefore this time, she didn't just walk in silence. Instead, she asked for Long Chen's opinion. Wait a minute. Long Chen turned around and quickly dragged the unconscious Chen Xian and threw him together with the young man from the Red Tribe. After that, he took out a signal firework from their cosmos sack. He infused his true qi into it. Immediately, the signal firework vibrated violently and shot up into the sky. Rumble! The firework exploded. In the dark night sky, the image of a divine dragon appeared. It was a resplendent scene. It was as if the divine dragon was formed from starlight. It was imprinted in Long Chen's eyes, causing Long Chen to feel a little dazed. As he looked at the ancient life form that overlooked all living things, he thought back to the glorious era when dragons ruled the world. And now, everything was like a firework, blossoming brilliantly and then disappearing without a trace. Let's go. Thinking about the extinction of dragons, Long Chen felt a little moved. His originally cheeky smile disappeared, and his expression turned solemn. As they hurried along, Yin Mengyao turned her head and looked at this strange young man. Originally, they could have just left. The lives of the 2 Red Tribe youths had nothing to do with them. After all, this was an inner tribe selection, a battle of life and death, not an ordinary exchange of pointers. But although Long Chen had defeated them, he had taken their lives into consideration. In this life and death Devil Mountain, there were poisonous insects and beasts everywhere. If they were left here, it wouldn't be long before they turned into a pile of bones. From this, it could be seen that although he had the characteristics of a martial artist who loved to fight, he was still a kind person. This was the difference between Long Chen and many others. Moreover, from the cheeky smile at the start to the solemn expression now, what was he thinking? Yin Mengyao was extremely curious about this. She summoned her courage several times, and her long eyelashes trembled. She opened her mouth slightly, wanting to ask, but in the end, she restrained herself. Being interested in other people's matters was not Yin Mengyao's style. Just like that, the 2 of them continued on their way in silence. Long Chen, do you know of a place called the 10,000 Snakes Cave in this life and death Devil Mountain? Yin Mengyao suddenly asked after thinking for a moment. Long Chen turned his head to look at her. In the dark night, her spirited eyes were extremely bright, like the most beautiful stars in the night sky. I don't know. What's wrong? Yin Mengyao hesitated for a moment, but she still said, I underestimated you before, so let me apologize first. You don't mind? Of course I don't mind. Long Chen laughed involuntarily. Yin Mengyao nodded, then said, being able to be in the same team as you this time can be considered fate. However, there is one thing that I must complete in this heaven-winding path. I'll tell you first, whether you want to stay or leave, it's up to you. Speak. Long Chen stopped in his tracks. Yin Mengyao was a straightforward person, and she directly went to the main topic. There are a total of 3 people from the Een clan participating in the inner clan selection. I have a grudge with 2 of them, a very deep one. I don't have a chance to settle it with them in the Een clan, so we agreed to have a battle to the death in the 10,000 Snakes Cave on the heaven-winding path. They had a grudge? They were from the same clan, but they had a grudge? This surprised Long Chen, so he asked, "You want me to help you defeat them?" Een Mengyao hurriedly shook her head and said, "No, it's a deep grudge, and it's more suitable for me to settle it myself. If you agree to stay with me, you can just watch from the side. I can see that your strength is not bad, and you can probably reach the life and death cave by yourself. If you don't want to, we can part ways here, okay?" Long Chen thought for a moment, but he didn't say anything. "Don't worry, I will do my best to protect my life and let you pass through the heaven-winding path," Een Mengyao said anxiously. After all, this matter was indeed very important to her, but if she joined Long Chen and lost the inner clan selection because of this, it would be unfair to Long Chen. "Let's go." Long Chen smiled and said, "What?" "To the 10,000 Snakes Cave." Chapter 163. Een Mengyao was surprised that Long Chen would agree to go to the 10,000 Snakes Cave. "All right then, I know the location of the 10,000 Snakes Cave. If we're careful, we can avoid some danger." Under Een Mengyao's lead, Long Chen climbed the steep Life and Death Devil Mountain towards the peak. After walking for about half the distance, the clouds in the sky seemed to have already enveloped the entire area. The weather was already cold enough, and with the addition of this fog, even with Long Chen and the other cultivators' eyesight, it wasn't easy for them to move freely in the Life and Death Devil Mountain. In the sky, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. "Looks like it's going to rain." Een Mengyao's expression showed a hint of worry. "How far is the 10,000 Snakes Cave?" Long Chen frowned as he brushed aside a pitch-black leaf blocking his path. The environment of the Life and Death Devil Mountain was truly too vile. He couldn't imagine how terrifying it would be if it rained here. Swoosh! With a wave of his hand, Long Chen grabbed a thumb-sized snake from the leaf and crushed it to death. Even in death, the snake's tail was still tightly wrapped around Long Chen's body. But with Long Chen's Thunderflame battle physique, how could it possibly break it so easily? The snake's entire body was black, and there was only a single red line on its back that went from head to tail. It looked ordinary, but in reality, it was extremely poisonous. Poisonous beasts like this were everywhere in the Life and Death Devil Mountain. Along the way, Long Chen and Een Mengyao had met many poisonous beasts that were even more powerful than this snake. Among them, there was a mystic rank 4th level poisonous scorpion. It was as big as a horse, and its tail was about 3 meters long. Even with Long Chen's Thunderflame battle physique, its sharp stinger would be able to pierce through. This poisonous scorpion was dealt with by Een Mengyao before, but even Een Mengyao found it difficult to deal with this poisonous beast. The main reason was that this scorpion's venom was too terrifying. Even an Earth Core warrior would suffer a tragic fate if they were stung by it. After walking for a while, Lingxi, who hadn't spoken much, suddenly moved. Long Chen hurriedly took a few steps back. "Chick, what's up?" "There are people in front, and there are a few nether scorpions. It's 2 people from the Purple Clan. One of them seems to be injured. The 2 from the Violet Clan should be Gu Cheng and Lu Gue." Gu Cheng was Gu Baishan's grandson, and Gu Batian had taken care of Long Chen a lot. Hence this time, Long Chen had no choice but to interfere. "Long Chen, what's wrong?" Seeing that Long Chen had stopped in his tracks, Een Mengyao turned around and asked concernedly. From the beginning, she had been indifferent to Long Chen, but Long Chen's subsequent performance had won her respect. "There's someone in front. I have to go over." Long Chen didn't hesitate and was about to go in the direction Lingxi pointed. "What? Isn't this a bad time?" Right now, they had already obtained enough jade bracelets. Because of Een Mengyao's matter, they needed to make a trip to the 10,000 Snakes Cave. As for the others, it was best if they didn't meet them. For jade bracelets should be enough, right? She thought that Long Chen wanted to obtain more jade bracelets. Long Chen didn't answer. Gu Cheng and Lu Gue were in danger, so he couldn't be bothered with anything else. He directly rushed in the direction Lingxi pointed. Seeing that Long Chen didn't even listen to her opinion and didn't care about her at all, Een Mengyao was a little angry no matter how good her temper was. However, Long Chen was very determined when he left. Een Mengyao could only sigh helplessly and said coldly, "Forget it.
Regarding the matter of the 10,000 snakes cave, I've troubled you once. This time you've come to trouble me, so we're even.
Of course, she couldn't let Long Chen go alone, so she also used her movement technique and chased after Long Chen. The two of them quickly arrived at their destination. From afar, Long Chen could already smell the scorpions. There's a total of more than 10 nether scorpions. As soon as they arrived, Long Chen and Yin Mengyao saw the nether scorpions on the tree trunk, branches, ground and roots, as well as the two people who were already surrounded by the scorpions.
Gu Chang, Lu Gui.
Two shouts gave the two people inside hope. After listening carefully, they realized that it was Long Chen's voice. Long Chen had arrived, which meant that Yin Mengyao had also arrived. If Yin Mengyao was here, they might still have a chance to live. At this thought, they were overjoyed. Although they didn't know if Yin Mengyao would save them, at least they still had a chance. Long Chen, hurry up and ask Miss Mengyao to save us. Long Chen had just arrived. At that moment, Gu Cheng was already lying on the ground. His fair skin had now turned black. One look was enough to tell that he had been poisoned. Beside him, Lu Gui was struggling to resist the scorpions and protect Gu Cheng. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Big brother Gu Cheng has been poisoned by the scorpions to protect me. Long Chen, hurry up and think of a way to save him. At this point, Lu Gui didn't care about Long Chen's strength anymore. Around the two of them were the corpses of some nether scorpions. When she saw that it was Gu Cheng and Lu Gui, and that they knew Long Chen, Yin Mingyao's slight blame for Long Chen disappeared. But how did he know that these two people were injured? Yin Mengyao was very curious about this. While she was feeling curious, Long Chen had already charged towards the venomous nether scorpions without saying a word. In the process, he had already used the dragon soul transformation and transformed into a blood-red dragon body. The scarlet scales and bone spurs made him look similar to a poisonous scorpion, but he was even more terrifying. The reason why he used the dragon soul transformation was because these nether scorpions were really powerful. On the other hand, with the scales, his body would be harder, so it wouldn't be easy for the nether scorpions to break through his body. Long Chen, be careful. Gu Cheng and Lu Gui were very touched when they saw that the first one to rush to their rescue was Long Chen. However, they knew very well how strong Long Chen was. Even Gu Cheng had been poisoned by the nether scorpions, let alone Long Chen. Although this was the first time they had seen Long Chen's beast soul transformation, they were still not optimistic about Long Chen's chances. After all, Long Chen was only at the Earth Core realm. The news of him entering the Earth Core realm had already spread to the ears of many people through the mouths of the great elders. They were worried about Long Chen, but what shocked them was that Long Chen was like a wolf in a flock of sheep when he rushed into the group of nether scorpions, slaughtering them to his heart's content. From the looks of it, there was no need for Yin Mengyao to do anything. How is this possible? Gu Cheng's face was dark, and he was extremely shocked. Lu Gui's expression was also quite interesting. Profound Dragon Seal. As he advanced, Long Chen used the Profound Dragon Mark with a single hand in a practiced manner. The roaring divine dragon image instantly shattered the insides of the huge venomous nether scorpions. However, the vitality of these nether venomous scorpions was extremely strong. Seeing how powerful Long Chen was, they let out strange screeches. More than a dozen of them gathered together and attacked Long Chen. A total of more than 10 3-meter-long hard scorpion tails were raised up high, ready to pierce at any time. This kind of scene would make anyone's scalp go numb. The speed of this nether scorpion's tail is really not to be underestimated. With its demonic energy and venom, even a normal profound rank 4th level demonic beast would be defeated by this scorpion. Fortunately, this kind of poisonous beast only lived in a humid place like the Nine Demon Mountain. If it could be seen everywhere, then the human race would be in trouble. No wonder even Gu Cheng fell for it. It's so hard to deal with. After being continuously dodged several times, Long Chen felt a headache coming on. He felt that he had lost a lot of face, but he didn't understand Gu Cheng and Lu Gui's shock. Long Chen had obviously just broken through to the Earth Core realm, but he was actually able to move freely in a group of scorpions, and he had even killed a few poisonous nether scorpions in a row. While feeding Gu Cheng the poison, Lu Gui whispered to Gu Cheng, "Brother Cheng, didn't the Grand Elder say that Long Chen is at the early Earth Core realm? Why do I feel like he's stronger than me?" Gu Cheng shook his head in pain and said, "I don't know either. Fortunately, this thing can contain the scorpion's venom. With Long Chen and Yin Mengyao here, we should be fine. Protect me, I'll circulate my true energy to help expel the venom. Although he didn't know why Long Chen was so strong, expelling the venom was the most important thing right now. Otherwise, Gu Cheng would really be crippled. All right. Lu Gui nodded and looked at Long Chen nervously. You bunch of bastards. Fine, since you have the Yin attribute, then I'll let you experience this move. Burning Devil Yang Fist. Flaming Sky. Long Chen suddenly used the Flaming Fist. Immediately, the nether scorpions let out shrill screams and dodged in panic. Once hit by Long Chen's Flaming Fist, no matter how strong the nether scorpion was, it would be burned to death. Fire attribute. Such a powerful move. Seeing this move, Yin Mingyao's eyes narrowed. She originally wanted to help Long Chen, but after seeing Long Chen use this move, she knew that it wouldn't be a big problem. However, this Burning Devil Yang Fist was much stronger than before. Although it was a mid-rank mystic combat skill, this level of strength couldn't even be compared to Yin Mingyao's Ice Mountain Seal. This Long Chen, could it be that he's really a dark horse who's hiding his strength? Yin Mingyao's beautiful eyes stared at Long Chen as she thought to herself. At this time, with the help of the Burning Devil Yang Fist, Long Chen turned the nether scorpions into ashes one by one. After finally killing all the nether scorpions, Long Chen stood in front of Gu Cheng and Lu Gui, who had looks of disbelief on their faces. After a while, Lu Gui finally reacted and said anxiously, Long Chen, you guys should leave first. Chu Yunqi and the 3 from the Jin clan have formed a team of 4 and are sweeping around. They've already snatched almost all the jade crystal bracelets from the others. Chapter 164. Even this is possible? Long Chen felt a little depressed. Jin Shang'en and Chu Yunqi were already strong enough. Now that there were 2 young geniuses from the Jin clan, with their combined battle prowess, no combination would be able to stop them. I saw it with my own eyes. If we didn't escape in time, we might have already been defeated by them. However, our luck is really bad. We only cared about escaping and didn't expect to stumble into the nest of these netherworld scorpions. All right, Long Chen, they seem to be looking for you everywhere. Lu Gui helped Gu Cheng to the side. After confirming that it was safe, Gu Cheng began to focus on dispelling the poison. Looking for me? I'm afraid they want to kill me. Long Chen coldly laughed. At this time, Yin Mengyao had already walked to his side. Seeing how Long Chen killed so many netherworld scorpions so cleanly and efficiently, she had a deeper understanding of Long Chen's strength. Are they not breaking the rules of the game? Long Chen asked. Probably not. There's no such rule in the rules. Seems like they're trying to exploit a loophole. But in this case, no matter which team meets them, it would be more troublesome. Yin Mengyao furrowed her brows. With the 4 of them as a team, they would definitely be able to do whatever they wanted without a single mistake. However, the Life and Death Devil Mountain is so vast. It won't be easy to meet them. Long Chen saw that Gu Cheng and Lu Gui's crystal bracelets were still there. Under the nourishment of the spirit medicine, Gu Cheng's injuries were gradually recovering. By the time Gu Cheng was almost fully recovered, an hour had already passed. Yin Mengyao was already somewhat anxious. The 2 of you have already recovered. She and I still have some matters to attend to. Why don't we part ways now? Long Chen asked. Yin Mengyao wanted to go to the 10,000 Snakes Cave, so she still had to make a trip around the Life and Death Devil Mountain. And the most suitable way for Gu Cheng and Lu Gui was to head straight to the peak. With their current strength and condition, it was no longer suitable for them to compete with other teams. If they kept their crystal bracelets, they might still be able to succeed. At this time, Gu Cheng had completely recovered. He stood up and nodded. Since you still have things to do, then hurry up and do it. Lu Gui and I will rush to the top of the mountain. We don't care about anything else. The 4 of them said their goodbyes. After Long Chen left, Gu Cheng and Lu Gui Kai looked at each other. Brother Cheng, what kind of person do you think Long Chen is? Just now, he dealt with over a dozen nether venomous scorpions so casually? I've also noticed that. If my guess is correct, his strength is able to be ranked in the top 5 in this selection. He might even be above me. Gu Cheng sighed as he looked in the direction where Long Chen disappeared. So powerful? Lu Gui was slightly surprised. Yes, I think he just entered the outer tribe 2 months ago. How could he be a simple person to climb to his current position? Oh, but he seems to be very familiar with Yin Mengyao. What are they doing together? I don't know about that. I'm a little curious. You're both from the silver race. What kind of conflict do you have with them? Looking at Yin Mingyao's personality, she didn't seem to be the type to fight with others. Speaking of this, Yin Mengyao felt a little helpless. Among them, the man is called Li Feng, and the woman is called Wang Tong. As for the conflict, I can't say. There's a secret? Although Long Chen was very curious about this secret, he was too lazy to ask since the other party didn't want to talk about it. They had already walked about half of the path. At this point, there were thick clouds everywhere. Even with their eyesight, there were many obstacles in their movements. There are a lot more venomous snakes here. Long Chen said gloomily after killing a few snakes that flew over. Looks like we're close to the 10,000 snake cave. The 10,000 snake cave is the nest of venomous snakes in the Life and Death Demon Mountain. There must be a lot of venomous snakes, but that's not the scariest part. Yin Mengyao said seriously. What is the scariest part? In the 10,000 snake cave, there seem to be a few profound level 5 Yin serpent spirits. Their venom is extremely strong, more than 10 times stronger than the nether scorpion. When they attack together, it's very hard to deal with. If that's the case, why did we agree to meet in the 10,000 snake cave? Long Chen asked in confusion. In the Life and Death Demon Mountain, we only know about the 10,000 snake cave. Is there any other place we can go? Plus, we're only meeting outside the 10,000 snake cave. The battle should be somewhere else. So that's how it is. Long Chen didn't ask any more questions. Li Feng and Wang Tong have both reached the Earth Core realm not long ago. If they join forces, they're probably not much weaker than the 2 red race youths. I'm enough to deal with them. When the time comes, you just need to watch from the side. It won't be troublesome. Yin Mengyao felt a little apologetic for letting Long Chen follow her here, so she hurriedly explained. Long Chen nodded. He didn't need to argue with Yin Mengyao now. When the time comes, if Yin Mengyao really couldn't hold on anymore, then he could help. After all, it was fate that brought them together. Plus, they got along well. We're almost there. The air was filled with a fishy stench, and there were shadows of snakes everywhere. After walking for a while, Long Chen and Wang Tong brushed aside a large patch of leaves, and a wide open space appeared in front of them. Behind this open space, there was a huge cave. This cave was frighteningly gloomy, as if it was a pitch-black mouth. Countless venomous snakes moved in and out of the cave, as if they had merged into a river. Someone's here. Lingxi reminded Long Chen in a soft voice. Sure enough, at the edge of the open space, Long Chen saw a man and a woman sitting together. When they saw Yin Mengyao and Long Chen arrive, they stood up. The man Li Feng sneered and said, Yin Mengyao, I thought you weren't coming. How can I not come to deal with a group of ungrateful people like you? Seeing them, Yin Mengyao also didn't have a good expression. While Long Chen and Wang Tong were sizing them up, they were also sizing up Long Chen and Wang Tong. Looking at their somewhat dusty appearance, it seemed like they had experienced a lot of battles. On the other hand, Long Chen and Yin Mengyao seemed to be a lot more relaxed. Yin Mengyao was supposed to be like this, but why did Long Chen seem to be fine? Being dragged down by this trash, you actually didn't get injured. It seems like your luck is quite good, Wang Tong said in a strange tone. Don't tell me that you've taken a fancy to her and are trying your best to protect this Xiao Bai's face. Being called Xiao Bai's face, Long Chen was speechless. You can be proud now, but if I catch you, I'll spank your butt in front of your man. He secretly cursed in his heart. This Wang Tong looked delicate, so the feeling of spanking should be quite good. You're courting death. Yin Mengyao was infuriated by Wang Tong's insults. Oh, you're angry? That's really scary. But Yin Mengyao, my heart is really cold for Mo Xiaolang. He has just been imprisoned, and you're already looking for a new lover. Shut up. Yin Mengyao was really angry now. She was so angry that her entire body was shaking. Let me tell you, Mo Xiaolang is just my little brother. Little brother? Little brother? Who would believe that? Wang Tong's smug expression made Long Chen want to slap her again. Mo Xiaolang? When he heard this name, Long Chen recalled that Mo Xiaolang was also in the Yin clan, and Yin Mengyao seemed to be very familiar with him. This way, he could learn more about Mo Xiaolang through Yin Mengyao. Now that he was imprisoned in the Star Demon prison, Long Chen felt a little uneasy every time he thought about it. Yin Mengyao and Wang Tong exchanged a few more words before they made their move, right in front of the 10,000 Snakes cave. Wang Tong smiled proudly when she saw Yin Mengyao make her move. Her eyes shone with the light of a scheme succeeding. Then, she joined forces with Li Feng to attack Yin Mengyao. They're forcing Yin Mengyao to make a move in front of the 10,000 Snakes cave. What's their goal? Long Chen couldn't figure it out. He could only watch the battle closely and prevent Yin Mengyao from showing any signs of defeat. No matter what, she was Long Chen's current teammate. If she died, Long Chen's dream of becoming a member of the inner clan would be dashed. Yin Mengyao looks a little stronger than when she fought the Scarlet Race youth. It looks like she's using her full strength this time. Ice Mountain Seal. Hurricane Claw. Yin Mengyao fought more and more valiantly under the attacks of the two. She didn't show any signs of losing. Under Yin Mengyao's powerful cold attacks, Li Feng and Wang Tong were finding it more and more difficult to fight. However, they continued to hold on, using mid-stage mystic class attacks one after another, unleashing a vast offensive. Li Feng seemed to be familiar with a mid-stage mystic class movement technique. His entire body was like a whirlwind, extremely nimble. Yin Mengyao's attacks didn't hit him once. However, Yin Mengyao was also very smart. Li Feng couldn't catch her, so she focused on Wang Tong. Wang Tong's mouth was strong, but his hands weren't that good. Under Yin Mengyao's attacks, he was immediately pushed back. Bitch, go die. Brother Feng, save me. Wang Tong was forced by Yin Mengyao to the entrance of the 10,000 Snakes cave. He was very anxious, and he hurriedly cursed and shouted with a sinister expression. Li Feng was also anxious. He couldn't show off his movement technique this time. He could only quickly cut in between Yin Mengyao and Wang Tong, madly attacking Yin Mengyao. Hurricane Wheel. Ice Palm Print. This attack directly pushed Li Feng and Wang Tong together. At this time, Yin Mengyao smiled coldly. You guys already knew that I have a high mystic class combat technique. You actually dared to fight me here. You're really courting death. High mystic class. Long Chen was secretly speechless. His own strongest attack was the high mystic class demon spirit swordfinger. He didn't expect Yin Mengyao to also have a high mystic class combat technique. However, when he remembered that she was also a well-known genius from the other clans, he understood. Looks like I can't always be a frog in the well. If I can do it, why can't others? Hearing the high mystic class combat technique, Li Feng and Wang Tong's expressions changed. You really know a high mystic class combat technique? Li Feng's expression was somewhat gloomy. He and Wang Tong looked at each other, understanding each other's intentions. That was to use their strongest move to fight against Yin Mengyao's high mystic class combat technique. Yin Mengyao's high mystic class combat technique, what would it be? Chapter 165. With Yin Mengyao's strength, she wouldn't be at a disadvantage against the other two, so Long Chen knew that he had nothing to do with it. He had originally planned to make a move, but now it seemed like there wasn't a need. Especially when Yin Mengyao used an advanced mystic class combat technique, he didn't need to make a move. At this time, Yin Mengyao's battle with the other two had reached the realm of day and night. Li Feng and Wang Tong saw Yin Mengyao's huge attack and felt a little apprehensive. Sister Tong, even if it's an advanced mystic class combat technique, we shouldn't have a problem if we work together. At this time, Yin Mengyao's eyes were cold and a wave of cold air was released from her body. The surrounding snakes were frightened and retreated. The violent power was like the waves of the sea, surging violently. A wave of true qi swept around Yin Mengyao, stirring up a hurricane. Yin Mengyao's hands quickly formed a seal and the true qi turned into a blue stream of water that spun crazily like a dragon in the deep sea, letting out a series of angry roars. Brother Feng, let's go together. Alright. Omnidirectional True Demon Path. Silver Moon Sword Ray. A total of 2 powerful mid-mystic class attacks were launched at Yin Mengyao. These 2 moves were Li Feng and Wang Tong's strongest attacks. Even among the mid-mystic class combat techniques, they were very powerful. This level of combat technique was basically similar to the last move of Long Chen's Devil Yang Inferno Fist. Devil Yang Penetrating Earth. At this moment, Yin Mengyao unleashed an even more powerful move. Destroy the heavens and earth, overturn the ocean's seal. The moment this seal appeared, the sky and earth changed color. The name of the overturn the ocean seal was very appropriate. The surging blue light was like the waves of the sea, crashing towards the opponent's attack. In the middle, there was a huge blue palm imprint that possessed the power to destroy heaven and earth. Li Feng's omnidirectional True Devil Dao and Wang Tong's Silver Moon Sword Light were shattered in the process of resisting the overturning ocean imprint. As for that powerful blue palm imprint, it crashed towards Li Feng and Wang Tong. Not good dodge. They knew that Yin Mengyao was very strong, but they still underestimated her. In this way, even if they had thought of dodging and didn't let the massive overturning ocean seal hit them directly, the aftershock still caused them to spit out a mouthful of blood and fly backward. At this critical juncture, Li Feng's movement technique wasn't bad. He dodged relatively quickly, so he suffered fewer injuries. However, it was different for Wang Dan. Although it was just an aftershock, she was still severely injured. Her face was pale. In midair, Li Feng hurriedly grabbed Wang Dan and dodged to the side. Only then did he not directly fall into the 10,000 Snakes cave. Seeing this scene, Long Chen knew that Yin Mengyao was going to win. After all, she was his teammate, so Long Chen let out a sigh of relief. Yin Mengyao was delighted that she managed to severely injure Wang Tong with the ocean overturning seal. The two of them had done things that she couldn't stand, so most people couldn't understand Yin Mengyao's hatred for them. At this moment, Wang Tong had completely lost the ability to fight, and Li Feng was not as good as before. Furthermore, he still had to take care of Wang Tong. Thus, Yin Mengyao bit her lips and followed up with another attack. They had come here to end things. Victory and defeat were accompanied by life and death. Yin Mengyao's original intention was for them to die, so she didn't hesitate for long. Seeing Yin Mengyao charging over, the expression of the severely injured Wang Tong changed. She said anxiously, "Brother Feng, she's charging over. Forget it, let's just follow the plan." If they followed the plan, Li Feng couldn't predict what the outcome would be. However, in this situation, they could only use their trump card. Although they knew that Yin Mengyao's advanced mystic class combat technique was powerful, they didn't expect it to be this strong. Even their combined strongest move couldn't withstand it. Alright, let's take a gamble. If we don't get rid of Yin Mengyao, we won't be able to live in peace for the rest of our lives. At this moment, Li Feng looked coldly at Yin Mengyao, who was attacking him, and smiled coldly. His hand gradually approached his Cosmos sack. When Yin Mengyao was only 10 meters away from him, he moved very quickly. He took out an item from the Cosmos sack and threw it at Yin Mengyao at the fastest speed possible. What is this? Because the speed of the item was too fast, Long Chen couldn't see what it was at that moment. However, after throwing that item, Li Feng hurriedly carried Wang Tong and ran away. When Yin Mengyao saw the incoming black object, she also couldn't see what it was. What the hell is that? A concealed weapon? Yin Mengyao's gaze was cold. As she moved forward, she fiercely slashed out with her palm. The item thrown by Li Feng was instantly smashed into pieces. It's an egg. Long Chen and Yin Mengyao were completely stunned. That black object, which was about the size of a human head, was actually an egg. At this moment, the egg was smashed by Yin Mengyao with a light move. The egg yolk and white splattered all over the ground, and some even stained Yin Mengyao's clothes. At this time, she didn't have time to remove the disgusting thing from her clothes. What the hell are you doing? Yin Mengyao's gaze darkened as she chased again. However, at this moment, a sharp hissing sound came from the 1,000 Snakes cave. The entire cave seemed to be shaking. What's going on? Long Chen was also at a loss as to why the myriad Snakes cave suddenly underwent such a drastic change. All of this happened after Li Feng threw an egg at Yin Mengyao. Could it be a snake egg? Long Chen had a flash of inspiration and thought of this. However, his expression instantly changed. Not good. Yin Mengyao had destroyed the snake egg. Right now, the venomous snakes in the 10,000 Snake cave had probably smelled the egg. To be able to cause such a tremor in the 10,000 Snake cave, it was undoubtedly the terrifying Gue Yin snake spirit. This was a profound rank 5 poisonous beast. Just its demonic energy alone was equivalent to a warrior at the initial Earth core realm. Not to mention the terrifying poison on its body. Yin Mengyao has the smell of the snake egg on her. Those Yin snake spirits must know that the snake egg was destroyed by Yin Mengyao. Then, they will definitely attack her crazily. This Li Feng and Wang Tong must have snuck into the 1,000 Snakes cave to steal the snake egg and wait for Yin Mengyao's arrival. This snake egg is their trump card. Once they are no match for Yin Mengyao, they will use it. After tossing the snake egg onto Yin Mengyao, Li Feng didn't say a word and immediately fled with all his might with Wang Tong. Yin Mengyao was just about to give chase when the entire 10,000 snakes cave shook. In the next instant, a gust of black gas sprayed out from within the cave. The stench caused Long Chen, who was nearby, to feel like vomiting when he smelled it. "You guys are really vicious." At this time, how could Yin Mengyao not know that she had fallen into a trap? Seeing that the black gas was about to pounce on her, the only thing she could do was dodge. At this time, a huge explosion came from the cave. Then, a huge pitch-black snake head emerged from within. In this dark life and death demon mountain, Long Chen could only see its scarlet eyes, like lanterns in the dark night. The hissing sounds caused Long Chen's scalp to go numb. This Yin snake spirit wasn't the only one. When the first ferocious snake head appeared, the other snake heads shot out from the cave one after another. These Yin snake spirits were not only extremely strong, they also had intelligence. They didn't rush to kill Yin Mengyao, but instead circled behind Yin Mengyao and blocked her path. A total of 6 Gue Yin snake spirits surrounded Yin Mengyao. Their scarlet eyes glared at Yin Mengyao. Their long blood-red snakes spat out mouthfuls of killing intent from the Gue Yin snake spirits. These Yin snake spirits were much thicker than ordinary buckets, and their bodies were more than 10 meters long. They weren't smooth, but were covered with countless bumps and bumps. A dark green mist surrounded these Yin snake spirits, making them look very ferocious. After realizing that she had been surrounded by these Yin snake spirits, Yin Mingyao's expression changed greatly. A trace of fear appeared on her originally cold face. Ordinary women were more afraid of animals like snakes, not to mention these terrifying poisonous beasts, Yin snake spirits. Each of these snake spirits was about the same level as Yin Mengyao, and they were also highly poisonous. Yin Mengyao was surrounded by them, and the odds were against her. Li Feng and Wang Tong's move was too vicious to let Yin Mengyao be bitten to death by these poisonous snakes. She might not even have a corpse left. In Yin Mengyao's heart, her hatred for Li Feng and Wang Tong grew like never before. At this time, the Gue Yin snake spirits that had successfully surrounded Yin Mengyao let out ferocious and terrifying hisses. They lowered their heads and coiled up their bodies. They flicked their tongues in and out, and their eyes revealed a bloody light. "Yin Mengyao, be careful." Seeing this scene, Long Chen knew that these Yin snake spirits were about to attack. Yin Mengyao was in such a predicament. If she died, Long Chen would also lose the qualifications to participate in the inner tribe selection. Moreover, she seemed to be Mo Xiaolong's good friend, so he had to save her this time. Without any hesitation, Long Chen used Dragon Soul Transformation at this moment. After transforming into a dragon's body, the blood-red scales and sharp bone spikes all over his body were not the slightest bit inferior to the Yin snake spirits. This was the second time Yin Mengyao had seen Long Chen's Dragon Soul Transformation. At this time, she didn't have the time to care about whether Long Chen was handsome or not. Overturn the ocean seal. At this time, the best way was to take the initiative to attack. Therefore, when she was surrounded by the Yin snake spirits, she immediately used her most powerful move. With this overturn the ocean seal, she turned around and attacked the Yin snake spirits behind her. Chapter 166. At this moment, the situation was extremely tense. Yin Mengyao once again used the ocean overturning seal. Like a roaring sea, it suddenly pushed towards the Yin snake spirit that was closer to her and was about to attack her. Boom! With an explosion, the Yin snake spirit was about to pounce towards Yin Mengyao when it was hit by Yin Mengyao. It let out a scream. The thick snake body was actually blasted apart. Flesh and blood flew everywhere and there was even black venom mixed in it. This Gue Yin serpent spirit was not killed. It had dodged in time, but there was a large hole in its neck. At this moment, it fell to the ground with a loud bang, rolling wildly on the ground. The surrounding trees were smashed to pieces. Bang! A pitch-black boulder was completely shattered by the injured Yin snake spirit. Seeing that their companion had been beaten to such a state, the Yin snake spirits were even more furious. They hissed repeatedly and rolled their huge bodies. Like a poisonous arrow, they suddenly exploded and shot towards Yin Mengyao. Yin Mengyao's strongest attack, the ocean overturning seal, had only managed to injure one of the Gue Yin snake spirits. Seeing that the other poisonous beasts had finally made their move, her bright eyes finally revealed a trace of despair and sorrow. At this moment, She could only use the last of her true chi to pounce towards the nearest snake spirit. She attempted to use this desperate attack to open up a path. However, Long Chen would not let such a delicate beauty perish in front of his eyes just like that. Ocean overturning seal. With this seal technique, the Gue snake spirit spat out a thick black gas. This was clearly a poisonous gas. Mengyao only took a sniff and felt a little dizzy. Hold your breath. Long Chen's explosive shout was heard. Only then did Mengyao remember that there was a companion beside her. Is he here to save me? As this thought surfaced in her mind, Mengyao had already used her strongest battle technique and clashed with the snake spirit. Boom! After a series of explosions, the powerful force sent Mengyao flying. She did not carve out a bloody path as she had imagined. Instead, she was knocked back by the immense power of the Gue snake spirit. However, the Gue snake spirit that had clashed with her just now was not feeling well either. In fact, its injuries were much worse than the previous Gue snake spirit. On its forehead, there was scarlet blood all over and its eyes were sunken in. It seemed like it had been blinded by Mengyao. Mengyao was not out of danger. She was in even more danger. Behind her was the remaining Gue snake spirit. Moreover, all of them had their ferocious mouths biting towards her. Mengyao, whose last move had failed, was completely disappointed. Long Chen, thinking of him, Mengyao felt a little helpless. This time, she had implicated him and caused him to lose the right to participate in the inner clan selection. Mengyao closed her eyes and gave up resisting as she could already feel the stench. And just at this moment, a powerful force suddenly rushed towards her back. Boom boom boom. What followed was a series of explosions, as well as the miserable cries of the Gue snake spirit. Only then did Mengyao wake up. So she had been saved. She hurriedly turned her head and was stunned when she saw the red figure. Long Chen, why is it you? Why isn't it me? Is there anyone as handsome as me in this world? Long Chen circulated the full strength of the second-level Thunderflame battle body, and fiercely punched one of the Gue snake spirits. The spikes on his claws were incomparably sharp. This punch smashed a large hole in the other party's body. This punch also contained the power of the Devil Yang penetrating earth, which was why it had such an achievement. Hearing Long Chen's reply, Mengyao did not feel nauseous. Instead, she felt endless gratitude. Mengyao naturally knew how powerful the Gue snake spirit was. However, Long Chen had actually risked his life to save her. Although she did not say it out loud, this friendship was firmly engraved in her heart. He seems to be very strong. From Long Chen's attacks, Mengyao was shocked to find that even she had difficulty dealing with the Gue snake spirits. When Long Chen dealt with them, he was very domineering. Although it was difficult to completely take down the other Gue snake spirits, at least he had no problem protecting himself. He could even force the Gue snake spirits to retreat. He has just entered the Earth Core stage, yet he has such an achievement. This Long Chen's strength in the selection of outsiders can definitely be ranked in the top 10, or even the top 5. The reason why it was so easy to deal with the Gue serpent spirits was mainly because of Long Chen's level 2 Thunderflame battle physique. In terms of close combat, it had a huge advantage. However, they were all existences of the profound rank. At most, Long Chen could only heavily injure them. Let's go. It was completely meaningless to fight with the Gue snake spirits here. Therefore, just as they forced the Gue snake spirits to retreat, Long Chen suddenly pulled Mengyao and without saying a word, they headed in the direction of the mountain's life and death cave. The delicate and soft hand was currently being held in Long Chen's hand. However, Long Chen did not let his imagination run wild. This Mengyao might have some relationship with Mo Xiaolang. He could not bully his brother's wife. Moreover, the great god Lingxi was beside him. Long Chen and Mengyao immediately ran away. The remaining Gue snake spirits that were not injured madly chased after them, along with the tens of thousands of poisonous snakes in the entire 10,000 snake cave. This group of poisonous snakes was like a torrent, chasing after the two of them. The scene was very spectacular. Along the way, whether it was the tree trunks, roots or leaves, they were all covered by this group of poisonous snakes. The scarlet snake's tongue, in the dark night, flashed a cold red light. However, Long Chen was not in a hurry. Their speed was still faster than the Gue snake spirits. After waiting for almost 2 hours, Long Chen finally got rid of the poisonous snakes. Huff huff. Long Chen sat on the ground, panting in embarrassment. It had been a long time since he was so tired.
He let go of his hand and grabbed her arm for nearly 2 hours.
Long Chen's hand was also numb. Previously, because the Guiyin snake spirit was too terrifying, Long Chen had only been focused on rushing.
Long Chen, I seem to have been poisoned.
At this moment, Yin Mengyao was sitting on a tree trunk with her head lowered. After running for a long time, her originally tied long hair had fallen down, looking a little messy, but her beauty was still cold. Long Chen's expression changed.
He quickly raised her head, only to find that her face had turned pale, and her eyes were a little dispirited.
Her originally rosy lips had actually turned black, so black that it looked like blood was about to drip out. At this time, Yin Mengyao raised her left hand. Long Chen lifted her sleeve and saw that there was a black mark on her white arm. The snake poison had clearly entered from this place. How could this be? Long Chen frowned deeply. I don't know either. This is the arm that I used to use the overturning ocean seal. Maybe when I was fighting with the Guiyin snake spirit, I was injured by them, and then the venom splashed on it. I seem to have heard that some poisonous beasts can spray venom out in the air. Yin Mengyao had only fought with the Guiyin snake spirit for a short while, and she was poisoned. When Long Chen rescued her, he basically beat up all the Guiyin snake spirits, but they seemed to be fine.
However, hearing her say this, Long Chen remembered that when he was fighting with the Guiyin snake spirit, he sometimes felt a sudden tingling pain in some parts of his body, but it disappeared in an instant, so he didn't care about it.
Could it be that I was also poisoned? If that was the case, then it would be troublesome. Long Chen was shocked. Just as he was about to check his body, Lingxi said, "Don't worry, although you were also poisoned by the Guiyin snake spirit, you are fine." Why? Lingxi was experienced and knowledgeable. When Long Chen heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief. I guess it's because the dragon blood flowing in your body has a natural restraining effect on this venom. That tiny venom can't be refined at all. What about Yin Mengyao? This woman, because she consumed too much energy and ran too fast, her blood flow accelerated, and the venom spread. That's why she became like this. If she was in a normal state, this little bit of venom wouldn't make her like this. Just as Long Chen was about to find a solution, Yin Mengyao had already taken out a healing spirit medicine from her cosmos bag. Seeing that the poison was acting up more and more violently, she could only use spirit medicine to save herself. This snake venom is even more powerful than the poison of the nether scorpion. These healing spirit medicines of hers can't cure it at all. Lingxi's eyes were filled with worry as she said helplessly, "What?" Long Chen felt a headache coming on. Long Chen, this snake venom is really powerful. I can use my true energy and spirit medicine to barely suppress it, but I don't think I can last long. Yin Mengyao couldn't be any clearer about her own body. At this moment, her beautiful eyes were trembling slightly, and a trace of sorrow appeared on her face. I didn't expect that I would be the one who harmed you in the end during the inner tribe selection. I'm sorry, Long Chen. Raising her head, Yin Mengyao took a deep breath and said apologetically, "What nonsense are you talking about? It's not like I don't have a way to save you." Long Chen comforted her. Just as he was about to ask Lingxi if there was a way to solve this problem, Lingxi's expression suddenly changed, and she said anxiously, "Long Chen, run. Jin Shenzhen and Chu Yunxi are coming." Hearing this, Long Chen's expression also changed. He wanted to run away with Yin Mengyao, but the other party's movements were too fast. In just a few breaths' time, they had already appeared in Long Chen's sight. Seeing Long Chen from afar, Jin Shenzhen laughed maniacally. "Yin Mengyao, Long Chen, it's really you guys. I was wondering who had caused the venomous snakes to go berserk. So it's you guys. It seems like even the heavens are on our side." Long Chen. Chu Yunqi's eyes were filled with madness. "This time, no one is protecting you. I'll definitely kill you." Following their voices, Jin Shenzhen, Chu Yunqi, and the other two young geniuses of the Jin tribe instantly appeared beside Long Chen like arrows released from a bow. They exchanged glances and split into two groups, one in front and one behind, surrounding Long Chen and Chu Yunqi. "Let's see where you can run to this time." Chu Yunqi had already completely dominated Long Chen. As soon as the hatred in his heart dissipated, he went completely crazy. "Brother Chu, you can attack as much as you want this time. I'll help you hold Yin Mengyao back, so you can give us a visual feast." "What?" Yin Mengyao has been poisoned by the venomous snakes? Following Jin Shengen's gaze, the others also looked over. Indeed, Yin Mengyao's face was haggard, and her lips were black. If this wasn't poison, what else could it be? Chu Yunxi's heart completely relaxed. Long Chen die. Chapter 167. A friend in need is a friend indeed. When Jin Shang-en and the others were chasing after them, Long Chen didn't abandon Yin Mengyao and run away. Not only that, he even saved her from the poisonous snakes. Yin Mengyao was very touched by his kindness. At first, she looked down on Long Chen, but now, Long Chen had become her pillar of support. In such a dangerous situation, she looked at Long Chen, but she saw that Long Chen's expression was calm, and there wasn't a single trace of fear on his face. Jin Shang-en and Chu Yunxi were both in the top 5 of the inner clan selection, especially Jin Shang-en, who was known as the #1 genius of the outer clan. His current combat strength was already close to the advanced Earth Core realm. You want to kill me? Long Chen laughed casually. You still dare to talk to me like this when you're about to die? Do you think you'll have the chance to use the signal fireworks in front of us? Chu Yunxi bit her lips and said viciously. Long Chen laughed, and one of his hands was already on Yin Mengyao's shoulder. Xueqi, when necessary, help me a little, but remember, you can't use more than half of your soul power. Long Chen said in a low voice as he looked at Chu Yunxi coldly. He understood the current situation, and if he didn't pay 120% of his attention, there was a high chance that he would be buried here. Oh, I understand, Lingxi said nervously. On the other side, Jin Shang-en and Chu Yunxi looked at each other, and they were ready to take action. You snatched my woman, and you dare to slander the Supreme Elder in front of so many people. Long Chen, what you've done is punishable by death. Chu Yunxi licked his lips and walked closer to Long Chen. Haha. Long Chen laughed out loud. Can you not be so funny? You need to have real ability to get a woman. Since when did Lu Lan become yours? She's mine now. Sigh, I forgot to tell you, the taste of her really makes me forget to go home. As he said that, his eyes were filled with longing, and he stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. What did you say? You and her. Hearing Long Chen's words, Chu Yunxi was furious. Long Chen's words were very obvious. He had already done it with Lu Lan. When he thought about the woman he yearned for day and night, lying under Long Chen's crotch, his breathing quickened and his eyes gradually turned bloodshot. Long Chen, you must die. As he spoke, he suddenly went berserk like a frenzied whirlwind, and he blasted towards Long Chen. Wind calamity finger. The vast attack and the swirling wind and clouds caused Long Chen to recall the scene at Lu Lan's residence in Green Willow Residence. At that time, Long Chen was heavily injured by Chu Yunxi's wind cloud tribulation finger. No matter how Long Chen tried to explain, Chu Yunxi refused to believe him and insisted on killing Long Chen. Today, it was the same, he wanted to kill Long Chen. Would I, Long Chen, let the same result happen to him? Long Chen's lips curled into a cold smile as he thought of this. This kid is really stubborn. He was tricked by me so easily. Long Chen had an easier time dealing with people who were all brawn and no brains. Although Chu Yunxi and Jin Shang-en were abnormally strong, they were no match for Long Chen in terms of wits. As Chu Yunxi used the wind cloud tribulation finger, Long Chen made his move. With a cold glint in his eyes, Long Chen wrapped his arms around Yin Mengyao's waist. At this point, he couldn't care less about the fact that men and women shouldn't touch each other. This beauty's body is so soft and fragrant. At this moment, such a perverted thought appeared in Long Chen's mind. At this time, he forced himself to think, Mo Xiaolang is only 14 years old. He probably doesn't know what a woman is. This Yin Mengyao is probably just his friend. In this case, she's not his friend's wife, so he doesn't have to worry about anything. However, as soon as he thought of Lingxi, Long Chen's heart skipped a beat. His expression immediately changed from perverted to sacred. At this time, Chu Yunxi's wind cloud tribulation finger was approaching. Although this wind cloud tribulation finger wasn't a high-level mystic class combat technique, it was already very good among the mid-level mystic class combat techniques. In the inner clan selection, other than Yin Mengyao's ocean overturning seal, this was the strongest attack that Long Chen had seen. Dragon swimming steps of the 9 heavens. What surprised Chu Yunxi was that Long Chen didn't directly clash with him. Instead, when he attacked, Long Chen used his movement technique to escape with Yin Mengyao in his arms. Even at this time, you still want to escape? Chu Yunxi sneered. The movement of his feet increased by several times. The wind cloud tribulation finger didn't move at all as it whistled towards Long Chen. However, he didn't see that the direction Long Chen was running towards with Yin Mengyao was the other two Gold Clan youths. Seeing that Long Chen was running towards them, the two Gold Clan youths were shocked. Just as they were about to make way for Chu Yunxi and Long Chen to fight, Jin Shang-en shouted, "Stop them!" In this way, they didn't need to hide anymore. In their opinion, if they joined forces to stop a rookie who had just entered the Earth Core realm, wouldn't that be a piece of cake? At this time, Long Chen had already transformed into his dragon soul state. Chu Yunxi's mighty wind cloud tribulation finger was already very close to him. Just as it was about to hit him, Long Chen's speed increased by several times in an instant. In an instant, he arrived in front of the two Gold Clan youths. An icy cold starlight formed at the tip of Long Chen's finger. At this moment, Long Chen accomplished something that shocked everyone. He merely stretched out his finger that had a speck of starlight on it, and he broke the joint attack of the two Gold Clan geniuses. Then, he suddenly rushed towards one of them and slapped him towards Chu Yunxi. What? Both Jin Shang-en and Chu Yunxi were shocked. Originally, Long Chen's speed was the standard for someone who had just entered the Earth Core realm. However, the speed he displayed just now was already faster than someone who had just entered the initial stage of the Earth Core realm. The two Gold Clan geniuses originally thought that Long Chen was just a warrior who had just entered the Earth Core realm. They just wanted to use a basic mystic combat skill to force Long Chen back. How could they have imagined that Long Chen's speed would suddenly increase by so much? Furthermore, the starlight in his hand was filled with the power to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. It had instantly destroyed their joint attack and easily struck one of them. How can Long Chen be so powerful? Jin Shang-en was puzzled as well. Previously, when Long Chen was still at the advanced stage of the mortal core realm, he couldn't even withstand a single attack from Chu Yunxi. Although he had reached the Earth Core realm, he was still worlds apart from Jin Shang-en. But now, Long Chen had actually accomplished such an amazing feat. He must have used some special skill. I can't let him escape. When Long Chen's speed increased, Jin Shang-en had many thoughts in his mind. He used his fastest speed to bypass Chu Yunxi and chase after Long Chen. Originally, Chu Yunxi's wind cloud finger of calamity was aimed at Long Chen. However, when the Gold Clan youth was slapped by Long Chen, he was about to collide with Chu Yunxi's wind cloud finger of calamity. If he collided with it, this guy would definitely die. Luckily, Chu Yunxi had a strong control over his wind cloud finger of calamity. Therefore, at this critical moment, he quickly dodged it, and the wind cloud finger of calamity hit a majestic demonic tree. Boom! The demonic tree was blasted open, and it couldn't support its huge crown anymore, causing it to fall to the ground. At the same time, Chu Yunxi was also pushed back. In just a split second, Long Chen had already run far away with Yin Mengyao in his arms. Jin Shang-en is so fast? When Long Chen turned around, he was slightly shocked. His current speed had already surpassed an ordinary early-stage Earth Core warrior, but he didn't expect that his opponent would still be able to catch up. That's right, I guess his speed is about the same as mine, but since I'm carrying Yin Mengyao, I'm slightly slower. Just now, the only person who had caught up was Jin Shang-en, and the others had fallen behind by quite a bit. Long Chen, don't even think about escaping. If I catch up, you'll definitely die. Long Chen turned around and said with a disdainful smile, "The problem is, Jin Shang-en, you piece of trash, can you catch up to me? Little she do it." To be honest, with the current situation, Jin Shang-en would catch up to Long Chen sooner or later. If that was the case, Long Chen could only rely on Lingxi. Scoundrel, take a beating. Under Long Chen's command, the Lingxi sword on his earring suddenly enlarged, and Lingxi's body was covered in a misty mist. She came out from the mist, and with a pout on her face, she used her finger as a sword. In an instant, sword energy filled the air. Immortal Dream Sword Technique. Dancing Azure Waves Blade. In an instant, countless tiny sword shadows shot out from the misty mist created by Lingxi's sword. Like a heavy rain, they whistled through the air and pierced towards Jin Shang-en. This earth-shattering sword shadows caused Jin Shang-en's eyes to widen, and he instantly stopped in his tracks. What is this? Although the sky full of sword shadows didn't seem strong, if he directly rushed over, he would probably be pierced into a hedgehog.
Bastard Long Chen, you're dead for sure.
Being blocked just like that, Jin Shang-en let out an angry roar. At this time, he could only use his movement technique and battle technique to deal with Ling Xi's attack. But Ling Xi had already dove into Ling Xi's sword and escaped with Long Chen. The crazy roar behind him only made Long Chen smile indifferently. Jin Shang-en, Chu Yunqi, let me tell you, it's not that I'm afraid of you this time. I just want to defeat you in front of everyone in the life and death cave. That would be even more interesting. Long Chen's loud laughter entered Jin Shang-en and Chu Yunqi's ears. Life and death cave? Originally, when they let Long Chen escape, the two were extremely flustered and exasperated. But when they thought that they could still kill Long Chen in the life and death cave, they felt a bit better. Then I'll let you live a bit longer. In the life and death cave, there will be 4 people in a group. Jin Shang-en and I will enter 2 groups respectively. When the time comes, no matter which group you enter, you will not be able to escape death. Chu Yunqi looked in the direction that Long Chen left in and said with a ruthless expression. Finally getting rid of the 2, Long Chen ran for a while to familiarize himself with Yin Mingyao's body before finding a place to put her down. At this time, Yin Mingyao's face was incomparably pale, and her lips were strangely black. It seemed that the spirit medicine she had taken was useless. Seeing that sweat had already appeared on Long Chen's forehead, Yin Mingyao pursed her lips, feeling a bit moved in her heart. Long Chen, try to fight for a bit longer. If you can send me to the life and death cave before I can't hold on any longer, then you can also enter the second trial. No, I want to save you, Long Chen said decisively. Chapter 168. Save. Yin Mengyao didn't understand. Even the spiritual medicine she had on her wasn't enough to cure the snake poison. What could Long Chen do? Forget it, Long Chen. Ordinary spiritual medicine probably won't have any effect on the Yin snake spirit's pain. If I hadn't used my true qi to suppress it, the poison would have spread all over my body by now. Long Chen didn't answer her. He walked to the side and asked Ling Xi, you said that my blood is dragon blood, so it has a restraining effect on the snake poison? Inside Ling Xi's sword, Ling Xi nodded heavily and said cutely, yes. Yes. Do you think it's possible to let her drink my blood? Ah. Ling Xi thought for a moment and said uncertainly, it's possible. Then it's done. I have to try. Now that things had taken a turn for the better, Long Chen felt a little more relaxed. In fact, it hadn't been easy to get rid of Jin Shenzhen and Chu Yunqi. Today's calamity was over. The only trouble he had to deal with now was Yin Mengyao. Seeing Long Chen act so mysteriously, Yin Mengyao endured the discomfort and asked, do you have a way? Long Chen pulled up his sleeve and said, what do you think of letting you drink a few mouthfuls of my blood? Yin Mengyao really had to give it to Long Chen for making such a joke at this time. However, she and Long Chen had established a very good relationship, so she wouldn't be angry because of this joke. You're really funny. Although her face was pale, Yin Mengyao could still show a smile. I'm serious. Taking out a sharp dagger from his Cosmo sack, Long Chen didn't say anything and slashed at the thick part of his arm. Immediately, a 3-centimeter-long wound appeared, and dark red blood quickly flowed out. Long Chen, are you crazy? Yin Mengyao was completely frightened. Long Chen pressed her head with one hand and brought her mouth close to the wound. He said faintly, hurry up, don't waste it. This is the best treatment. Even my Ling Xi hasn't enjoyed it. Yin Mengyao had no strength to resist at all, so she was directly pressed down by Long Chen. Her mouth also came into contact with Long Chen's blood. Trust me, I won't let you down. Yin Mengyao was originally a bit against drinking other people's blood, but after hearing Long Chen's calm words and the concern in them, she hesitated for a moment before opening her mouth and sticking out her beautiful tongue, gently licking Long Chen's arm. Fuck me. This scene made Long Chen's blood boil. Fortunately, it was his arm. If it was anywhere else, Long Chen would have collapsed. After sucking a few mouthfuls of Long Chen's blood, Yin Mengyao finally moved away. She looked at Long Chen with some embarrassment. There was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, which she hurriedly wiped away. This was the first time in her life that she had done such a strange thing. If Long Chen hadn't saved her life, she wouldn't have compromised so easily. Long Chen, it should be enough. Hurry up and stop the bleeding, right? Seeing Long Chen's wound, Yin Mingyao's gaze was a little unbearable. A beauty is a beauty. She's still so beautiful even after being poisoned. Long Chen thought in his heart. He retracted his arm and secretly used the returning energy battle technique to heal the small wound. He then asked seriously, "How do you feel now?" Yin Mengyao had been paying attention to Long Chen's wound and was curious about why he would have such a strange action. However, she had neglected the situation within her body.
After being asked by Long Chen, she had only checked her body when she suddenly discovered that the blood she had just swallowed had turned into a red mist that swept through her body.
What is this? Yin Mengyao was shocked. Just as she was about to circulate her qi to force the red mist back, she discovered that the red mist actually had the effect of dispelling the poison. How is this possible? How can his blood be so magical? Yin Mengyao couldn't figure it out no matter how much she thought about it. She could only accept Long Chen's kindness and guide the red mist to wander through her body, dispelling the snake poison. Seeing that Yin Mengyao had entered a state of meditation, Long Chen walked to a nearby place. "Scoundrel, did you do this because I'm pretty?" Lingxi's words were filled with jealousy. "Which vinegar jar has been knocked over? It's so pungent,"
Long Chen said with a roguish expression.
"I didn't. I just felt that you would always be attentive to beautiful women." "Humph. Who said so?" Long Chen's face was full of righteousness. "I helped her purely because Mo Xiaolang gave me the astral battle body and gave me great help. Yin Mengyao probably has a deep relationship with him. I have to return the favor, don't you think so? Great aunt." Lingxi was dubious. After a while, Yin Mengyao had gradually regained her color, but her cold face was still there. This kind of cold temperament was not something that Lingxi would have. No, it could only be said that she wouldn't have it for the time being. Who knew what kind of earth-shattering beauty Lingxi would be when she really grew up? How is this possible? I've really recovered? When she opened her eyes, Yin Mengyao looked at Long Chen doubtfully. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. In her eyes, Long Chen had completely become a mysterious guy. Why does your blood have the miraculous effect of dispelling poison? Standing up, Yin Mengyao asked in surprise. "This is my secret. Don't ask me, and don't tell anyone else. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson." Long Chen had a cocky expression on his face. "All right." Yin Mengyao nodded. She naturally wouldn't tell anyone else. After all, she owed Long Chen a great debt of gratitude. "I've already recovered. What should we do next?" Yin Mengyao asked. "Naturally, we'll go to the Life and Death Cave." After ascending the Life and Death Devil Mountain, a long time had passed in the blink of an eye. On this mountain, it was hard to tell the difference between day and night. Right now, it was probably dusk, or perhaps night time, but the scenery had not changed. The dark clouds are even lower, and the thunder is even louder. Luckily, it didn't rain today, or it would be very troublesome. Let's go to the peak of the Life and Death Devil Mountain. It's about time. Before ascending the Life and Death Devil Mountain, Yin Mengyao was the leader of this small group. But after experiencing a few things, her position had completely changed. After ascending for roughly half an hour, just as Long Chen was preparing to ask about Mo Xiaolang, Lingxi suddenly said something to him. Long Chen's lips curled up in a sinister smile.
Lingxi said, "The man and woman from the Yin clan seem to be over there."
Naturally, Lingxi was referring to Li Feng and Wang Tong. Seems like enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Long Chen laughed. After that, he turned to Yin Mengyao and said, "Are you interested in coming with me to beat up two people?" Yin Mengyao didn't know how to react. "Just follow me." Long Chen had a mysterious expression on his face as he walked in front. Suddenly, he increased his speed, as though he was chasing after someone. What a strange person. Yin Mengyao was somewhat speechless, but she still chased after him. Not long after, Yin Mengyao actually saw two people appear in front of them. It was Li Feng and Wang Tong. Although Wang Tong was heavily injured, it wasn't as serious as being poisoned. With the nourishment of spirit medicines, her injuries had mostly healed. It's them? Yin Mengyao's originally calm heart was instantly filled with hatred.
Forget about the resentment she had accumulated in the Yin clan. Just now outside the 10,000 Snake Cave, that move of theirs was truly vicious to the extreme. Although it was said that all was fair in war, they had actually used such despicable methods to settle things. It was truly shameless. If it weren't for Long Chen,
Yin Mengyao would definitely have died in front of the 10,000 snake cave. Feeling a gust of wind behind them, Li Feng and Wang Tong hurriedly turned their heads. When they saw that it was Long Chen and Yin Mengyao, they were shocked, their expressions changing. Yin Mengyao, you actually didn't die. How could I die before you guys died? Yin Mengyao and Long Chen arrived in front of the two of them and said with a cold voice. You actually have such good luck in the mouth of the Yin serpent spirit. Li Feng and Wang Tong squinted their eyes. They were secretly comparing the combat strength of both sides. Although Yin Mengyao managed to escape, her face is pale. I think she was seriously injured and didn't have time to heal. On the other hand, Brother Feng and I still have combat strength, especially Brother Feng. He's in his best condition right now. Thinking about this, Li Feng and Wang Tong weren't afraid at all. As for Long Chen, he had just broken through to the Earth Core realm, and he was rumored to be the weakest candidate in the inner clan selection. Stop talking nonsense. Since we've met, it's either you die or I die. Although Yin Mengyao was a woman, she was very tough and courageous. Looks like she really has a deep grudge against them. Could it be because of Mo Xiaolang? Long Chen secretly guessed. Right now, Yin Mengyao had just gotten rid of the snake venom, so it wasn't suitable for her to fight. Long Chen gently pushed her behind him and said, I'll deal with these two for you. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Hearing Long Chen's words, Li Feng and Wang Tong were startled. Then, Wang Tong's face was filled with ridicule as he said, You've been seduced by her beauty, and you want to risk your life for her to win her favor, right? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I think you'd better get lost. If you're still here after we kill this bitch, don't blame us for being ruthless. Ignorant fool, you're destined to die. Li Feng also sneered. In the face of their mockery, Long Chen and Yin Mingyao's expressions didn't change. Long Chen, I thank you in advance. However, this matter can only be handled by me. Only then can it be considered as an explanation to someone very important to me. Yin Mengyao pulled Long Chen away. You're talking about Mo Xiaolang, right? Long Chen suddenly said. You. This time, Yin Mengyao and the others were stunned. How do you know Mo Xiaolang? Yin Mengyao couldn't believe it. That's none of your business. In any case, I can fight on your behalf today. As for other matters, let's wait until I've dealt with these two. Li Feng and Wang Tong couldn't help but laugh at Long Chen's arrogance. Very well. Brat, regardless of how you know the name Mo Xiaolang, you actually dared to spout nonsense before us. In that case, we'll be taking your life, Li Feng said with a cold smile. Long Chen laughed when he heard that. Idiot, I'll take your girl for you. Chapter 169. Yin Mengyao had just recovered from being poisoned and needed to rest. Hence, when she learned that Long Chen was acquainted with Mo Xiaolang, she finally nodded. Be careful, she said as she backed off. Li Feng was depressed when he saw that Yin Mengyao had made Long Chen his opponent. He pushed Wang Tong behind him and said, All right, I'll have a battle between men with you. Little Tong, watch carefully. Yes, Brother Feng, you're the best in my eyes. Wang Tong said sweetly. However, when she turned to look at Long Chen, her eyes instantly turned cold. Since you're courting death and want to stand up for her, then don't blame us. It seems like you guys have defeated a team. Each of you has 2 bracelets. As long as we get rid of you, we'll have 6 bracelets. What a bargain. What kind of daydream are you daydreaming? Long Chen used the dragon soul transformation once again. Not only did his appearance change, but his aura also strengthened along with the dragon soul transformation. His body was surrounded by a murderous and bloodthirsty energy. If one looked closely, they could even see the power of lightning and fire on his dragon scales. Ever since he had achieved the 2nd-grade Thunderflame battle physique, the power on Long Chen's body had skyrocketed to an unimaginable level. After all, he had absorbed a total of 50 Thunderflame crystals. Beast soul transformation of a beast warrior? Looks like it's nothing special. At this moment, Li Feng was only 10 meters away from Long Chen. One move to decide the victor. Long Chen said indifferently. What? Li Feng couldn't understand Long Chen's confidence. He laughed and said, Do you know how powerful my strongest move is? Wasn't it easily defeated by Yin Mengyao? Long Chen mocked. You, good. Looks like you're courting death. I'll satisfy you then. Cut the crap. Let's do it. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to waste words with someone who was no match for him. His figure suddenly rushed toward the other party. This blood-red figure's speed shocked Li Feng. So fast. However, he still cannot escape the fate of death. Clenching his hands into fists, his powerful Xueqi transformed into 10 streams of energy that revolved around his hands. Dang! Omnidirectional True Devil Dao. Suddenly, the 10 attacks converged. Li Feng had punched out 10 times in a row, and the power of his punch was not as simple as adding 10 punches together. The power of his punch was more than 10 times stronger than his normal punch, maybe even close to 20 times stronger. The corners of Long Chen's mouth curled into a faint smile. With a soft roar, he threw a punch. Sky-burning Devil Yang Fist. Devil Yang penetrates the earth. This punch caused Long Chen to transform into a huge black demonic sun. Its majestic aura and scorching energy caused the surrounding air and tree branches to feel as if they were burning. So powerful? Wang Tong, who was standing aside, frowned. It should be a silver spear with a wax tip. It looks good, but it's useless. She comforted herself. But after seeing Long Chen's attack, she was no longer confident. Looks like this kid is qualified for the inner sect selection when he's only a mortal core warrior. He's really something. While this thought flashed through her mind, Long Chen and Li Feng had already started fighting. The outcome of the battle was clear in an instant. Under Long Chen's sky-burning Devil Yang Fist, the omnidirectional True Devil Dao shattered like glass. The remaining force of the sky-burning Devil Yang Fist appeared in front of Li Feng in a very short period of time. What? Li Feng couldn't believe his eyes. Right now, his blood and qi were in chaos. If he was hit by the remaining force, he would definitely die on the spot. Although he couldn't believe it, Li Feng still used the middle mystic level movement combat skill that he was familiar with and dodged the attack with his fastest speed. Looks like his movement combat skill was pretty good. Only a small portion of the sky-burning Devil Yang Fist's power hit him, but it was still enough to seriously injure him. Blood spurted out from his mouth, and his face turned pale. He crashed towards Wang Tong. Brother Feng. Wang Tong let out a shrill scream. She stretched out her hands to protect Li Feng, but she was knocked back by the impact. When she stabilized herself, she saw that Li Feng had already breathed in more than he breathed out. She was completely convinced by Long Chen. No matter how hard she thought, she still couldn't understand why Long Chen, who had just broken through to the Earth Core realm, could have the strength to defeat Li Feng. Li Feng's pitiful appearance caused her to feel conflicted. In the end, her eyes flickered with determination. Without hesitation, she tossed Li Feng in Long Chen's direction and fled. Yin Meng Yao, the idea to harm Mo Xiaolang was Li Feng. It has nothing to do with me. If you want to kill him, kill him. Wang Tong said nervously as she searched for treasures. Yin Meng Yao's expression changed, and she hurriedly said, Long Chen. Long Chen didn't expect that this woman would actually abandon her man and run away by herself. She even wanted Li Feng's life to save hers. Such a selfish person made Long Chen feel ashamed from the bottom of his heart. This girl has a bad heart, unlike my Xiao Shi. Long Chen thought complacently. He threw Li Feng away and moved his feet. In an instant, he turned into a bloody arrow and dashed towards Wang Tong. With his speed, Wang Tong wasn't his opponent at all. In just a few breaths of time, the panting Wang Tong suddenly discovered that Long Chen was standing beside her, smiling at her. Don't kill me. Wang Tong's face turned pale. Long Chen didn't say anything and punched her in the stomach, causing her to curl up in pain. Long Chen grabbed her by the neck and threw her in front of Yin Meng Yao along with Li Feng. How about it? Do you want to kill these two or not? Long Chen lifted his head and asked. His calm words were akin to the devil's language to Li Feng and Wang Tong. Their bodies trembled as they stared at Long Chen, unable to say a word. In their hearts, although Long Chen had a cheeky smile on his face, they felt that he was even more terrifying than Yin Meng Yao. Speaking of this problem, Yin Meng Yao felt a little conflicted. On one hand, her purpose in coming to the Life and Death Devil Mountain was to avenge Mo Xiaolang. On the other hand, with her temperament, it was hard for her to kill two people just like that. Mo Xiaolang's current condition, are they the ones behind it? Long Chen asked. Yin Meng Yao nodded. Then there's no need to hesitate. Long Chen might seem amicable, but in truth, he was much more ruthless than Yin Meng Yao. These two fellows were ruthless in their attacks and were definitely not good people. If it weren't for Long Chen, Yin Mingyao's delicate body would have already become a pile of shit. He spoke quickly and attacked quickly. Before Yin Mengyao, Li Feng, and Wang Tong could react, 2 punches landed on Li Feng and Wang Tong's heads. The force of his punches took the lives of the 2 people who were caught off guard. Li Feng and Wang Tong's corpses slumped to the ground. Long Chen stretched out his hands to grab their crystal bracelets, and at the same time, he kept their cosmos bags into his own. Doing these things, he didn't even blush. This is yours. Long Chen placed one of the crystal bracelets on Yin Mingyao's arm. You. Looking at Long Chen, then looking at Li Feng and Wang Tong's corpses, Yin Mengyao really didn't know what to say. She didn't hate Long Chen, but if she had to make the decision herself, she really couldn't do it. However, Long Chen's decisiveness and ruthlessness still deeply shocked her. At this time, she looked at this young man in a daze. In her heart, she suddenly felt that Long Chen was an extremely terrifying person. Ever since entering the life and death demon mountain, miracles had always happened to him. His strength was high, and even compared to Yin Mengyao, he was always hiding it, and at the crucial moment, he directly took the lives of others. This kind of strength and temperament were all top-notch characters, and extremely terrifying. If you forgive people who are a threat to you, sooner or later, you will die in their hands. Long Chen explained a little, and then he directly said, "Let's go, we've been delayed for a while again. They are all waiting for us to return in the life and death cave." Yin Mengyao took a deep breath, took one last look at Li Feng and Wang Tong, and then followed Long Chen. "Long Chen, how did you and Mo Xiaolang get to know each other?" On the way, Yin Mengyao couldn't wait and asked this question. Long Chen then told her about Mo Xiaolang's matter in Baiyang town. "Looks like the 2 of you are fated to meet," Yin Mengyao said with mixed emotions after listening to him. "What about you 2? What's your relationship?" Thinking about him, Yin Mingyao's eyes showed a rare doting expression. She recalled and said, "I entered the inner clan at the same time as Xiao Lang, but he was only 10 years old at that time, and he was already a monster. I lived with him for 4 years, and in terms of relationship, I think we are brother and sister. He is still young, and I have always treated him like my own little brother." "This is a good relationship," Long Chen said with a smile on his face. With this, he didn't have any mental barriers when he hugged Yin Mengyao and ran for so long. "What kind of relationship?" Yin Mengyao stared at Long Chen and asked with a puzzled expression. "Nothing." "Oh right. Can you tell me why Xiao Lang came to the Star Fiend prison? And what about Li Feng and the others?" Thinking about Mo Xiaolang, Yin Mingyao's expression became gloomy. After a while she slowly said, "Xiao Lang is a genius that no one can compare to. He is only 14 years old, and he has already broken through to the early heavenly core realm. Even the inner clan doesn't have a genius like him. For a genius like him to stay in an outsider's family, what do you think will happen? If he can't be used by me, then I'll just kill him." Long Chen had a clear understanding of all these. The Lingwu family was still an inner clan, and if Mo Xiaolang couldn't be used by the Lingwu family, the Lingwu family would never allow a genius like him to exist in this world. "You're right, Long Chen. Do you know about the 5 great divine weapons of the Lingwu family?" "The 5 great divine weapons? Are they the blue dragon halberd and the others?" "I've heard about them before." The first time he heard about the 5 great divine weapons, it was Ma Tianyang from the Gold family who told him. At that time, Long Chen didn't pay much attention to it, but now that Yin Mengyao mentioned it again, he became interested. The 5 great divine weapons are the most precious treasures of the Lingwu family. The blue dragon halberd, the vermilion bird demonic plume, the white tiger saint blade, the Xuanwu divine axe, and the heavenly wolf demon blade. Do you know what level they are? Hearing Yin Mingyao's words, Long Chen was shocked. Could they be above the mystic rank? Yin Mengyao nodded her head and said, "You're right. These 5 great divine weapons are all earth-rank divine weapons. They are many times stronger than the mystic rank. There are 3 chapters in total today, and there is 1 more to go. All of them will be updated at the same time, and we won't be updating until noon. Also, there is an important notice attached. It's a must-read. Please read it carefully." Chapter 170. Earth Rank Divine Weapon? Long Chen gasped. Above the mystic rank was the Earth rank. He never expected to find an Earth rank divine weapon right here in Yuanling City. "You're right, There are super powerful warriors who have surpassed the divine core realm here, so they can only have Earth-ranked divine weapons. The 5 great divine weapons are extremely powerful, and each of them contains a combat skill, and they are all cross-grade combat skills. According to the legends, each of these combat skills contains an Earth-rank combat skill. Long Chen had witnessed the existence of an inherited combat skill in a divine weapon, and he had even experienced the origin-returning fruit containing a combat skill, let alone this one. However, it is harder to obtain these divine weapons than to climb the heavens, and it is even harder to comprehend the combat skills contained within the divine weapons. Also, it is extremely difficult to obtain the recognition of the divine weapons and become the true master of the divine weapons. But, Long Chen, Mo Xiaolang has completed these 3 steps.
And then?
Long Chen had a feeling that the problem was at the 3rd step. The heavenly wolf demonic blade belonged to the Lingwu family, but Mo Xiaolang just wanted it to be his. How could the Lingwu family allow that? As expected, Yin Mengyao let out a sigh and said, after Xiaolang made the heavenly wolf demonic blade recognize him as its master, it seems like all 4 family masters have been trying to recruit Xiaolang for a long time. On the surface, Xiaolang has also agreed to stay with the Lingwu family. But, I know that Xiaolang is from Songyang Imperial City, and he has a deep hatred for them, so he has to go back and get his revenge. Therefore one day, he will leave this place and take the heavenly wolf demonic blade with him. Long Chen thought for a moment, then he said, so, the rumor about Mo Xiaolang killing an inner family member and being imprisoned in Star Devil Prison is just a rumor made up by the inner family?
Yes.
Yin Mengyao nodded and said, these are all pretenses. They threw Mo Xiaolang into the Star Demon Prison because they knew that Xiaolang was going to leave the Lingwu family, so they decided to imprison him. Xiaolang is just too heaven-defying, so they couldn't bear to kill him. Actually, Xiaolang is very smart. He only wanted to agree to them on the surface and sneak away in the dark, but in the end, he was killed by the people he trusted the most. To be honest, me, Xiaolang, Li Feng, and Wang Tong have always been good friends, but I never thought that in order to help Wang Tong obtain the pill to advance to the initial success stage of the Earth Core realm, they would tell the inner clan about Xiaolang's intentions. If not, Xiaolang would have already left this place, instead of being imprisoned in the Star Fiend prison. Long Chen finally came to a realization. No wonder Yin Mengyao hated them to the bone. People who would betray their friends for their own benefit were indeed unforgivable. Long Chen finally understood everything about Mo Xiaolang. However, there was nothing he could do at the moment. There was no way he could go to the Star Fiend prison. Even if he wanted to return the favor to Mo Xiaolang, he couldn't do so. Seeing Long Chen's sigh, Yin Mengyao suddenly asked, do you know why I want to enter the inner clan so badly?
Why?
Long Chen asked. Because the disciples of the inner clan have the right to train in the Star Fiend prison. As long as I can enter the inner clan, I will have the right to enter the Star Fiend prison. I want to save Xiaolang. After going through some trials and tribulations, Yin Mengyao had figured out Long Chen's personality. She knew that he was actually a good person, so she didn't hesitate to say it.
Save.
Hearing this, Long Chen's eyes lit up. That's a good idea, but isn't the Star Fiend prison a place to imprison criminals? How can you train there? It looks like you still don't understand the Star Fiend prison. Yin Mengyao stepped over a thick tree root. As she hurried along, she said, the Star Fiend prison is not just a prison, but it is also a holy land for cultivation. What do you mean? Long Chen was a little surprised. Although I have never entered the Star Fiend prison, I have heard some rumors. Legend has it that there are some places in the Star Fiend prison that have extremely strong gravity. If the gravity there is extremely strong, it would be very difficult for an ordinary person to come out after entering. This is the effect of imprisonment. And if the gravity is moderate, it is somewhat beneficial for a cultivator. Gravity? Long Chen knew that the stronger the gravity, the more hindered one's movements would be. It was like having a weight on one's body. It was very beneficial for training. If the gravity was strong enough, it could also temper one's body. The gravity of the Star Fiend prison is not only beneficial for tempering one's body, but it is also beneficial for cultivating one's true energy. Under such strong gravity, cultivating and circulating one's true energy will be much more difficult. In the long term, one's true energy will become even more condensed, especially for a cultivator whose cultivation increases too quickly. There are unexpected benefits. Long Chen was one of those people whose cultivation increased too quickly. At this moment, Lingxi's sword moved. Although Lingxi didn't say anything, Long Chen understood this hint. If he went to the Star Fiend prison, it would be beneficial for him. Join the inner race, enter the Star Fiend prison, and rescue Xiao Lang.
That is my goal.
Long Chen, you won't leak this, right? Yin Mengyao asked tentatively. That is also my goal, Long Chen said with a smile. Really? Yin Mengyao was pleasantly surprised. If that's the case, let's make an agreement. Any one of us who enters the inner race must go to the Star Fiend prison. How about that?
Of course.
No matter what, Long Chen had to go see how Mo Xiaolang was doing. To be honest, he had come to the Lingwu family partly because Mo Xiaolang was here. The higher one ascended the Life and Death Devil Mountain, the heavier the sinister aura became. The temperature in the surroundings had already reached the extreme, yet the water here didn't freeze. Not only that, there was actually no snow on such a high peak. This was extremely strange. This kind of cold is gloomy, not ice cold. The air was already very thin at this point. Long Chen walked from the foot of the mountain to the top, passing through the dark clouds.
The lightning and thunder seemed to be happening right beside him.
We're here. Yin Mengyao lifted her head and said excitedly. After passing through the dense forest, a patch of barren black soil appeared in front of them. This also meant that they had reached the end of the path. The two of them continued to move forward in this barren, black mountain rock. Before long, they saw the stronghold that the Lingwu family had set up in front of them. As Long Chen and Chu Yunxi exited the Qiqian path, he saw Chu Yunxi and the others also exiting the Qiqian path from another direction. The two teams' eyes met, and sparks flew. In the Lingwu family's stronghold, there was a large courtyard. In this courtyard, the 9 supreme elders sat in a circle. The rest of the clan stood behind them, and the stern Lord Xian Shao sat in the middle, resting with his eyes closed. On the opposite side of the courtyard, a total of 12 young people stood with pale faces. Among the 9 foreign clans, besides the geniuses of the Gold Clan, the Silver Clan, and the Green Clan, the others had already finished walking the path. Perhaps some of them knew that they had no hope of advancing, so they directly destroyed the signal fireworks and were sent directly to the peak of the Life and Death Demon Mountain. What made everyone a little depressed was that among the 12 people, only the 2 youths from the Purple Clan still had 2 jade bracelets. The others' bracelets had disappeared without a trace. The Supreme Elders hurriedly asked them about the situation. The result was that, other than the Qi clan's jade crystal bracelet, which was taken by Yin Mengyao, the other people's jade crystal bracelets were all taken by Jin Xingan's team. After hearing this news, the other Supreme Elders all glared angrily at the Gold Clan Supreme Elder, Jin Luan, and the Green Clan Supreme Elder, Chu Tianxiong. Good. So you 2 old men are actually this shameless. Lord Xian Shao, they obviously exploited the loophole in the rules and caused the competition to be unfair. What do you mean? This is the younger generation's decision. What does it have to do with me? Besides, this only proves that the Blue Clan's juniors are useless. Jin Luan and Chu Tianxiong looked at each other and smiled. They had no scruples at all as they argued with them. Don't say any more. Don't we still have the Life and Death Cave? Dongfang Xuanxiao's cold voice rang out at this moment. Since the inner clan had spoken, no one dared to say anything else. Even the Supreme Elders shut their mouths. Xian Shao was right. What the inner clan needed were the 2 strongest people. Even if the 4 of them gathered together, they would not be defeated easily. Moreover, even if Jin Shenzhen and the others were powerful now, there was still the Life and Death Cave to stop them. Among these people, the happiest were Jin Luan and Chu Tianxiong. To Jin Luan, the 3 youths from the Gold Clan would definitely enter the second round, and Chu Yunxi was also someone who would definitely enter the second round. Everyone thought to themselves. There were only 8 people left who hadn't appeared yet. The other 2 from the Silver Clan were similar in strength. If they were lucky, they would be able to keep their jade crystal bracelets. If they were unlucky, they would probably come up naked again. As for Long Chen and Yin Mengyao had Long Chen as a burden. If she were to encounter Jin Shang-en, Yin Mengyao would basically have to fight against 4 people alone. How would she be able to keep the jade crystal bracelet on her hand? On the Yin clan side, the beautiful young woman's face was filled with worry. She said, Yaoer's luck is really bad this time. She actually encountered such a huge burden. I'm guessing that her jade bracelet is gone as well. The Supreme Elder of the Silver Clan was also worried. He said, we can only blame Jin Luan and Chu Tianxiong for being too shameless. Lu Lan and Lu Yuan, who were behind Chu Tianxiong, were also worried because Long Chen had yet to appear. Father, Chu Yunxi hates Long Chen to the core. Maybe Long Chen has already been killed on the Qitian path.
He didn't even have the chance to release the signal fireworks. Lu Yuan shook his head with a bitter smile.
I'm not sure either. We can only wait for a miracle. While everyone was waiting, the two teams walked over from afar, facing off against each other.
Long Chen.
Lu Lan and Lu Yuan patted their chests in relief when they saw that Long Chen wasn't dead. He has finally survived. He has truly made me, Lu Yuan, proud. Lu Yuan was pleasantly surprised. Lu Lan saw the confident smile on the young man's face. Everything was going according to his plan. The next chapter was an important announcement. If you didn't understand anything, you could leave a comment in the book review section. Chapter 171. There were a total of 6 people left. Everyone's hearts were in their mouths. Although not everyone was present, it was clear that the results were about to be revealed. Dongfang Xianxiao, who was sitting in the middle, also opened his eyes and watched calmly as Long Chen and the others entered the courtyard. At this moment, everyone's eyes swept over their arms. 3, 3, 3, all 3. Even the Supreme Elders were a little surprised when they saw Jin Sheng'en's team of 4. On Jin Shang'en and Chu Yunxi's hands hung 3 jade crystal bracelets. The other 2 Jin clan youths also had 3 jade crystal bracelets. The total number of jade crystal bracelets from the 2 teams was as high as 12. In other words, basically everyone who entered the Qitian path had been plundered by them. 12. Jin Luan and Chu Tianxiong were a little stunned. According to their estimations, they should have obtained more. Could it be? When they looked at Long Chen and Yin Mengyao, their eyes immediately widened and filled with shock. 3. The 2 of them each have 3 bracelets. Together with the other 14, there are a total of 20 bracelets. All of them are here, which means everyone looked at Yin Mengyao and Long Chen's team in astonishment. Needless to say, Yin Mengyao's strength could at least rank within the top 5. Previously, everyone had thought that with Long Chen dragging her down, she wouldn't be able to go far. But now that such a situation had occurred, it was Long Chen who had turned things around. Long Chen also had 3 bracelets, which meant that the remaining 2 youths from the Silver Tribe also had 0 points. This meant that the 4 teams that had advanced to the next round were already very clear. Gu Baishan's face was also filled with surprise. Gu Gu and Lu Gue from the Purple Tribe had only managed to keep their bracelets, but they had also qualified for the second round. When they returned from Gu Gu, he had already told them that Long Chen had saved their lives. Therefore, he was the least surprised that Long Chen had achieved such a result. When they saw the 3 glittering bracelets on Long Chen's arm, Lu Yuan and Lu Lan were stunned. They looked at each other and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. 3. That at least meant that they had defeated 2 teams. Such a result was considered the best result in the Qitian Path's assessment this time. This kid Long Chen is really something. Lu Yuan finally reacted. He stroked his long beard and praised with a smile. His expression was filled with pride. Perhaps it's because Yin Mengyao is too strong. Lu Lan still found it hard to accept. After all, Long Chen's opponents were all abnormal geniuses. Long Chen had just broken through to the Earth Core realm, so how could he achieve such a good result by himself? The battle in the Life and Death Cave is the real stage for him to display his strength. I hope he can perform well. Lu Lan was secretly cheering for Long Chen in her heart. The battle in the Life and Death Cave is the real stage for him to display his strength. I hope he can perform well. Lu Lan was secretly cheering for Long Chen in her heart. At this moment, Dongfang Xuanxiao's gaze swept across the 20 participants and said, "The outcome of the battle in the Qitian Path has been decided. It's clear which 4 teams will advance, so I won't say much. Now, I'll announce the groups for the second round." Dongfang Xianxiao was swift and decisive. While everyone was still shocked by Long Chen's performance, he had already begun to announce the groups for the next round. Long Chen and the other 8 people who could advance immediately paid close attention. The original teams of 2 will be separated into different groups. The first group will consist of Jin Shang'en, Lu Qiong, Lu Gue, and Yin Mengyao. The rest will be in the second group. Yin Mengyao was in the first group, which meant that Long Chen would be in the second group. His opponents would be the youth from the Jin clan, Gu City from the Purple clan, and of course, Chu Yunxi from the Green Clan. After the groups were decided, Chu Yunxi and Long Chen looked at each other. Feeling Chu Yunxi's excited and gloomy gaze, Long Chen only smiled faintly. This was the result he was looking forward to. Chu Yunxi had once given him a finger, and he still remembered it in his heart. Good luck. One of us must enter the inner clan. Yin Mengyao tilted her head. A confident smile appeared on her beautiful face. It's a promise, Long Chen said firmly. At this moment, Dongfang Xianshao continued. Now that the groups have been decided, you guys can rest for a while. When noon comes, the battle in the life and death cave will officially begin. Yes. Everyone immediately obeyed Dongfang Xuanxiao's order. Even the Great Elder had to obey obediently. Wait. The Great Elder of the Yin clan suddenly interrupted. She looked at Yin Mengyao and asked, Yao where are Li Feng and Wang Tong? Long Chen knew that they would pay attention to this matter. He was the one who killed them, so he naturally admitted it. However, before he could speak, Yin Mengyao spoke first. She said faintly, I killed them. His calm tone caused the entire place to become deathly silent. As for the Yin clan's supreme elder, his expression tensed up and turned somewhat gloomy. The new generation of the Yin clan was once the most glorious existence among the 9 outer clans. But now, only Yin Mengyao was left? The great elder of the Yin clan knew about the hatred between Yin Mengyao, Li Feng, and Wang Tong. She forbade them from fighting, but she didn't expect that they would still fight to the death on the Qiqian path. Forget it, forget it. The great elder of the Yin clan sighed. Her desolate expression made her age quite a bit. Seeing that she didn't pursue the matter any further, Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. If he had said that he was the one who killed Li Feng, this old woman definitely wouldn't have let him off. Luckily, Yin Mengyao took the risk and admitted it for Long Chen. This was just a small interlude. Very soon, everyone left under Dongfang Xuanxiao's arrangement. Before he left, he threw a provocative glance at Long Chen and made a gesture of cutting his neck. Idiot! Long Chen cursed inwardly. At this moment, the 9 outer clans' great elders were about to leave with their clansmen. Dongfang Xianshao left first. Long Chen looked at his back and said to Yin Mengyao, Sister Mengyao, is this Lord Xianshao very strong? It seems like even the great elder is afraid of him. A look of admiration emerged on Yin Mengyao's face as she said, the Eastern Blue Dragon clan, under the clan chief, there are 4 great warriors, Feng, Yu, Yun, and Shao. Lord Xianshao is the strongest one, and he's known as the strongest warrior beneath the Heavenly River. Do you think he's strong? Beneath the Heavenly River? Long Chen suddenly realized something. Could this be the legendary Heavenly River realm that was above the Divine Core realm? The Heavenly River was one of the 18 star rivers in the sky. A Heavenly River warrior who could use the star god's energy was an extremely frightening existence. Since Xianshao was known as the strongest warrior beneath the Heavenly River, he must be an abnormal existence. Long Chen, I'll leave first. See you at noon. After Yin Mengyao finished speaking, she left with the great elder of the Yin clan. She probably needed to explain the matter of Li Feng and Wang Tong. Furthermore, she had been poisoned by the snake, so she needed to recuperate for the next 4 hours before the next battle. As for the Green Clan, the Chu family members left first, leaving Lu Yuan and Lu Lan standing there in a daze. At this moment, Gu Batian came over with a big smile on his face. He greeted Lu Yuan, then he patted Long Chen's shoulder and said, Young man, not bad, even I, old Gu, admire you. Lu Yuan and Lu Lan were puzzled by his words. Old Gu, what are you talking about? Lu Yuan asked curiously. This young man saved Gu Gu and Lu Gui's lives under the attack of a group of poisonous nether scorpions. He's really amazing. A grateful look could be seen in Gu Baishan's eyes. Gu Gu was his grandson, and he almost lost his life this time. The poisonous nether scorpions were 4th grade mystic rank poisonous beasts. Yet Long Chen was able to save 2 people from the encirclement of a group of poisonous nether scorpions. Did that mean that his strength was at least on Gu Gu's level? Senior Gu, you've said before that it's my duty to take care of each other. It's not a big deal, if I'm in danger, they'll also help me. Long Chen said from the bottom of his heart. Indeed, Gu Gu and Lu Gui's characters were similar to Gu Baishan's. They were both warm-hearted and not bad people. After the battle at the Heaven Winding Path, Long Chen and the rest needed time to prepare. Gu Batian didn't disturb them and brought them to their own rooms. The peak of the life and death devil nest was cold and gloomy. Only after entering the sturdy house built by the Linggu family did they feel a little warmer. Let's see what those two fellows have. As soon as the door closed, Long Chen revealed his true colors and took out Li Feng and Wang Tong's cosmos bags. This was the first time he killed someone and stole their treasures, so he was a little excited. So many divine jades. Seeing so much wealth, Long Chen was excited. After cleaning for half a day and finally obtaining the data, Long Chen's face was full of smiles. Almost 400,000 divine jades in total. These two fellows are really rich. This was Long Chen's first time killing someone and stealing their treasures. After getting the sweet taste of it, he imagined how rich he would be in the future. How many soul herbs can I buy with these divine jades? Lingxi tilted her head and propped her chin on her arm. Her big eyes blinked as she pondered. Let's see if there's anything else. Other than the divine jades, there were also a lot of miscellaneous items. In Wang Tong's cosmos bag, there were even some undergarments and other erotic things. However, with the great goddess Lingxi here, a gentleman like Long Chen didn't dare to take a glance. Primary mystic class battle skills, middle mystic class battle skills, a bunch of spirit herbs, and a middle mystic class weapon. Among the other items, there were countless primary mystic class spirit herbs and some middle mystic class ones. The most valuable of them all was a middle mystic class halberd. This halberd was entirely black and shiny. The tip of the blade was extremely sharp, and it exuded a cold aura. Long Chen flipped the halberd over and found that there was a divine dragon engraved on the halberd. A divine dragon breathed clouds and mist on the halberd, looking very intimidating. This can't be a blue dragon halberd, right? Lingxi exclaimed. Keep daydreaming. Long Chen flipped the halberd a few times and said, It's probably a replica, but this halberd is indeed a good weapon. It's the type I like. That Mo Xiaolang already got the serious demonic blade. Why don't you fight for the blue dragon halberd? Lingxi suddenly said. Chapter 172. Blue Dragon Halberd? Long Chen was indeed looking forward to it. However, the current him was still far from having the qualifications to compete for this legendary divine weapon. Although the halberd in his hand was a good item and Long Chen liked it very much, it was useless to Long Chen at the moment, so he could only put it away. After staying here for a while and recuperating for a while, it was almost noon. When it was almost time, Long Chen followed the others to the large courtyard where he had first appeared. The weather was gloomy and gloomy to the extreme. Although it was noon, the sky was barren and gloomy. Let's go to the Life and Death Devil Cave. Under Dongfang Xuanxiao's lead, the group of outsiders headed towards the Life and Death Cave. Long Chen had now mingled with Gu Batian and the others and had more or less become a member of the Purple Tribe. Lu Yuan was a deacon of the Blue Tribe, but he had been abandoned by Chu Tianxiong. This made this old man extremely depressed. Everything depended on Long Chen's final result. If Long Chen were to suffer a tragedy, then he would also suffer a tragedy. Lu Lan also realized this point. The main reason why she had fallen out with Chu Tianxiong's family was because of her. She was filled with guilt. However, when she looked at Long Chen, she could see that he didn't seem to be nervous at all. How strong is he? Lu Lan felt a headache coming on. With so many people hurrying on their way, Long Chen could see the others with a single glance. At this time, Chu Yunxi, Jin Shenzhen, and the others had gathered together and were whispering to each other. Yin Mengyao had come to Long Chen's side. Apart from the Green Clan, the Purple Clan, the Gold Clan, and the Silver Clan, the other grand elders of the other clans were purely here to watch the show. Feeling a few fiery gazes on his face, Long Chen didn't even need to guess to know that it was definitely Chu Yunxi and Jin Shenzhen. These two fellows had been tricked by Long Chen on the heaven-winding path. This battle in the Life and Death Cave could be considered the final conclusion. Brother Chu, are you confident? Jin Shang'en asked. When he was still at the peak of the mortal core realm, I fought him once, and he couldn't put up any resistance at all. Now that he has broken through to the Earth core realm, he has become much stronger, but with my high mystic combat skill, he will definitely die. Chu Yunxi said confidently. Jin Shenzhen nodded and said, There are a total of 2 battles. You still have a strong opponent, Gu Cheng. However, Gu Cheng was poisoned before, so as long as you fight as usual, you can defeat him. Chu Yunxi nodded and said, Brother Jin, you only have one formidable opponent, Yin Mengyao. It looks like you'll definitely be able to enter the inner clan. Jin Shenzhen nodded and said confidently, although Yin Mengyao is not bad and has learned the high-level battle skill, the Oceanic Overturned Seal, she's not my opponent. If she wants to fight me, she'll have to learn a high-level profound rank battle skill as well. Brother Chu, try your best. In the end, both of us will become Lord Xian Zhao's disciples. Lord Xian Zhao is definitely the strongest under the Heavenly River realm. Chu Yunqi's eyes were filled with reverence. Soon, Long Chen and the others arrived at a valley at the top of the mountain. After arriving here, the Yin energy had become much denser, and the surrounding land had become much more barren. No matter how strong the plants were, they couldn't grow here. This valley is really big. Gu Cheng raised his head and frowned deeply. There was a rancid smell in the air. The Life and Death Devil Caves are on the mountain walls on both sides of the valley. This is a natural battlefield. Not only can you fight, you can also watch. Gu Batian explained. Soon, Long Chen saw caves of various sizes. There are all kinds of poisonous beasts in these life and death caves. The netherworld venomous scorpion and Yin serpent spirit you met before can also be found here. However, I don't think Lord Xian Shao will choose an environment that's too difficult. Not long after, Dongfang Xian Shao, who was at the front, stopped and turned around. Let's do it here. First, I'll arrange the first battle, Jin Shenzhen against Lu Gui. Battlefield, Life and Death Cave, Swamp. Hearing that his opponent was Jin Shenzhen, Lu Gui's expression changed. Don't worry. If you can't beat him, just admit defeat. I'll watch from here. Do you think he'll make a move on you? Gu Batian patted Lu Gui's shoulder and laughed. Moreover, the swamp is not too harsh. You should be fine as long as you are careful of the poisonous crocodiles under the swamp. Gu Batian explained to Lu Gui as he followed Xian Shao into the first life and death cave. This was a large cave with a length and width of about 10 meters. After walking for less than 20 meters, a huge hemispherical space appeared in front of them. When they walked to the front, Long Chen discovered that the bottom of this hemispherical space was a muddy swamp. This swamp was filled with a rancid smell, and bubbles of various sizes were bursting from the surface of the swamp. To fight in this swamp, you have to use true qi to control your body so that you don't sink. This kind of battle is indeed difficult. If you are distracted for even a moment, you will probably sink to the bottom of the swamp. There are probably some poisonous beasts under the swamp. Long Chen thought to himself as he looked at the edge of the swamp. At the edge of the swamp, everyone lined up in a row. At this moment, Dongfang Xian Shao, who was standing at the front, immediately said, "The first battle of the first group begins now." According to the rules of the battle, there are only two ways to determine the winner. First, admit defeat. Second, completely lose the ability to fight and fall unconscious. Dongfang Xuanqiao's voice was filled with determination. It was difficult for the others to resist him. Jin Shenzhen, Lu Gui, go down. Under his order, Jin Shang'en laughed, and with a light tap of his feet, he flew into the swamp. He used the tip of his feet to lightly step on the mud, and his posture was extremely carefree, winning everyone's cheers. Boring. Long Chen cursed in his heart. At this moment, Jin Shenzhen looked at the dragons and cupped his hands. Brother Lu, please. Although he asked Lu Gui to fight, he was actually provoking Long Chen. Lu Gui was not a coward. This inner clan selection was very important. Who wouldn't want to try? Therefore, without saying anything, he also went into the swamp and looked at Jin Shenzhen coldly. Let's begin. Although his opponent was the legendary #1 genius of the outer clan, Lu Gui was not afraid. After all, he was also a genius, and his cultivation was at the Earth Core realm, which was similar to Jin Shengen's. Golden battle body? Seeing the faint floating golden light on Jin Shengen's body, Long Chen's expression changed. They are both high-grade mystic body tempering techniques. I wonder which is stronger, the Thunder Flame battle body or the Golden battle body. The battle between Jin Shenzhen and Lu Gui soon began. Lu Gui's combat strength was quite good, and he was worthy of the title of genius. However, Jin Shenzhen was stronger. With the Golden battle body, he barely used any combat skills, and he had already beaten Lu Gui into the swamp. When Lu Gui crawled out of the swamp, Jin Shengen's hand was already on his neck. If he moved even a little, his neck would probably be torn apart by Jin Shenzhen. I admit defeat. Realizing that no matter how hard he tried, he was not Jin Shingen's opponent, Lu Gui could only say dejectedly, "You're smart." Jin Shingen smiled and looked in Long Chen's direction proudly. Then, he returned to the Jin clan's team. Golden battle body, so strong, Seeing this situation, Yin Mengyao was a little worried. She knew the high-grade mystic halberd, and Jin Shingen also had it. However, she didn't know the high-grade mystic body tempering technique that Jin Shingen had. She didn't have much chance of winning. Long Chen also saw that Jin Shengen's golden battle body was indeed strong. Even he didn't have the thought of eating Jin Shengen's golden battle body for safety. First round, Jin Shingen wins. Next round, Yin Mengyao, Lu Qiong. This Lu Qiong was the guy who was slapped by Long Chen because he looked down on him. At this moment, there was still a palm print on his face. When he went up, the crowd couldn't help but laugh. "What are you laughing at?" The Jin clan's supreme elder, Jin Luan, said angrily. This time he was the most impressive one. The three geniuses of the Jin clan had all entered the life and death cave. With Jin Shingen's help, the matter of the Jin clan entering the inner clan could be considered as stable. Soon, Yin Mengyao and Lu Qiong started fighting. This battle was the same as the previous one. There was no suspense. In the end, Yin Mengyao used the overturning ocean seal and easily defeated her opponent. Next, between you and Jin Shingen, there will be a quota to enter the inner clan. Long Chen smiled. "I'm not Jin Shengen's opponent." "Long Chen, I guess I'll have to rely on you to deal with Xiao Lang," Yin Mengyao suddenly said. Long Chen was startled, but he didn't say anything else. At this time, the first round of the first group had already ended. Lu Qiong and Lu Gui were eliminated, leaving only Jin Shingen and Yin Mengyao. And now, the first round of the second group began. It was up to Dongfang Xianxiao to decide who his opponent would be, so Long Chen didn't know who he would be arranged to fight. In fact, even if his opponent wasn't Chu Yunqi, as long as he and Chu Yunqi both won, they would still fight together. The first round of the second group's first round is Jianglu, Gu City. Long Chen's body trembled. This meant that he would fight Chu Yunqi in the first round. At this moment, Chu Yunqi's eyes met his. His opponent's eyes were still filled with madness and viciousness. "Long Chen, it's time for you to die." Chu Yunqi mouthed the words. As long as his attack was fast enough, he was confident that he could kill Long Chen before Long Chen could admit defeat. After all, Dongfang Xianxiao didn't say that he couldn't kill his opponent in the life and death battle. Long Chen ignored him. When he turned around, he saw Lu Lan looking at him in a daze. Her eyes were filled with worry. "Hey, if I win, why don't you let me touch your white rabbit?" Moving his head closer to Lu Lan, Long Chen said lecherously, "You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.